What's up with the stream title? I got no idea what you're on about. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everybody. I did it again and forgot to unmute my mic as usual. How are you all doing today? Your boy John Doe, I genuinely don't get it. Like, do you mean that there's a different name with the Twitch stream versus the YouTube stream, or what is it? What's up, Elirda, Radic Cookie? So, today's gonna be fun. Today, my fellow degenerates, we're going to talk on a panel with some probably lovely people that I've never met before about whether America is cooked, like whether this is the downfall of the United States. And what I really have to say on that is simple, but the nuance of it will get lost if you allow it to, and I think it's kind of key. America is cooked, Americans are not. And that's going to be pretty much my argument going into this panel, which isn't like half an hour. So we got some time for some fun stuff first. And I actually have 3 things lined up for you. One is hella cool, one is incredible, and one is mid. Blessed chef, cook the nation, spare the people. Guys, we are cooked to a point where, like, we are charred. We're well done, all right? We're the overcooked steak at the global dinner party. That's what we are right now. What's up, Calby? All right, so first, really quickly, let's have a look at this new weapon that Japan has made. They have a railgun now, like an actual one. Now, this is pretty cool. We tried to do that.
So Japan has
we might have
a
one
powerful electromagnetic rail gun designed to shoot down hypersonic missiles, especially those fired by China. This high-tech weapon recently appeared during advanced testing aboard the...
Kind of, you know, important considering Japan's really close to China, and hypersonic weapons are really fast.
Asuka warship.
This is fancy.
Tokyo is ramping up its naval defense at a time when tensions across the Indo-Pacific is growing. Unlike traditional guns, this railgun does not rely on gunpowder or explosives. It uses electromagnetic energy to launch metal missiles at higher speeds, providing a cheaper and faster response to missile threats. It can
I mean, like, just because they have it doesn't mean you shouldn't prepare for the threat. I feel like the fact that everyone in this planet is pretty much at risk of getting hit by one of these. Yeah. Do we get a live demo? I wish. Maybe at some point.
2,500 meters per second.
I'm not sure you'd really be able to see much. It can fire around at 2,500 meters per second. So it basically just takes like a little rock and just chucks it. It yeets the rock real fast. It's a rock eater.
Usually faster than standard tank guns, which fire rounds around 1,750 meters per second. Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force believes this system will upgrade its naval shield, further claiming that the railgun can target threats from the air, sea or land with higher accuracy than conventional weapons.
That would make sense.
Tokyo reportedly began manufacturing this weapon in 2016 and fired...
So it took them like a decade to make this, which is reasonable. I mean, gotta give it to the Japanese to be the first country to make like major railgun technology.
From a ship for the first time in late 2023. The Japanese Navy says that this system will play an important role in future combat scenarios and help fill critical gaps in missile interception capabilities. In fact, back in 2022, Japan admitted that it only had 60% of the interceptor missiles it needed. Washington had also attempted to develop its own railgun, spending over $500 million into its railgun program before scrapping it in 2021 due to technical setbacks like overheat.
Your Logic Umer Visora, it's my birthday today. I'm 29, Unk status. Happy birthday, Your Logic Umer. I'm also 29. I actually turned 30 this year, so. But happy birthday. I hope you have a lovely day.
And extreme power demands. But the race did not end there. China has been quietly advancing its own version. In 2018, satellite images showed Chinese landing ship outfitted with a prototype railgun. India, Russia and Turkey have also tested their own versions of this weapon. The battlefield of the future is taking shape now. And
I mean, look, if we're talking about hypersonics, which in like an actual full-on, I mean, like, we're doing this to the death and we're trying to make sure that everyone on the planet doesn't die. They're going to get use, but they're also really expensive. They're really difficult to develop. Railgun technology is going to be incredibly useful when we talk about space and space threats, however. This technology is going to keep growing, and that's pretty cool. Now, I want you to get ready for my favorite thing that I've seen today. I've only seen like 3 seconds of this, and I squealed, like a happy squealed. So I hope you're prepared. Wait, Japan has a railgun? Yes, Rundo, we just covered it. Japan does have a railgun. All right. So these are geese that Brazilian prisons use to deter escapees. And I think that's incredible.
Beware of the geese. This is no honking matter. At this prison, these little guys live in this grassy area along the perimeter wall. They are the first line of defense against jailbreaks. Marcos Coronetti has worked with the geese here for more than a decade. He calls them his colleagues.
Oh my God, he calls them his colleagues. Imagine I'm going to work with my geese colleagues.
It's never happened, but if someone tried to escape, the geese would go crazy. They would get our attention without a doubt.
Roughly 1,200 prisoners live here.
I mean, that they are pretty good security alarm if you get a bunch of geese used to chilling in one place. If they see some weird shit, they do start squawking. Fascist geese. Yeah, they're turning the geese. They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the geese into prison guards, okay? I don't even know how you can do that. I don't know how that shit works, but somehow.
Here in the São Pedro de Alcântara Penitentiary. It's one of about 60 prisons across
I
the state
am
of
going to be on Wix today, no Cal Mike, in about 25 minutes actually. But right now we're enjoying the Brazilian prison geese.
Santa Catarina. It's the only one in the country that uses geese as guard dogs.
The prison switched out guard dogs for geese about 15 years ago. It's never looked back. Coronetti says hounds are a lot of work. They need visits to the vet, training and attention, not these geese.
I love this so much. Panel today,
They're
indeed,
more
indeed.
expensive. They make much more of Arrakis than the dogs, and they have no time off. They
The
are
fact
far
that this man calls the geese his colleagues amazes me.
better prepared than dogs for this job of surveillance.
That's because these are sentinel geese. Guilherme Renzo Rocha Brito is a zoologist at the Federal
Well, yeah, of course
University
they're
of Santa
aggressive as fuck. That's why they're prison guards. That genuinely.
Catarina, who
Yeah,
specializes
guard
in
dogs are a bit
studying
misleading
birds.
because they don't attack their targets. No, their job is
They
to
were
bark.
domesticated and have been used for this purpose for a long time. They are animals that vocally signal any disturbance in the environment.
Yeah, the dog's job isn't to like bite and attack either. It's to bark. Like that.
The geese are not the only line of defense. There are nearly 200 cameras, surveillance.
I think actually that the geese should be the only line of defense. There should just be like 3,000 of them, and if you can escape the 3,000 geese, then you have earned your freedom. You get eggs, security, and a nice Christmas lunch. What a bargain. Honestly, like, yeah. Now, the American coverage of this is insane. So we just watched this from like Turkish regime media, which I'm not a fan of. But, I mean, like, they opened it with a pun, right? There's no honking matter.
Of the geese. This is no honking matter. At this prison, these little guys live in this grassy area along the perimeter wall. They are the first line of defense
breaking
against
out.
jailbreaks. Marcos Coronetti has worked with the geese here for more than a decade. He calls them his colleagues.
It's never happened, but if someone tried to escape, the geese
So, like, yeah. Now we look at the American coverage of this, though, and it's so sad and bland and just boring, meaningless bullshit.
Most of us think of dogs as guard animals, but
Okay,
a prison
first
in
of all,
Brazil
like,
has
you look filled with, like, this woman is filled with such contempt. I can see it in her face. She's like, this is such a stupid story. Thinking about, like, stupid Brazilians. Why the fuck won't you just use dogs? This is like Christy Nome's sister or some shit.
Most of us think of dogs as guard animals, but a prison in Brazil has discovered another animal can also provide a good level of security. Manuel Bojorquez has the story.
Far from Brazil's famous beaches, in its rural south, lies the town of São Pedro de Alcântara, where security at this prison, you could say,
Republican
gone to
makeup
the
a little bit?
birds.
Kinda, yeah. Maybe it's that.
These geese patrol the fence perimeter between the prison yard and the outer walls.
Look how much,
Prison
like,
guard Marcos
worse this sounds. It just sounds boring. Not like, where's the joy? I don't know. Rural South is super hyper fascist territory. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Like back in the misogyny days when women should only cover swimsuit stories. Like, we're unironically going back to that too. Like, they want that. They want women to have no jobs, Wet Camera Inc. That's like an open part of the plan that they have written down. Incarceration is huge business in America. You don't mess. This isn't America. This is Brazil, and this would make. I mean, like, the whole reason that incarceration is a giant business in America is because how inefficient the system is. And so, yeah, making the system work better would actually cost less money, which would make them less money. I don't know. It's a byproduct of the state privatizing law enforcement and privatizing prisons. If we have to pay for the beds there, then yeah, their efficiency at their job makes us pay them less, means they get less profit, and so the private prison is incentivized to not actually be efficient in any way. Whereas a prison that's owned by the state, yeah, no, they're trying to make sure that, like, this costs as little as possible, everyone's safe. You can't make jokes about geese if they're not there. I mean, like, all I'm thinking about is Orange is the New Black and the chicken. and the joy that just that chicken brings, but also this is a functional use. I don't know.
Coronetti
It's just so
invited us to
sad.
take a gander.
How many geese are we talking about?
There's 9.
9.
9 geese.
There's no
He says back in
creativity.
2009, when they had to retire their guard dogs, another prison
What's up,
guard
Shard? Thank you for the sub. Justice for the Pope. Can you believe that JD Vance not only yesterday went and personally killed the Pope, but today might have started the India-Pakistan war? I'm not kidding. What are we gonna do with this man? He killed the Pope yesterday, and then he goes to India today. He meets with Modi, and then, like, India and Pakistan are about to fucking go to war. Let me see if there's any news on that. Just this morning, it was, I mean, we know that most Indians in India are incredibly racist, even to, like, just themselves, but also especially to Pakistanis. And so there was an attack shortly after the meeting between like Vance and Modi. I'm looking for a good video on it. And following that meeting, that attack on civilians killed like 34 people. It was a really bad attack. And now every single person in India wants to go to war. It's kind of wild. I mean, here we go. What's up with, what does the Bible say we're supposed to do with the Antichrist? I mean, you're supposed to wait till Jesus comes and kills him, but then, like, that doesn't help you. I don't think he killed the Pope. I think Francis died from... No, J.D. Vance, who is actually Hillary Clinton in a skin suit, killed the Pope with his bare hands. This woman works for the CIA and knows exactly what's going on. She's connected to Pine Gap. Exactly. You should believe what I say. I'm out here giving you classified info. Pete Hegseth made it okay, you know? So, like, I'm allowed to just give you classified info. I always figured the Antichrist would be more handsome. It does make sense that he's couch sexual. Motherfucker isn't even human.
At least 26 people have been killed in Indian-administered Kashmir after government opened fire on tourists in the holiday town of Pahalgam. It is the worst killing of civilians on Indian soil since the 2008 Mumbai attacks.
It was a bad attack. But this happened like immediately after J.D. Vance saw Modi. And again, he killed the Pope. Did he do this? Did we do this? How do we know? Like, yes, it's a region that definitely does have some instability. But the thing is, both India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. And both of these countries fucking hate each other. The motive goes back like decades. Like this is blood feud going back a while. I mean, before partition even probably. But take that, right? Take two nuclear armed states. We know that America is very closely connected with India. We have security like relations that we're trying to build up there, especially because India doesn't like China. It's a nationalist feuding thing. Yeah.
Delhi has accused Pakistani militants of being behind the killings, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi vowing to bring the perpetrators to justice, saying their evil agenda will never succeed.
I mean,
an exodus of tourists from Kashmir.
No.
After deadly separatist violence rocked the town of Pahalgam.
It's not like an uncommon place.
My client told me they heard one gunshot and they started running. Some people were running barefoot and some were on ponies.
I love when hyper-religious countries have nukes, yeah.
Some of the injured are believed to be in critical condition. The attack shattered the relative calm in the scenic region, known for its snow
after India ethnically cleansed this place, then yeah, of course, that is why now that there is terrorist attacks. But it's been a while since there was any like thing happening in this region at all. It's now like a tourist region. The world's going to shit, all right? I saw a Serbian in Serbia saying make Kosovo Serbia again, like holding a sign. I was like, we're going back to like every war in history and we're just gonna redo all of them. They just cut the internet and declared martial law over it. What a shame. Kashmir is awesome. Well, the thing is, like, Kashmir will be fine now. They're not going to continue into a war there. At least I don't think so. I think that this is just people adjusting, right? We're going through a massive shift in our social, political, economic relations. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. World War III confirmed? Not quite yet. Listen, we're in a time where, whether you are consciously aware of it or not, the systems that you engage with every day, the country that you live in, the countries around you, allies, security partnerships, economic, socio-political, psychological, technological, all of these are shifting rapidly. And it's going to take a minute for people to adjust to the new reality that we have put ourselves in. And so not making sense is something that makes sense. Having old wounds that are reopened because you have nowhere else to focus that pain, that shit makes sense. So yes, it is absolutely possible. And at the same time, it's really easy to just dissociate from it all, which it seems like a lot of people are going in the direction in, and that specifically worries me more than most things. I don't know. Now, where have I seen that playbook before? It's not specifically a, you know, a secret one. India cut the internet over a year ago to the disputed province of Kashmir before they ethnically cleansed the Muslims. Is it time to go on Wik? In like 15. You guys want a sneak preview rather of what I will be talking about? Shard, I gotta say, I fucking love Obsidian, and I might have a problem, because I just think like this now. This is just how I think now. So the panel today is on whether the United States is doomed. Are we cooked? Is America cooked? And this is like my third day ever on Obsidian. I've never used anything like this before. I'm loving this fucking tool. So anyway, is America cooked? I think yes, America is cooked, but I don't think that Americans are cooked. Y'all will survive. And that's going to be my argument. Whereas, you know, I figure from the color scheme, you can kind of tell positives and negatives. I'm not going to give you too much spoilers. We'll go more into detail on this after the panel if I don't touch on all of this. But I mean, there's so much that I just didn't have time to add into here. That's my main issue with using this, because every time I'm using Obsidian, I'm trying to make these charts, and I take so much time of just reading info, typing this out, this, that, and the other thing, figuring out where it goes, that I just run out of time. I run out of time. But so that is kind of my strat for the day. Well, America as like a world order is definitely done. What Rise from the Ashes kind of up in the air, and that's kind of the main point there. Yeah, it's the hegemony's gone, the respect around the globe is gone, the idea of what people think when they think of America is gone. But in times like this, it's like, this is not the first empire collapse, right? That you people absolutely can survive, even thrive, following like the collapse of the empire. Who the hell is Pepe Silvia or Slivia? I don't know who that is. I'm worried about food short term, but eventually people should revolt. So food wise, like I've put out some ideas for you guys there, but yeah, there's not much you can do. There's literally it takes time for food to grow out of the ground. And if you can't afford food, it's kind of, you have to make it. Work with people in your community. Community support systems is going to be huge, actually. And we did this, by the way. During the Great Depression, like, we had barter operations, co-ops that were just communities where people would live. Oh, like over 100 of them, 200 of them, all around the country. I can't exactly like remember what they were called, but these were places where during the Great Depression, you basically had small socialism. The chap streams teaching me to garden. Base, go follow the chap. Actually, go follow the chap, actually. I want to have him on stream at some point next week, too. So far, I'm trying to get Ditso on here so we can talk about Perón and Pinochet. I want Wick to come on to this stream so I can talk to him about emotional regulation. And I want Zach back up here. But, like, again, we can survive an economic collapse as well. Food-wise, bartering, good system to lean into. I mean, after like the USSR fell, that's what the Russians did for quite a bit of the actual economy, like person to person, because all of their money just got stolen. You sent me a DM, did you, on Discord? Yeah, I would. I'll have a look at that. I wish I could play It's Always Sunny without copyright being an issue. All right, so it looks like they're ready for me to hop in. And I will. Give me 2 minutes. I actually forgot to put a nicotine patch on, so I'm a little jittery. I'm gonna go do that. I still can't tell if I accidentally double dosed my meds today or if I'm just on like one regular one. We'll find out. Fall of Rome is a prime example of people surviving beyond their empire. Exactly. All right, let me hop in to chair right as I'm actually hopping off the chair. All right. Deactivate the camera. I want some tea, Elvaria. That would be awesome. Please and thank you.
Or to China and other nations. And that's ultimately what worries me. So as these other countries continue to build up their industrial bases and as we continue to lose ours, the question is how sustainable is our military might in the long run if other countries actually now have a base where they can create an extremely lethal military based off of that industrial base.
I'm gonna take chat off screen. I didn't realize that we're already in.
Here with us.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I didn't realize that I'm late. Hello, hello, hello. Nice to meet everybody.
Boy, I was late too.
Yeah, it's okay. It's been a day. It's been a day, gang. But we're talking about the downfall of America right now. And if it's happening, how we can prevent it, how we can turn it around, what we can do. There does seem to be mostly consensus that America is in a rough spot right now, right? Mooncake listed a whole host of issues. New York Shade here talked about the loosening industrial base that we have in America and the growing industrial base that other countries are having. How do we fix this, gang? Let's go there first, and I'll give it to you first, Visora, since you're here. So, assuming you agree that America's downfall is in its kind of late stages, is it fixable? Can we turn this around, and how? Go ahead.
So, my view on this is that America as a country, as a government, as a socio-political system, cooked. Like, I mean, so cooked that we are now the overcooked steak of the global dinner party, right? That's not going to come back. But Americans are not cooked. Not entirely. Some of us kind of are. The issue being, to me, is the belief and engagement with reality. If you want Americans to not be cooked, we have to first accept like real things are real and engage with them accordingly. The cognitive dissonance, the inability to regulate emotional discomfort, all of these things are what are the like key between all of the problems that we see and the behaviors that we exhibit that cause them. From school shootings to gulags to like plane crashes, all of that is tied into both the profit motive and the fact that people just don't engage with reality. If you want to fix this, community engagement, go outside, talk to your neighbors, make friends outside, spend more time offline, build community support systems. Like I was just telling my chat, after the USSR fell, the Russians survived by creating like a massive bartering network, basically like a virtual economy to fill the void. During the Great Depression, we had hundreds of co-ops where people lived and shared things. Go build a like community garden, go knock on some doors in your neighborhood and get some money together, find an empty lot, buy it, build some infrastructure to grow some food so you don't starve to death. That is your resistance, and your resilience emotionally is required for it. That's the whole key, is just emotional resilience.
What do we think about that, gang? Saving America through community gardens. Do we think that this is a way forward?
I mean, I think this is just more nostalgia baiting from the left instead of the right.
I personally think.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the having some sort of resilience, like mental resilience, is necessary. That's actually a point I've discussed with a friend recently, because not because I think we need to build community gardens, although I do agree community gardens do slap. I think because we're in a rough time, it's going to get rougher, and frankly, we all have to be able to handle our fit, and not let a lot of the, like Visora pointed out, not let a lot of the misinformation get to us, not just play the team's game,
You
because
just want to be okay, right?
we're all going to be challenged on our political positions. We're literally, all of us are going to be challenged.
Right now, we're all just trying to be okay. We're all just trying to figure out how to live in this new world. You have emotions, right? It's not about the gardens. The gardens isn't the fix.
I just don't know if I agree completely, because there are a lot of people who are spending their time just like going to work, going home, making meals for their family. So like, I agree, there are a lot of people that are online. There are a lot of people who are getting like misled, but I wouldn't say that. I would say that most people just aren't informed. I wouldn't even say that they're all living in some other reality. I would say they're fucking working like 8 to 12 hours a day. They're coming home and they're making food for their kids. They're sleeping, they're waking up, they're doing it again. They get like 2 pieces of news every day. They're not spending.
These are systems that are built to make you like this, to give you that necessity of isolation and escapism. Because all of these people, the ones you described, they don't look at what's going on outside. You're right. They get like an hour a day to relax, and they watch a movie or they play a game. That's the escapism and the isolation. That then leads into the resentment, which.
Hey, I want to give it to Mooncake, and then I want to get to Ivory.
I do think those like points are important. I think community is always important. However, if I like compare it to like 50, 60 years ago, I mean, people were still doing like crazy hours and still investing like in their economy, their military, their social construct, like everything to that point. However, I think the most important thing here is especially America, reinvesting back in education and innovation. And I think that's just where they're losing. I don't think they're paying enough attention to the fact that they're falling quite behind. When it comes to education numbers, health numbers, it's not even comparable to European countries anymore, Asian countries. I forget what number they are now for reading levels. They're quite low.
It's
compared to where they were.
65% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level.
That's not good. You have a major issue there, and I think that's also going to play a big role in America's decline. And I think if you don't hit those points first, you can't build back a proper country, a proper economy. You can't fix these issues.
I don't think you can do that from the top down, though.
This is not an American decline. This is a worldwide decline.
That is a global thing too. Yeah.
This
we'll let Ivory go.
But it's not just like education. It's the fact that the entire world is struggling with globalization and liberalism
And capitalism.
And capitalism, and understanding how all these things intersect, and climate change, and like what is our purpose. The entire world is struggling with this, and America is the one talking about it. America is the one that has we have, like, that's our strength, that we're actually engaged.
Making it worse. Yeah, if you think
it's not
that's
making it worse. Like, you can't. If you don't talk about it, then you can't.
We're actively talking about it in the way that makes it worse.
Literally fucking everything.
Like RFK talks about
Okay. One at a time.
People can talk and say a lot of things, right? They say a lot of shit, but what do they actually
I'm saying
do?
Europeans are not talking about it.
No, they are not talking about climate change right now because they're more worried about getting killed by Russia, which America is helping to do. America at the same time is talking about climate change and then stepping on the gas to make it worse. Then, like, it is always
culture war here.
The culture war is a shadow war for what they're actually doing. It is always why do you always hear about migrants whenever, I don't know, people are having rough economic times? Then nobody gives a shit about migrants when the economy's doing well for the working class. Your wages don't go up, but everyone else had a great economy under Biden. So you think that the economy was shit the last 4 years when it was actually soaring. It's just you didn't feel any of it because you're not already rich.
The economy isn't the thing that makes people happy necessarily.
No, of course not.
There's lots more than materialism, right? I think that is important to people.
Having a good economy can make people happier.
What people focus on.
There's a baseline level of happiness that most Americans already achieve. And it's and we're having the discussion on the culture war is like we're open to it.
What is the culture war now? What is it now? Can you explain that to me? Because
the biggest thing is
happening in this chat right now, brother.
The biggest problem and the biggest driver of polarization is conservatives leaving academia to go and invest in small businesses.
In science.
No, because they went to business. That's where the conservatives went instead of academia. And so it's a mistake to say the conservatives are stupid.
Let Ivory finish, and then Mooncake can ask her question.
Okay.
Are you done, Ivory?
Well, so it's a mistake to think that conservatives are stupid, and I think I also want to reject this idea that just because people can't articulate something or that they're not articulating something does not mean that they're not seeing it. Does not mean that they're not feeling it.
They're stupid.
Beautifully put.
No, but like we were talking earlier about how people are always working, they have no time. I don't think that's true. I think people are seeing and feeling and understanding the culture war, and they're understanding what is their meaning in the world, and they're thinking about that, but they're not thinking with thought.
This is all meaningless bullshit. You think you're thinking, but you're not thinking.
Well,
no,
I know we're going to mooncakes. I just want to clarify my position at some point.
That's fine. Mooncake, go ahead.
No, I just want clarification by what you mean by conservatives are leaving like academia, and the way that conservatives have never really been a large part of academia in the first place. Like I think like 60 years ago, it was maybe at 12% of academia were actually conservatives. I don't know what the number is.
It was at 30%. 30% of professors were conservative in the 80s. And so it's now 10%. Yep. It really wasn't that long ago that conservatives were a big part of academia.
Yeah.
And it mostly happened because we left the gold standard. The economy dramatically improved.
Was the word you're looking for.
Neoliberalism like lifted neoliberalism was fantastic
in the 80s. If unless you're referencing however it was 12% in 1999 down from 27% in 1969. Is that like what we're referencing? I like to be particular on those
points.
You guys want to send it to the chat? Send to the chat.
I'll send it to the chat.
Referencing.
I'll find my reference too real quick.
I can't believe I just heard the words neoliberalism was amazing.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But I mean, just like there's plenty of things that were fantastic. Like, when empires first were established, that was fantastic compared to the alternative.
Heroin, I'm sure that feels fantastic. But
true.
I think that's the comparison.
Every person I know who's tried heroin.
Yeah, that's the comparison.
They all say top tier. Yeah. But don't try it. Sorry, I'm not promoting the use of heroin.
That's my view of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was built by demons like fucking Milton Friedman, who literally built this on torture of people, specifically based on the idea of the free market can only exist if nothing ever is touching any of the market influence, except it never works unless, you know, we put in a Jewish government and, I don't know, start imprisoning people and beating the shit out of protesters. And we've done this in Chile, in Argentina, in Iraq.
Energy, okay?
Like, we've done this.
Wait, that has nothing to do with neoliberalism.
It's literally directly caused by it. Like, it one-to-one. Go read The Shock Doctrine, my guy. It's like a book from 2009. Go read the book.
But how is that caused by neoliberalism, not just imperialism?
Because neoliberalism and do you know what neoliberalism is? Can you define the word for me?
It's using liberal ideas and applying them and applying them with economic theory.
In an imperial fashion. That's like the neoliberal.
No, it's like you can be neoliberal in your own country.
The theory of America exists, does it not? So if you're going to apply anything to an economic theory that already exists, then it would probably have influence from that economic theory, like capitalism.
The entire
like if you're taking liberal ideas and then applying capitalism, you're going to see.
That's what neoliberalism is.
No, neoliberalism is laissez-faire economics.
What I'm saying, though.
It's a laissez-faire economics that was implemented.
And laissez-faire economics really worked in the 80s.
Except it only works when you then also install a dictator government to suppress we did go look up Perón and Pinochet.
We are not government in the 80s?
Yes, we did this in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. We literally did this exact thing.
No, in America.
No, I'm talking about America did this to other countries in South America, and we benefited from it. Do you understand how
we really didn't? It backfired dramatically.
Yet we still be shitting. Okay, so I just want to say, I do think one good thing to recognize at least is, as Americans, I think we all are Americans. I'm making an assumption. As Americans and a Canadian, we actually benefit from living. We are lucky. Okay, there are other places where we could live. There are other nations that don't have it as good. Okay, we have better access to education and healthcare and just general rights than a lot of other places. So before we go down this path of America's falling, like, yes,
we're literally throwing people into gulags.
If you let me finish my fucking point.
No, because you're paying.
I hear you.
You're literally lying. You just said we have easy access to healthcare as Americans. Really?
Is that what I said?
Compared to most of the world?
Access to healthcare than a lot of other countries.
Yeah, that's a literal lie.
And when it comes to, can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and let me finish my fucking
You're
point?
Lying to me. You're lying to these people.
But
you're wrong.
Stop, both of you. Calm down.
I stopped.
Buckaroo, we're gonna take this one at a time. Okay. Let Buckaroo finish, and then once she's finished, I'll let you respond, Visora. Is that cool?
Sure.
That's what we're gonna do. Buckaroo, finish your point, land the plane, then we're gonna go to Visora. Otherwise, we can't hear anyone say anything. Go ahead.
There are tons of complaints I have about America. That's literally what she interrupted me saying. I have tons of complaints about America as it treats its own constituents, as it treats its own citizens and immigrants, and how it treats other countries. Okay, there are issues in America. There are issues with how America treats a lot of other nations. But that does not mean that we're like all living on the streets and that we're all like dying. Like, I hear you when you're making these complaints about what America is doing, but this is actually an issue I have as a leftist with other leftists, that you can't pretend like America isn't serving us in some way. There are a lot of people who benefit from being in America that they could not benefit from in any other nation.
I don't live in America, to be fair.
Okay,
let's give it to Visora.
Okay, well, you're arguing about America.
No, I know.
So.
I'm American, but I'm not living in America. I left the United States in 2018. I live in Australia now, where, you know, it's not... We have our own issues. So, look...
It's little America.
It is little America. Literally, our election is a microcosm of the American election right now. But
Yeah,
what I will
Australians
say,
don't like it when it's
what
cooked.
I will say in regards to America is cooked. Right now, like most people are putting layers of positivity, sanity, and peace, just painting that shit over the internal crash out that's happening every day. All right, 1 in 6 Americans right now believes in QAnon. People do not engage with the fact that your water safety is gone. They put shit in the water. There is metals in the water. Just recently, they found more metals, more radioactive components and shit in the water. American tap water. It's like a extreme sports drink now. On top of that, food safety gone. FDA doesn't care. They're not gonna make your food safe. We can't even sell American grown like farm products to other countries because they're just not safe. Most of them, you know, we do, but like, there's exceptions.
It's really
Things
just
like
about
beef, corn.
regulations aren't inherently.
Let me continue. On top of that,
Sorry,
medicine safety. Medicine safety is out the window. We have no FDA, which means that we have no one checking to see that the drugs are real. For example, we got rid of that for vitamins back in the 80s, and there was no regulation over vitamins, and it resulted in you could go buy multivitamins off a store shelf and they have literally nothing that is advertised in them, and it's not illegal because no one checks. We have like safety. Where's the safety here? We've abolished people's rights already. We've changed the laws. They're ignoring institutions. They're ignoring the Supreme Court. We're kidnapping Americans. Not a single person's been deported because deportation requires a court, a jury, a law, a lawyer. No, we're just kidnapping folks, throwing them into gulags. By the way, where are the women? Because I've seen a lot of the men getting arrested and sent by ICE and, you know, sent to the gulag. Where are the women? I haven't seen any women in the big prisons that we keep them in.
Women do get deported.
No, I know they do. I'm asking, first of all, no one's being deported because deportation means a court. You've done something. We don't have due process.
I do got to get other people in here. There's been other people who want to talk today, and we got to give them a chance. I want to give the mic
anyway.
to. Yeah, you're fine. I want to give the mic. Well, maybe you want to address your points. Oh God. Let's give it to New York Shade, and then we'll give it to Ivory Fool, and then we'll give it to Mooncake. That's the order we're gonna go in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think really we're addressing any of the real underlying material problems that have gotten us to this point. There's this theory I've been thinking about the past couple of days where, you know, there's a study that McKinsey came out with in 2022 that today 36% of all U.S. workers are either contractors, freelancers, or gig economy workers, and we see that as basically a replacement to the offshored industrial jobs that we've had for really decades coming into the modern era. And what that means is that an incredible amount, over a third of Americans, are dealing with extremely unstable, volatile incomes. They have very limited benefits. They don't have access to health care from an employer. They're not building a nest egg through 401ks and pensions. It is just way too volatile. So we came from this era where we had a very strong industrial base where, yeah, people were working for factories, but they were able to build a nest egg. They were able to sustain a household off of one income. And because all of those jobs have offshored, it's essentially eviscerated our middle class. And it's been replaced by this gig economy, which, by the way, is expected to be 50% of all U.S. workers in the next 10 years. That is just way too unstable to really be able to maintain a middle class. And, you know, I think there's a lot of very good arguments for tariffs. I think I'm starting to get some. I'm starting to take some issue with the way Trump is rolling them out. I think it's been exceptionally chaotic and not very streamlined. But this is the deep-rooted problem, in my view, of the current American economy. We need to find a way to get a sustainable middle class back, and this reliance on the gig economy is not sustainable in that sense at all.
Okay, Ivory, what do you got for us? Lots been said. You could jump in wherever, right?
Yeah, I might pass it because I have to like think about how to respond.
Process. That's fine. Mooncake, go ahead.
No, I kind of feel like, oh, sorry, I'm just gonna get his name really quick. New York Shade kind of spoke to kind of what I was saying earlier, just in regard to the economic inequality. And here's the thing: I don't think there's a problem with bringing back manufacturing to America. I would actually promote that. Something that he also mentioned was the tariffs. I think if a lot of people take issue with, only because I think it is doing more harm. But I think you can also preach bringing back manufacturing and that innovation aspect. I think less people now, and it kind of speaks to, this is like another topic, but the cost of living and how it's actually affecting Americans in the long run, is that because there's not many people, I think, creating their own companies, creating like or having R&D, or America kind of contributing to these things, there is that lack where people aren't making as much money as they used to. I kind of tell people all the time, the American dream was great after the Second World War, for I would say like 30 years after that, but then something happened, right? Something happened where there was a breakdown. In my eyes,
neoliberalism.
I don't know. Sorry,
it was neoliberalism. Is the answer? Sorry, I meant to mute my mic and I misclicked to that.
No, I don't. Yeah,
I can explain it if you want.
No, at least in my eyes, I would say it comes down to the billionaire class. The idea that you can kind of use workers how you want, abuse them how you want, and also, I'm just gonna say, making money through, honestly, no, still billionaires, but any means possible. So that kind of comes down to landlords. It comes down to jobs where you don't have to do much to make that money, if that makes sense. So you're not really investing into the actual market. I don't know another way to put that.
The service economy, like streaming, perhaps?
No,
like rent seeking.
no.
Can I just?
Yeah,
Just
but
not
like
rent
for example, if you have one millionaire who buys 10 properties, and then, oh great, they're making money off those 10 properties, but how are you actually contributing to the economy? That's not like a company where you're creating real jobs. You're just making money for yourself. So
Yeah,
I think that's where I kind of take it.
CEOs
we measure job creation.
No,
that's
not a job though. CEOs don't actually produce
No,
any value.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying that's a job, but I'm saying you can't point to one example and say that's what's happening everywhere. Like we
I
measure
think that's
job
part of the
creation.
issue. I'm saying that's also a big part of the issue. Is what I'm saying, especially with cost of living and people not having money anymore. Like for example, to like rent places. I think in some places, I'm just going to use New York as obviously it's a
disposable income has been going up.
crazy example.
Hold on, I have a stat I want to throw in here really quickly.
In the middle class.
General,
I think.
Yeah.
General stat.
I personally think
40 to 60% of homeless people are employed. I just want everyone to know that right off the bat in America.
Yeah, we know that. So a part of my issue with this
there's
discussion,
also like very few homeless people in America.
There's literally like 700,000.
I think Ivory is making some really good points. Like as much as we want to talk about all the ways that Americans aren't being supported and like don't have enough money, I do think we live in a nation of convenience. We live in a nation of comfort. We have access, like he said, to disposable income. We have access to food and water that a lot of other nations don't. Now, to be clear, that's not true for every single American. And I think that is really the biggest issue to me is the economic inequality, because people like us, all of us have, fucking computers that we can interact with. We have the time in our day to sit down and have a debate online. Okay. That I would argue already proves that all of us are in a well enough position to recognize that there are benefits from living in America that I personally might not have if I lived in, let's say, Palestine, where people are actually dying and starving and don't have access to water or food. So I think it is. I think it is important.
I swear to God, if we turn this into
no, we're not. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just by asking.
Well, look, Visora, I'm not talking about who's good and bad, and like whether there are tons of issues that connect. I mean, but it feels like every time somebody's like, "Well, Americans have this," you're like, "No,
Americans are coddled and treated right."
Don't have that.
You're like Americans are coddled.
They are. And why are they coddled? Because they live in such a great nation that affords them so many conveniences and comforts above other places. Great nation.
No, it's because the media tells you
what does Americans being coddled mean? I don't understand.
As in, you've never suffered enough that you can't understand and conceptualize what the rest of the world is looking at and seeing in America right now.
Weren't you literally just talking about how many homeless people there are in America? Yeah. Weren't you literally just jaw-dropped at him saying that there aren't as many homeless people in America as there are other places, and now you're saying that actually Americans aren't suffering enough?
Yes, Americans are not suffering enough, but there is a group of people that are suffering. Do you hear yourself? Are you even fucking thinking?
Coming out of my mouth?
Guys, Guys, pay attention.
Did you
Pay
hear
the
what
fuck
I said
attention.
5 minutes
We
ago?
are literally killing people. We have no government. We have no laws to protect you. No, I'm not listening to you because you are just so stupid.
You are literally saying what I just said. I just talked about how economic inequality is the problem.
I agree with you.
People starving on the streets is a problem.
I agree with you, but you can't connect that to the next step.
You just called me stupid.
You are stupid because you can't connect it to the next step. Why can't you connect it? Yes, we have benefits from.
We're talking about America, you dumb bitch.
I am talking about America. I'm literally talking. Why do you have to be so angry and rage at this? I'm talking about America. You laid out exactly what the economic issues are and how to connect them to the other issues that are causing them. You are being directed to pay attention at one specific thing.
Ears, I swear to God, if you hear any fucking words out of my mouth, you would know that I just said this.
All right, I muted her. Thank God. That's much better. Much better. I need you to understand right now that yes, we have these economic issues. Yes, other places have it worse, but we are making these economic issues. We are manufacturing them on purpose. We are causing economic downturn everywhere else in the world. We are causing climate change to get worse everywhere else in the world. We are talking about invading foreign countries. We are starting beef with countries that we haven't had beef with. We are destroying global allies.
That's not neoliberalism doing that though.
No, neoliberalism is dead.
Real quick, I have to. Okay, look. Okay, I understand that you guys have heat, and I don't know what's going on right now. I'm not sure why you're fighting exactly, but we can't have panelists muting each other. We can't just do that. It makes it really hard to have a conversation, and I do want to have a conversation, right?
Honestly, Wick, I might just be out right now. Like, this conversation is not hitting the vibes for me.
It's not hitting the. Okay. Oh my God.
I'm not mad or anything. It's just I don't know that I can engage in this without getting mad.
Okay. I want to give all of you. I want to give the mic to someone else for a minute. Maybe get us back on track. Okay. I don't know. You guys like oil and fucking water. I don't know why. Let's give it to Mooncake. She's been trying to get in. Mooncake, use your sweet personality and save us.
I don't know what to say. Well, my response initially, because I'm sorry, I did check out a little bit there just because I didn't exactly know what was happening. But when Ivory mentioned the thing regarding that people have more disposable income, I don't think that will take away from the fact that people are still feeling like the economic pressures. So even though you still have more disposable income, I think we still have to acknowledge the rising costs in the market that we're seeing. So people are still being affected quite a bit regarding, like I said, rental increases, price of groceries, childcare, for example, things of that nature. So I don't know what you're trying to say there.
So, I mean, you were saying that like it's because of billionaires that things are bad. I want to know more about what you mean because I don't think your position is quite so, like I think your position is more nuanced, right? So,
I guess what I mean when I say that like billionaires have taken a toll, I just mean regarding the the impact on workers. So for example, outsourcing work now to foreign countries where they know they can get a lot of cheap labor instead of like keeping that also in America, not paying people what they should probably be paid in America as well. They're keeping people at a certain level while they still make a shit ton of money. And billionaires, honestly, they can create more jobs, which is great, right? Invest in more companies.
Yeah, they've created more jobs and increased people's income. Increase their quality of life.
I don't know if I'd say increase their quality of life, because if you're also not paying somebody enough, how are you increasing their quality of life when like costs are still rising? So I think like some Amazon workers,
it's adjusted for inflation that real disposable income is going up.
But it doesn't
so is debt.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Debt is also still increasing. I think that has a big impact regarding the disposable income. So either way, I don't think we can just look at disposable income and be like, oh, well, they're making more money, when we have to consider other factors.
Wait, disposable income isn't Well, because
it's not rent.
That's what you get. That's what you get to pay after you've handled all of your debts and rents and stuff like that.
I don't think that's true.
No. That's just your fixed expenses. But if you think about variable expenses, yeah, I think that's just fixed expenses. But I could.
Well, it's also a lot of people just like aren't very good at handling their debt in the first place. Most people are just paying like the lowest payment they can. They're not actually paying off their debt in the first place. That's why so many people are in debt for so long and why they have like so much money that they owe to these places. Partially because they can't afford the debt,
Okay, just for my panels, for the panel's edification, the definition of disposable income, at least through the Oxford Dictionary, is this. It's the income remaining after deduction of taxes and other mandatory charges available to be spent or saved as one wishes.
So fixed expenses, basically. So what you're going to pay per month.
I don't think anybody's been able to contend with the point that I've been making from the very beginning, is that if more workers were exposed to the equity market. I mean, like, how do billionaires get rich and continue to get richer? It's because of exposure to equity markets. And what I said from the very beginning is that nearly 50% of all U.S. workers have zero exposure to the equity markets, and they have no retirement plans, no 401ks, no pensions. If they have exposure to the equity markets, they get more wealthy alongside the billionaires. And again, all of these jobs that were in our industrial base that have since been offshored have been replaced by these contract freelancing gig economy jobs that do not require provide any benefits, any pensions, any exposure to the equity markets
or workers' rights.
Or workers' rights. I agree with that. And that is what is hollowing out the middle class. There needs to be a reversion back to stability of people working for companies for a very long time on a stable wage that increases slightly over time, where the companies are matching a 401k contribution and letting these workers expose themselves to the equity markets, which are making the billionaires rich to begin with. The billionaire problem isn't a problem as long as the workers have this a similar amount of exposure.
Wait, why is gig economy and workers investing in the stock market mutually exclusive? That doesn't seem to follow.
What do you mean?
Like, if there's a worker working in a gig economy, that they can invest their extra income into the stock market.
But they don't.
Well, wasn't the part of it
that's not because they're in a gig economy, that's because of something else.
Hold on, Buckaroo. I want to give a chance to Visora to get back in here.
I was just going to say, like, equity market exposure is not what's going to save us. I think billionaires alone should just be illegal. I don't think you should be. I think, first of all, I think it makes you mentally ill after you gain that much money. But secondly, I don't think it should be legal to be a billionaire, period. I think if you want to fix the middle class, you're not going to get that. Not in the next 4 years, not in the next 8. You want to know what the current plan is for the manufacturing jobs that are being brought back? It's to give them to robots. They're going to replace all of your jobs with robots.
Not completely. There are some manufacturing jobs that can't be replaced by robots.
Now, but
there are tons of them that can't.
For now, but as you build more robotics and as we research it, exponentially gets better. And so within 5 years, more of your jobs will be replaced by robots. This is what we've seen in every technological advancement. It's pretty close with AI as well. They're really trying hard for AGI. But I mean, software developers are. My point is that you're not going to make any of these changes that you're talking about because you're trying to work in a system that is still trying to fuck you. Like, the system currently right now is trying to fuck you, and you're expecting it to do something nice.
I will disagree, though, with I don't think making billionaires illegal is going to help in the long term. I think if we're talking about real impact, I would think raising taxes on the billionaire class is the best way to go about it, because I don't think people are going to go with just making it illegal, because that's going to, that's crazy. But having like a sort of wealth tax, for example, in Canada, there is a wealth tax. When you do make a certain amount of money, we do wealth tax on if you purchase a certain car, like over $250,000. So I think increasing a wealth tax and distributing that to
Canada is a great example of a shining economy right now.
You got to be able to be empowered.
Didn't we already all agree that materialism isn't a viable philosophy for society moving forward, right?
Yes.
We all agree on that.
This is why I personally think what we need to do is to support the most vulnerable communities in America. I think that is the first step to actually making America a great nation, is actually giving a fuck about all of the Americans, not just the ones who make the most money. So I think
what does giving a fuck about mean? Does that mean their material conditions?
It means empathy.
So I think one of the best ways to resolve this would to be target things like homelessness, target things like food insecurity, target. I actually liked the point, I believe Mooncakes made it, about education. I think the education system is easily one of the most useful tools that we are basically just hanging out to dry. We're not considering it, you know. This is
To what end?
To what end? I think it can give people skills that they can use in their future lives. I think it gives them, you know, workable skills, and it also gives them life skills. I believe. I mean,
like that sounds like you're pointing to people making a good income and having good material conditions. But we can't. We have to square away the fact that we all agree that materialism is not a viable philosophy forward.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't want to go down the. I have like so many obnoxious opinions about education. I could honestly go on for hours upon hours. So I don't want to dive too deeply into it. Yeah, but just I think there are systems in place now that we could utilize to our benefit that we don't. And I also think if we sought out supporting the most vulnerable communities in America, that we would see everybody benefit from this.
But if it's all only to increase people's material conditions, then we're not solving the underlying problem that we've all agreed upon.
Well, I believe a part of the issue is the extreme economic inequality.
Yeah, I do want to address this because Ivory, you've said this a couple times, and I don't know if I agree with you. You've said a couple times that materialism won't save us. Materialism won't get us out of this. Materialism isn't what we need to concentrate on. And I think that materialism, while it cannot be the only solution, I think that a society that has more material generally does better than one that has less. So a society that has access to its citizens, or where its citizens has access to more stuff, more purchasing power, more free time, more all of this stuff,
Wick,
is a thing we need to get to, or a thing we need to increase. Do you disagree?
Here's the thing, though. Like,
we're doing the
we
opposite.
can increase our material conditions all we want. We need, like, if we want to build the society of the future, we need that there is a different philosophy that will exist that isn't materialistic, right? Because it's like materialism is what we have optimized. We've optimized our society around materialism, and clearly it has caused people to feel that something is missing.
You're trying to go towards humanism, right?
This is why.
No.
Well, so this is a part of why I'm not really trying to talk about like materialism as in like owning fancy things. I'm talking about materialism as in like there are homeless people who don't have a place to live. They need a place to live. There are people who don't have access, like ready access to the foods that most, I would say, the average American has access to. They deserve that access.
I want to add to that just really quickly. Hold on, let me add really quick. Let me add into her point really quickly.
This is part of why I'm saying I believe the reduction, like this will reduce income inequality if we at least bring up the standard of living for the average American, which we can afford.
We could do it so easily.
That you feel like don't have access to.
Listen, the Ivory Fool. We could make money doing this. There are more empty, vacant houses in the U.S. than there are homeless people. If you give
what I'm saying is, like,
if you
making
just
money is not
gave
the
it
goal.
to, no, I'm not saying making money is the goal. The goal is to improve people's lives. The making money is an added benefit. If you gave them free houses,
Wait, how are you improving their lives?
Because you took homeless people and you gave them a free house.
No. Well, okay, I mean, but you're also talking about like
they'll just become
we're talking about like the people that are
that's not what
raging
happens
against society that feel like they've been left behind, and lots of those people have houses, they have food security, they have.
Yeah, that's
like,
about individualism. It's because the average American thinks everyone outside the walls of their house is a demon who wants to kill them. Like my house is my castle.
So let's talk about something that isn't materialism. Let's talk about like a philosophy. Like what is the philosophy of the future?
I did.
Okay, I have to say, I think it's ridiculous to refer to housing homeless people as materialism. Okay,
I do too. I agree.
We need to find a line of what we actually think is materialism and what we think is just giving you the necessities to live.
I agree with you. The reason why I'm saying it's kind of materialism is because like, you're using an extreme example, right? Because like I think the majority, like when you were talking about how people go to work and they have no time to do anything. Like when you're talking about people go to work, have no time to do anything, and then they're not informed and things like that. Like those people have home security, they have a job, and they have they have food security, and yet they feel deeply unsatisfied with their life.
Can I ask you all
to
a
the point
question?
that they're willing to just throw the entire U.S. system into chaos, and they're willing to buck due process and
Can I just ask one
what we see
question
as due process
to everybody here? If you were a billionaire and it's 2008, you watched the financial crisis happen, people on the streets are mad, we have Occupy Wall Street going on, right? You are the capital class. Like, you're not just a billionaire, you're like deep state billionaire. What would you do to make it more difficult for them to take your money? Well, you would make it more expensive to live. You would make it so they have to work longer hours. You would have to make it so that they are much more stressed. You would have to, build the economic system where the material conditions
do you have any evidence that happened?
Yes, I do, because we live in those material conditions that did not exist
there's
20 years ago.
There's other reasons why those things might happen, right? Like recovering from a recession might cause all those things.
All of that is caused by capital. Capital is.
But that's not like individuals conspiring to make people's lives harder.
No, they're not. Okay. They're conspiring to take the things that are happening and to spin them in a way that they can steal from you. It's not like they're not making the issues.
So you're saying there's a conspiracy?
No.
There's an intentional.
The conspiracy happens after.
Is there any intentionality? But
no, they did. They did take advantage. Billionaires did take advantage of the 2008 crash. They did because they were able to buy assets at much lower prices.
We do this every recession.
Of that crash.
Recessions and depressions are good for the capitalist class.
This is not to make people less wealthy. This is just to make themselves more wealthy.
Yes, that's the whole plan.
Yeah, but two things can be true at once.
1933, there was the business plot where J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Remington Arms, they tried to coup FDR.
More wealthy that billionaires wouldn't.
They literally tried to do fascism in the 30s.
Don't need to be the enemy. Like they're not trying to make people less well off.
I'm sorry. This is children talk for me. I'm out. Like,
I mean, I agree.
I can't do that. Fuck that. That literal children, like, genuinely have no concept of what's going on. I can't do it. Oh shit, hold on, my camera's still fucked. 1 second. I can't. That was the worst thing that I've ever had to experience. It was kind of unfair. Top Middle was chill. I liked her. Yeah, Mooncake was nice. I liked her. Not the rest of them. That was insanity. Okay. I will DM her, actually. These are people who just do not understand reality. Like, that was liberalism at its absolute most painful. Hold on, I'm just messaging Mooncake real quick. Say unhinged things in a calm library voice. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what, like, he gave me some uncanny valley feelings. I don't know. There are not that many homeless people is what he said at one point. Like, no, that's what I mean. Like, where does he think money comes from? I think that the rich, the capital class, have actually genuinely forgotten where money comes from. That your labor is used. He said that like a lot of homeless people have houses. I don't think that's exactly what he said, but like, yeah, functionally that is what he said. Guys, billionaires aren't all bad. And like, that's over, but like, honestly, be glad that that's over, because that was painful. That was actually horrible. We have more fun stuff to watch instead anyway. The lady on the top left was in full taking off all my rings for a fight mode. Yeah, because she was a liberal that got mad at me for saying that she was missing the deeper point, as liberals often do. It is genuinely, like, useful to, like, I should have stayed in that debate, to be honest. If I'm talking about what my solution actually would be, which is emotional regulation, I probably should have stayed in this debate. But I mean, like, they were it's the common problem of I'm too smart that they can't understand me. But I'm sorry if this debate is largely useless. You're not wrong. the more leftists I get, the more infuriating liberals are. Yeah, like I try not to get mad about liberals, but I mean, like this right here is already missing most of the picture, and they are zoomed into it like maybe right here. Like this is all they see. This is all that is happening in the world. That's it. Whereas like there's all of this, and then there's all of what would also be on that if I had the time. I only heard the last exchange and I'm mad. Honestly, like it didn't make me mad. It made me disappointed. I just felt sad. Like, really? Okay, this is where we are? That's it? What is that app? It's called Obsidian. All right. So let me pull some stuff up for a couple segments. You know, I got lots of stuff that we can go through. I do have actual news today as well. Oh, we should probably start off by finishing the video that we were watching last time on Snow Crash and some of the plans of the wealthy and what they want to do in this world. So let's have a look. So last time we covered, I don't know, like the early aspects of this, the people like Thiel, Zuckerberg, Yarvin, and all of them who read and write their own little cyberpunk dystopian fiction novels and played their video games, and they're basing the reality that they're building for companies off of them. Just to get like a little bit of a recap, because we are at the beginning of a section, let's jump to about here.
As one would expect of political systems that sought to redistribute power and wealth to them. However, in his book Capital and Ideology, 2019,
I'll bring chat back as well.
Economist Thomas Piketty discusses how, over the course of the late 20th century, and particularly since the dawn of the neoliberal era around 1980...
Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot about that. Like, they didn't know what neoliberalism is. They probably couldn't define liberalism alone. I tried to explain how America was exploiting South America, and then, nope, instantly, they're like, what are you talking about? These are children.
The poor and uneducated tended to abandon leftism, and left-leaning parties became dominated by what he terms the Brahmin left, but is essentially the
I couldn't see chat, Dan.
Class.
I'm sure that you wrote some
this Brahmin left,
very angry stuff.
Turn, being made up of the well-off and educated, were vulnerable to the logic of neoliberalism and its economic models that overturned the Keynesian order that had created the prosperity of the previous 30 years, and instead reduced everything to markets and incentives.
And that's where we allowed that to happen.
Thus, America got Bill Clinton, Barack Obama...
Well, yeah, Headless Chicken. After that debate, I'm definitely shitting on lefties a little bit. J.S. Visora, you seem like a lovely lady. Keep away from the political BS. Life is short and you're not being rewarded for it or paid a wage. Politics is what I like to do, and if you want to reward me or pay me a wage for it, you can drop a donation, because this is my job.
Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and so on, while Britain got figures like Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, and Keir Starmer.
So guys, drop a like on the YouTube stream, please, and a follow.
Imagine more than a token resistance to entrenched wealth and power.
Yeah, because the left likes to think, you know? That's why I don't call myself a leftist. To be fair, I do call myself a leftist, and I would consider you a leftist too. I would consider most progressive Democrats a leftist. You say you're a Marxist-Leninist, and that makes it at least very clear. I am, I can't even thank you for it. Oh, it's okay. I can, you know, accept the thank you. You don't need to do anything. I wrote this neoliberalism, the Nixon, Bill Clinton era. Basically, yeah. I alternate between progressive and on the left. I do tend to make it specific as well. Libertarian socialist is just a thing that's really annoying to deal with, because when I say that, first of all, then nobody knows what libertarianism is. Didn't see the debate. I'm a lib. I'm back on another day. I left that debate because it was too bad. It was too brain dead. You would have hated it too. Believe me, you would have been on my side there. You need to have that specificity, but that specificity has to also not be something that confuses even more so, you know? Because if I go in as leftist and a liberal goes as a leftist, then we look the same. Yeah, look, I don't like being put in the same category with them, so we really do need to separate a bit more. Because I am hearing more and more the extreme liberals, even calling like leftist liberals.
Points out this trend wasn't limited to one country, but happened throughout the West, both in places with serious internal ethnic conflicts and ones without, though those with internal ethnic conflicts had them inevitably used by the right to shore up their
I tried to
power
make this point
as the
during
right.
the debate of like, why do we only ever hear about migrants and I don't know, stuff like that when they need something to scapegoat, and we don't hear about this problem any other time because there is no problem any other time. As normally all these terms go in one ear and out the other. I do know that, and honestly, this part's boring. What I want you to understand is really, actually, I feel like just to get a basis again, because some of you may not have been here for this, understand, like, this is the new government.
It's one thing to criticize.
These are the people who run it. These are the tech bros. This is from Palantir. So I meant lib versus progressive. Like, none of that shit matters, all right? You're either a fascist or you're not. You're either a demon, a zombie, a ghoul, a lich, or you're a monster hunter. These are the people that are the demons.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very
It's
best
top
in the
v
world.
bottom, exactly.
And when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Check out Palantir shares surging 22% after the company cited a boom in demand for its AI software from the U.S. government.
Silicon Valley tech industry was growing fast and making people in a once obscure industry very, very rich. Very
simple,
very
but not
quickly.
wrong at all.
Like the
That's
founders
true,
and
yeah.
executives at PayPal, known as the PayPal Mafia. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, and Peter Thiel. When PayPal
again, so like this is the new deep state. And all of these people, as well as all of the other like Silicon Valley billionaires included in this video, like Mark Zuckerberg, Curtis Yarvin, Bezos, they all really loved sci-fi, fantasy, dystopian, like future
Battle of the
novels.
elites has
And
been
they're
keeping
applying
them
that
down.
to life.
One interesting thing about the Battle of the Elites is that it's mirrored in the corporate world as well. In How Will Capitalism End?, I talked about how the PMC are currently themselves being either impoverished or replaced by technology at one end, or sucked up into the ownership class by stock options on the other. And yet there's still a fight going on constantly between the shareholders who own businesses and the executives and upper management who run them. I once read a book by a former mutual fund manager.
The point,
hilariously...
actually, maybe this this wasn't the best section to start off with. I don't know. Look, they want some weird anarcho-capitalist libertarian bullshit. They are demons. They literally are demons and hate you.
Question whether he's read a history book.
Here's fucking Yarvin again.
What he's talking about. But he doesn't at all. The era of absolute monarchies was riven by horrifically violent and unending wars of succession, which is why the American media likes to wax so poetic about our usually peaceful transfers of power. He'll say things
All
like,
gone. All of
nothing
that's
like
gone.
Stalinism, for example, is recorded in the history of the European autocratic era. Why? Because Stalin had to murder to stay in power. Which makes me question whether he's read a history book in his damn life. Stalin actually suppressed Eisenstein's second classic film about Ivan the Terrible and forbid the planned third installment because he felt that there were too many unflattering parallels between himself and the Mad Tsar.
This is our reality. And you know what? I have something better. Because these people really, more than anything else, you know what they want to do? They want to waste your time.
Become accepted as normal. So, do you see why I was worried about that now? Do you see what I meant about all that stuff I said? Got it in one, I'd say. That's the stuff that happened. Like all burdened with the gift of foresight, I watched helplessly as the world I envisioned came to pass.
See it.
But I'm not here to assign blame. Today, anyway. I'm not here to gloat. I have nothing to gloat about because despite being correct, as usual, I didn't convince anyone. I was scorned and hated then, just as I am now. So now what, right? Like the fascists are everywhere under...
All before the election, I said all of this shit. I showed all of this shit. I said exactly what was going to happen. And up until now, broadly, I have been correct on what's going to happen. Did it change anything? Sure, change some of your lives, I'm sure. Maybe a couple here and there. But in the grand scheme of things, no. Because
every rock controlling every website, seizing or just
honestly,
being handed power.
Covering them is doing work for them half the time. That's why I've shifted away from just covering the news every day and talking more about things like your brain function, your mental health, your like psychological view of the world, because this is wasting their time, wasting your time, and helping them.
Doesn't make sense as a strategy anymore. You can't deny them a platform. They already have all of the platforms, but you still can't treat their murderous ideology and resultant murderous actions as though they are normal, something to be expected or worse, tolerated. They're not normal. They're what social scientists call fucked up Nazi bullshit. So how do we speak back to fascism without giving fascists the attention and legitimacy they want? That's the question I've set for myself today. And make no mistake, it is a small potatoes question in the grand scheme of anti-fascist resistance. The real work is obviously community support, civil disobedience, armed resistance, and a bunch of boring care work that nobody
wow, that's a quiet little
thinks about. But I can't help you with that. I'm a moron. But that means I know how morons think. And in the war against morons, I'm your secret weapon, your moron on the inside. You see, I do have a very broad answer to the question I posed, that stuff I just said about how we talk back to fascism without giving them legitimacy. But before I can
peaceful armed resistance. Guys, it's not like, first of all, you still have the Second Amendment, right? You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to buy a gun. You are allowed to organize a community group that all have guns. That's job is to patrol the community and make sure that everyone is safe in said community. That's a job. Now, if you're gonna use the gun, then things change a little bit. And to be fair, I can't say you should use the gun. But if you did, and it was in self-defense, that would be better than not buying a computer first where I can still hop out and where I can then buy myself a gun. Good. If you don't have a gun, learn how to use one. Go to the go join the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. Wouldn't it be constitutional? Look, again, the rule of law right now is kind of like pirate rules. Whoever has the situational upper hand wins. So I guess, I don't know, if there are white supremacist armed militias in your city and you chase them out with your armed non-white supremacist militias without shooting them, that's great. If you have to fire some shots, well, then the law is going to get involved, and that's going to be trying to be adjudicated, and they're going to try and make it look as bad as possible on you, not on them. And so you kind of have to keep that in mind. Cincy, it was a suburb of the city. I forgot. Cincinnati, yeah.
Explain it to you, we have to lay some groundwork.
Lots of cool
we have
things
to
there.
understand how fascists argue and how come they do it that way. I genuinely don't think most people understand either, and that fact, if not corrected, might kill us all, so it's kind of important. Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely need to understand before we can proceed. They're losers.
They are.
Each
They're also
and every
evil.
one of them. It is a loser movement.
This is 100% true. The entirety of fascism is built on insecurity, loserdom, sexual insecurity as well. But I want you to know on top of that, they're also just evil. Like, you can just put them in the evil category and then leave it there. You don't need to pay more. Like, you don't need to care how they feel. They're demons. I want them to suffer.
Movement for losers by losers. Firstly, like literally, fascism inevitably and invariably self-destructs. It is not designed to win, and when it does, by happenstance, it doesn't win for very long. They are always at one another's throats, always backstabbing and plotting against one another by design. They think that
they're doing this right now, by the way. If you can look at American, Russian, Israeli, Chinese relations, which we were all kind of on the same, and Indian, which we were kind of all like coalitioning as the axis of evil, and now it doesn't look like everyone's agreeing. Again,
them all to be stronger through competition, but in actuality, it makes coordination and teamwork virtually impossible. Fascism is doomed to failure because it is entirely staffed and maintained by incompetent buffoons. Nobody else would have anything to do with it. Everyone else either has too great a critical thinking skill or too much self-respect to become a fascist. To quote Hannah Arendt, totalitarianism in power invariably replaces all first-rate talents, regardless of their sympathies, with those crackpots and fools whose lack of intelligence and creativity is still the best guarantee of their loyalty. Only losers—
That's literally 100% true.
Become fascists. This is not a judgment, merely a statement of fact. To become a fascist is merely one symptom of an underlying spiritual loserness.
I agree.
Because when you really boil it down to its core, it is a movement of woe is me crybabies.
Yep.
People with some sort of gripe who are desperate to find someone else to blame instead of doing something about it.
It's not fair. Literally all of it. He's right. I mean,
People who feel owed power and control and see the absence of that power and control as a humiliating insult.
actually feel like they are the most mistreated person in the world, in history actually, but also the most, deserving of their treats.
To earn power or privilege is a slap in the face. They should just have it because they're daddy's special boy, the best, most masterest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes. Sometimes, by sheer coincidence, their grievances happen to be legitimate, just directed towards the wrong target. Maybe they're poor or unemployed, and instead of getting angry at the rich and powerful, the people who are actually always responsible for that, they instead choose to believe it's because of immigrants, or secret Jewish conspiracies, or DEI, or welfare, or some shit, usually
No,
because—
it's insecurity. It comes from that. I don't know if I completely agree with the idea that fascism is doomed to fail any sooner than democracy, given that fascist regimes we have seen rule for so long. There is a difference here, Shuvalpoover, between fascism, monarchy. Monarchy is, authoritarian. That doesn't make it fascist. Totalitarianism. These words mean things. We have not seen fascist governance go on for all that long generally. I mean, there are examples of it. And I could give some, but then I'm going to make chat mad, but let's put that to the side. The reason that fascists often fail and are doomed to fail more often than even liberal democracy is that their belief comes solely from their insecurity. And so everything they do has to be directed in a way to soothe that discomfort that they feel. Whereas their teaching to the public is you exist for the state, right? And that doesn't tend to work. You can't do both of those things. The internal contradictions eventually pile up enough that it just collapses the whole house of cards. Shogun Visora, people think with emotions, not logic. Stop wasting your time in America and find refuge in another country worth saving. Well, to be fair, Shogun, I do live in another country, and I'm trying to teach everybody, America or not, both how to use emotions and logic in your thinking. Because, again, sure, this looks logical, but this is half emotions. Where does, the not cooked come from? Well, when empires rise, when empires fall, people rise. Cope moves into emotional regulation. Right now, we're basically the "this is fine" dog meme, sipping coffee in a burning house. Use that emotional regulation, just being okay, equals drive and motivation, which is then creativity, which can be empathy, resilience, resistance, go into a whole actual activism thing, or just community support and protection. It makes you happy. It brings you back to you, They say laughter is the best medicine. We need to focus both on logic and emotion, which is why I talk about psychological analysis so much lately, because the psychological analysis is something we just don't do. We only ever talk about things from the material conditions, which are important nonetheless, but yeah. Visora, if the USA needed to attack Iran in order to protect its beloved Israel, where do you think they would launch their military attacks from? Well, they're not going to now, because, Big Daddy Russia said so. But if they were actually going to attack Iran, I feel like it would have started with F-35s coming in from Israel. But, they could just park a ship here. I mean, like, sure, over here we'll have some Iranian Navy, but I mean, we have ships here and here. We have 2 carrier strike groups still in the region, from what I believe. We could take that out pretty easily. What is the difference between fascism and authoritarianism? Come on, man, you have Google. That's 101 shit.
The rich and powerful are quite aware that cultivating this myth benefits them, not only keeping people off their back, but granting them an easily manipulated audience willing to do violence on their behalf is a fun little bonus. Mostly, though, their grievances are entirely frivolous, that they have to...
That is true. So authoritarianism is like fascism light. Political system characterized by the rejection of political plurality, strong central power to preserve political status quo, reductions in democracy, separations of power, civil liberties, and the rule of law. Authoritarian regimes may either be autocratic or oligarchic, based upon the rule of the party or the military. We're kind of both, which would make it a plutocracy, in my view. But then you get into, like, fascism. Fascism is the far-right, authoritarian, and ultra-nationalist political ideology. So it's just authoritarianism plus ultra-nationalism, really. I mean, there's more than that. I mean, there's the idea of you exist solely for the state, the social hierarchies, and brain rot of its own creation. But all of that is just its own creation. Yeah, billionaires are scared we're waking up. Billionaires have been scared for a while, and I think they're less scared now than they have been and should be. I think they should be way more scared now. I want them to be more afraid now than they are. Exhale, she also stated the US has a whole range of tools to put pressure on Russia, but they do not use them. That's true. That makes sense. If you are ruled by your desires and overcome insecurity in everything you do, you will fail. Yeah. And that's why the fascist governments will always collapse. It's the internal contradictions that will not be able to sustain. Fascism is all about hierarchies, peak authoritarianism. Yeah, it's authoritarianism plus. Yeah, I know US is officially at war with the Houthis. 75% of adults in the US are obese, okay? But like that number statistic, Shogun, comes from BMI. BMI is a system of measuring your like body mass index and your obesity, but it's not actually useful if you're not an average white man, because it was built specifically around the average white man. Politics can't work in America. It seems like everyone wants to be one. That's the thing is politics is just you socializing. Just talk to people. Go outside. Talk to your neighbors. That is politics. A lot of us struggle to have adequate healthcare. It's going to get worse, Maddie. Like, it's going to get so much worse. I need you to implement the politics of community. You will genuinely have an easier time if you do this. Throughout history, this is how people have gotten through hardship. Like, we're currently living in a timeline where half the people are like looking for lizard people, all right? We have an insane system here. You know what you should be focusing on? The fact that, like, Somalia, for example, a country which famously collapsed and led into a very crazy, like, anarchy, social anarchy. People were fucked, you know, the whole society got fucked. But then, you know what happened? Many social indicators actually improved in Somalia over time. And then it got better because people, without having the corrupt state and the military and the businesses around, what they did was they talked to each other. It's a secret, you know, just talking to each other. In Argentina, que se vayan todos was Spanish for throw them out with them all, was the chant that people shouted at political leaders. Just, I want them out. Now, doing this now might not be so safe. They might actually kill you. Have you guys realized that the extremists, that the radicals are no longer extreme? They're not radical anymore. Like, definitionally, they are more common than not. Nazis are no longer radical. They're a decent chunk of the population. Which radicals? It doesn't matter. Like people that are outside of the status quo is what I mean by radical. And the extremists on the right are all in the status quo now. yeah, like we're all now extremists on the left, like whether we want it or not. But white nationalists are totally like common. They're in fact not even, it's almost encouraged to be one by just regular mainstream media, depending on what you're watching. Again, this is us painting layers of like prosperity, peace, and sanity over the internal crash out of this country. Like, again, can anybody tell me where the women are? ICE is arresting hundreds of people. We've seen deportation flights, or rather relocation flights. We've seen the prison in El Salvador. We know there's people in Guantanamo. We don't know who's there. Where are the women? I have not seen any of the women post them being arrested by ICE. That's fucking scary, guys. I mean, like, whether they're just in a prison, whether we just don't have data on it because they didn't think to put it out, whether it's because the system is so unoptimized that like it's actually all there, but some of it's just not connected to the, like, how do these gulags work? Guys, where do you go? What's the, you know, do you go to your American prison first in like Texas? Do we have some camps there? I think we built in Texas and Arizona. Do they send you there to work on the textile jobs? Is that where the women are? This is feeling worse than Handmaid's Tale. At least like they had a organized society. I don't even know what the fuck is going on here. Half the time I look at the news and I don't know what is going on. We've brought back diseases that we've eradicated. People are dying because they have to ration insulin, a 100-year-old drug that costs like $5 to make. Your water is poisoned. Why do we even engage in the apparatus of we should lobby the government to fix this? I'm sorry, you need to fix it. Fuck the government. Get some people. Find the boys. Go and dig up the pipes in the ground and fix them. And if you get someone yelling at you, hey, you're not allowed to do that, tell them to shut the fuck up because they're drinking poison water. I don't know. Maybe you should force that positivity. It's incredibly frustrating. I'm not sure if you saw, but U.S. imports from China since the first tariff announcement are down 60+%. Empty shelves at some of the stores. Yeah, like I haven't seen that much actually. If you want to link that, it would be cool to watch. It's not going away. It's not going to get any better. It's like that they don't want it to. They actively want it to be worse. Honestly, and to be fair, like at this point, anyone who's not a billionaire, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about the Houthis. I can't play that video, so you can have it in the link. We should normalize telling people, stupid people, to shut the fuck up. Yeah, genuinely, please. Can we normalize that? Just shut the fuck up. Either join the movement or fuck off. Stop giving them the time of day. We need to, like, not take them seriously. And you taking them seriously is how we got here, in fact. That's what this whole video is about. Why listening to them, why even debating the right allowed them to normalize their rhetoric.
Accept school integration, or that their grandkids are trans, or that a woman might have sex without being punished for it. The oppression they believe themselves to be facing is simply that their prejudices have fallen out of fashion, that people get mad at them when they're shitty, or that they can no longer out loud proclaim their perceived superiority to some minority group without politely being asked to leave the Olive Garden. All of these guys are so happy to get to say the R word again. That is the sum total of their ambitions, permission to be cruel and thoughtless. And they don't care who they have to kill to get it, because they're weird, fucked up losers with stupid, miserable priorities. Fascism always requires an enemy.
Again, like, you want to see miserable priorities? Here's a fascist with miserable priorities.
No one has talked about cutting one benefit in Medicaid to anyone who's duly owed. What we've talked about is returning work requirements. So, for example, you don't have able-bodied young men on a program that's designed for single mothers and the elderly and disabled. They're draining resources from people who are actually do that. So if you clean that up and shore it up, you save a lot of money and you return the dignity of work to young men who need to be out working instead of playing video games all day. We have a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid. Just one tiny example.
Playing video games is illegal now. Like that's their petty grievances. It is their petty grievances. And by the way, they're all fucking pussies. Every single one of them. Remember America won't back down? Remember we're going to make a deal with Iran?
If Iran wants
they can't have any kind of nuclear deal?
A civil nuclear program, they can have one just like many other countries in the world have one, and that is they import enriched material. Now, we're not going to negotiate this in the press. We're not going to negotiate this publicly because it undermines negotiations, but there's a pathway.
We were literally going to go to war with Iran until the foreign minister of Iran went to Russia. And now we're not only are we going to war with Iran, but also we're kind of okay with them having a nuclear plant. This is the guy that shares a porn watch notification on his phone with his son. Yeah, basically. It informs one another if one of them is engaging in a pornographic content. What do you even say to these people? They're insane. This is satire.
Breaking news
by the
out
way.
of Washington, where we have just received word that SEAL Team 6 has carried out a daring overnight operation, successfully killing a student protester. White House sources are confirming that 19-year-old college sophomore Evan Dixon was indeed executed last night by an elite team of special forces after his location was revealed to be deep within the walls
This is satire.
of this University of Pennsylvania dormitory. Senior political analyst Jason Copeland has been in close personal contact with the White House and joins us now with the latest.
Thanks, Dwight. Yeah, we're standing by as moments from now, President Trump is expected to address the nation and confirm
the thing is, right? This doesn't feel like satire. I could easily watch this and feel like this is like actually the news.
Success of Operation Sitting Eagle. It was late last night that President Trump reportedly authorized the raid, which sent 25 highly trained military personnel into UPenn airspace, commanding them to, quote, show no mercy.
That's the thing, though. They want to blur the lines. We have come to this place of everything is hazy and foggy and it feels kind of ethereal. Nothing feels real, so it's harder to care. It's harder to pay attention. Because nothing feels real. This feels like it's real, but it also is not real. How the hell would you know? As long as college students are identified as terrorists, it's close enough for them.
President Trump, of course, has said several times he would make it his personal mission to find and kill Dixon after he claimed responsibility for a student-led sit-in last semester. Jason, what do we know so far about the actual details of the raid?
Yeah, it was a high-risk operation that was almost over.
Also, the panel guy who was saying the equity market exposure is a real solution just reeked of newbie investor libertarian energy. Dude probably had, honestly, every single one of those people gave me bar like Mooncake, who was cool. I don't want to put like a label vibe, but it was just liberals and libertarians. That was what that was. And it just doesn't work that way.
Before it started. We're hearing reports that one of the two Black Hawk helicopters used in this mission actually suffered mechanical failure upon...
But like on a real note, with college campuses, we do have good news.
Leaders from more than
180 universities and colleges denounced like Trump. They came together and they wrote a thing about it, which is good. This isn't going to do anything, but if they did this maybe like 2 weeks ago, sure. Maybe 2 months ago even, sure.
To stand up against the Trump administration. They've signed a letter denouncing the government for tampering with higher education policies. They accuse the administration of unprecedented overreach. The government has threatened to withhold billions of federal funds unless universities complied with certain demands.
As in, what demands do they have? The demands of the university is you're not allowed to have kids talk about Palestine. That's it. That's it. That's all they are doing there. That's the whole point. By the way, do you guys know, that there's fire happening in, New Jersey right now? New Jersey is on fire right now. Because it's a big fucking wildfire. But I don't see any news coverage on it. I mean, this is my home state.
Fast-moving wildfire in New Jersey exploded.
We've seen floods in Ohio. We've seen fires in northern South Carolina, which just don't get reported anymore. Maybe it's just a short buried in...
in size, causing over 3,000 evacuations. The fire forced the closure of a portion of the Garden State Parkway. Over 26,000 customers have been impacted by power outages in Ocean County.
Do you know what
the
it
cause of
has
the fire
to do
is under investigation.
to shut off the Garden
The fire
State
comes as New
Parkway?
Jersey is
Shut
under
down?
an official drought warning.
Fun living in South Australia, where I'm also in a drought warning. I mean, like, again, this was 12,000 acres burning. No region is safe from wildfires? No, of course not. We've been seeing them since time began. Yeah, but not like this, not where they are, and we used to actually do things to prevent this, right? You know, like, there are things that you can do in nature that will, let's say, make it less likely that a wildfire happens. Now, we're doing the opposite in America, but...
Out of control wildfire.
I feel the heat on my face.
The flames burning near several roads in the area. Thick black smoke billowing from Ocean County, New Jersey. The state's Forest Fire Service deploying air...
When I was growing up, like 14, 15, this time of year was wet, rainy, snowing sometimes even. Like, I got snow in April when I was a kid once. The planet has always terraformed. Yeah, JS. But what happens when we terraform it to a point where we can't live on it? Because that's what we're doing. Now, we might be able to live on some parts of it, but like millions of people suffer. These 3,000 people that had to leave, they probably lost their homes. You can do things to the land. But drought is going to cause fires, first and foremost. But like, we don't put any money into, let's say, vegetation clearance. It's not in our control. Yeah, but it is, though. You can control this. First, like, the Aboriginal people in Australia lived here 60,000 years and knew exactly how to prevent wildfires without any technology, by just clearing brush in certain places, by adding walls built of material that is both flammable and not, like, the earth move. What do you say? You're just saying words now? Are you just saying words? Because cutting out the flammable brush of, I don't know, broken twigs and dried leaves out of an area that is likely to start a fire might make it less likely to start a fire. Maybe packing in mud into some of those areas, some thicker clay-like mud, some dirt, that might also help prevent fire. And you go again with the historical facts that you have no proof of. Yeah. Historical facts that I have no proof of. That's the best way to say it, honestly. I could pull up proof of it. I just don't care to. But yeah, you know what? I'm talking about facts, and you're just saying words.
Tankers and helicopters over a large wildlife management area to help fight the flames.
Never in my
above.
life did I see this in New Jersey.
Is really picking up.
While issuing both voluntary and mandatory evacuations.
Your family can't even get to you because they can't get here.
3,000 people told to evacuate in Ocean and Lacey townships, with flames threatening some 1,300 plus structures. At this point, more than 25,000 people in the area still don't have electricity after officials turned off the power to keep fire crews safe.
Oh my God, this place is gonna be torched.
The good thing about our climate and ecosystem crisis being man-made means we actually have power over it. Well, I mean, like, no, we don't. The people making it have power over it, but we're not those people. And so we don't have any power over it. It's like 7 guys that are making this work. 7 men, almost certainly, actually, doing that specifically. We have crossed the line of no return. We've crossed the 2 degrees line at the very least. We might have crossed the 3 degrees line as a species. I know this sounds fucked up, but as a social experiment whose life has been broadcasted to the whole world as a form of entertainment while being subject to buck breaking that they voted for, Americans deserve to suffer. In my eyes, this is karma. No, you're not wrong, Shogun. Americans do need to suffer. I tried to talk about this on that debate, is that Americans are coddled. And we don't really learn that consequences exist. It needs to hurt when you touch the fire, and we've been touching the fire and it hasn't been hurting for a while, so we have to make it hurt. Smokey the Bear was doing horrible things to our national parks and forests, so we had to go. Somebody had to do something. Now you can have a campfire in the woods, the best campfires, except you're not allowed to camp in the cities, only in the woods. We're gonna put you in the homeless camps, which we are gonna build. Oh, also, yeah, the coral reefs, that's next. Fun times with that one. I gotta pee though, so you're gonna have to wait to hear about how 84% of the world's coral reefs are fucked. Pain is healthy sometimes, true. All right, I'm back. Australia is really close to losing the Great Barrier Reef, the world's largest reef system. Kiss Nemo goodbye. I'm pretty sure the new, the Great Barrier Reef is unsavable. Too far gone. I don't know how sustainable it is, but it brings marine life back, apparently. I mean, not really. And JS, no new coral reef is forming all the time. Show me any example of that at all. You don't know how reefs work, clearly.
This latest report that's compiled from around the globe and showing that 84% of the coral reefs have been affected by this bleaching event is just unparalleled. You know, each mass bleaching event has gotten worse, and I think it will continue to do so.
And we haven't, it hasn't stopped. The last
coral reefs aren't going to last.
Mass bleaching event started years ago, and it's still going.
50 years. At the rate we're going, they're not going to make it anywhere close to 50 years into the future.
We're seeing forecasts that temperatures are going to continue to stay high. There's no reason that they will be dropping down. That heat stress is what causes corals to bleach. And
yeah, so like the water gets hotter, coral dies.
If it continues long enough or is severe enough, causes corals to die. We just may never see the heat stress that causes bleaching dropping below the threshold that triggers a global event. So this may be the last one.
Now, like, we are trying to build
to
systems to protect this. Like, we can't make the water cooler, but we can try and genetically modify reefs so that they are better suited to warmer waters, but that's not really how that works. Australia are polluting the world through providing China with the coal. I mean, that's also true. Water cools in another part of the world. That's not how reality works. The water isn't cooling anywhere at all. You're just saying shit. See, this is what I mean. That people like JS exist just to say shit and then expect everyone else to believe it and then actually get people to believe it. This is the I don't engage with reality. This is the I don't believe in shit people. Like, the cognitive dissonance alone, but it is literally, objectively just refusing to engage. How? Where the fuck is the water getting cooler, JS? Where on earth is the ocean water getting colder? On it, like, through the terraforming. What the fuck are you talking about?
Protect coral reefs.
You're not terraforming this.
The root cause of climate change. And that means reducing the emissions,
Where?
the human
In Iceland?
emissions that are mostly from burning of fossil fuels. Everything else is
evidence.
looking
See,
more like
I have evidence. You have words, and you're getting close to pissing me off enough to mute you for the day if you don't give me something to go on. Cite me a link. Most fish lay eggs in coral reefs. Yeah, they do. It's like the breeding ground of most ocean life. These are so important. That's why we make fake ones to put in when the reefs die, in fact. I had this realization too on conservative Reddit. I feel like modern conservatism isn't even a thought process because they don't engage with anything. They don't even really engage with their own content. All they do is rage at an immigrant here and there. And all they do is get mad at what's in front of them. That's it. That's the entirety of conservatism. North Atlantic might be getting colder due to polar melting. No, it's not though, because the polar melting is affecting the water, but it's not making the North Atlantic any colder. That water is then being cycled around the planet because that's how the water systems work. Do you guys know how water cycles through the planet? Yeah, look, trust me, I live close by, it's getting colder. That's all they believe. Trust me, that's it. That's all they have. They don't believe in anything. They don't engage in anything. Meanwhile, leftists are doing 3-hour video essays citing well, you're right. And we need to be less hyper educated because the average person is clearly that stupid. JS, I don't even think is a conservative. I think JS is just the average person. So the panel is still going on. I don't know. I left that panel. Fuck that panel. How ocean currents work really quickly, just as a primer here.
In 1992, a car...
I mean that in a good way. Leftists are making intense effort to analyze the world. The right is just reacting to shit. Exactly. But the way that we engage with each other can't be the way that we engage with people that aren't on the left. Because if you're not already on the left and engaging with this stuff, then you're either clueless by choice or objectively just stupid. No, it wasn't. I left half an hour in. It was brain damaging, Captain Buggy.
Cargo ship carrying bath toys got caught in a storm. Shipping containers washed overboard, and the waves swept 28,000 rubber ducks and other toys.
JS, you have to come up with the most wild and extreme things that I would never do when you could come up with wild and extreme things that I would say. You pick the one that makes no sense to me. There are a lot of wild, insane shit that I could say that you're going to feel that way about. That is actually true. I don't know. When I turn on the shower, it takes a long time for it to get hot. Explain that, leftist. Exactly. You drunk? Are you asking me, Arberlin?
Into the North Pacific, but they didn't stick together. Quite the opposite. The ducks have since washed up all over the world, and researchers have used their paths to chart a better understanding.
But it's not getting colder. That's factually not, because Iceland being here, right?
Of ocean currents.
Do you see where that water moves?
Ocean currents are driven by a range of sources: the wind, tides, changes in water density, and the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, Zhezhex, maybe with a nice, super volcano explosion.
The topography of the ocean floor and the shoreline modifies those motions, causing currents to speed up, slow down, or change direction. Ocean currents fall into two main categories: surface currents and deep ocean currents. Surface currents control the motion of the top 10% of the ocean's water, while deep ocean...
You should go drop a like on the YouTube stream then, Arberlin.
...currents mobilize the other 90%. Though they have different causes, surface and deep ocean currents influence each other in an intricate dance that keeps the entire ocean moving. Near the shore, surface currents are driven by both the wind and tides.
We don't need to know about the shore. The point is that
currents.
The water in Iceland,
if the Earth didn't,
is not getting colder because that water moves. It doesn't stay there. When the ice melts, it enters the currents, and the currents move it. It's the water is so hot in places that there are literal dead zones. There's no oxygen in parts of the ocean now. Do you know that? That there's parts of the Gulf of Mexico in which fish cannot live because there's no oxygen? What happened to the water levels rising yesterday? Beachfront properties are still going up in price. That's because no one's talking about it. They are still absolutely rising. And those beachfront properties are all still fucked. But we don't talk about it. It's imperialism. It
Dead
is.
zone. A dead zone, or hypoxic zone, is an area of low oxygen that can harm fish and marine life near the bottom of the sea. Yikes! And there are hundreds of dead zones in coastal waters around the world. The Gulf of Mexico's dead zone is one of the largest. What's harming all that ocean life? Unfortunately, without meaning to, we all are. But wait, you probably don't even live near the Gulf, so how can you be responsible? Think about the last meal you ate. Some of that food may have been grown right here in the middle of the United States. Now, think about the hundreds of millions of people across the country and the
I heard that too, long live Homo sapien. That's right around when I decided to leave.
Billions around the world. They all need to eat too. To meet the demand for all that food, farmers rely on fertilizer or nutrients.
Captain Planet was collaborating with Aquaman to save the fish, and so I sent them to El Salvador. And if you don't like it, I will throw you into the ocean.
Plants grow and increase crop output. We end up with more food on our tables and more food to sell to the rest of the world. But what does a farm in the middle of
guys, you need to stop wasting your time thinking about what Homo sapien is worried about. I don't give a fuck what other countries are doing. The fact that we are this insane is the issue, right? Can we agree on that? That all of the issues that we have today, every last one of them, is objectively, foundationally built on the fact that the right can't engage with things that make them uncomfortable. JS, it's not the poorly managed river systems, it's the fact that we dump all of our waste directly into there on purpose. That's where it's meant to go. You brought that up, and now it's in my head. Long like Homo sapien. I was really, really offended by that person who just was like, oh, well, if you just give homeless people a house, they'll get homeless again. That pissed me. Human inherent greed is another neoliberal myth directly from Friedman. It's true that this has to be like a troll. That cannot be the median grasp of things. No, that's the median voter. That is the median voter. I'm sorry. It is. The median voter who looks at this and says, great work. Remember, day one, we were going to end this war. That never would have happened if I was in charge, and we're going to end it on day one. We give up.
Growing uncertainty on the future of America's role in facilitating peace between Ukraine and Russia. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff abruptly canceled plans to take part in talks with European and Ukrainian leaders in London Wednesday. The State Department said it was a scheduling issue. It came the same day Vice President J.D. Vance questioned how long the U.S. was willing to act as a mediator.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. But it's now time, I think, to take...
Was this the art of the deal? We're gonna crash our own economy, beg you for a phone call, and then at the same time, our new ally is fucking with our other ally to work against our ally and work with our enemy, but they're also our ally, and we can't say this, but we can do... we're fucked. We have no idea what we're doing as a country. Our politics are all incoherent. The politicians themselves are incoherent. There's 5, 6 dudes in a room that make all of these decisions. And they're weak and spineless.
If not the final step, one of the final steps,
but at the same time, they hate
which
you.
Is at a broad level,
they genuinely fucking hate
we're gonna
you.
Stop the
they want you to suffer. They enjoy you suffering. And again, we were never helping anyway. This administration has done nothing to help Ukraine. Not at all. In fact, has done significant to help Russia. You want to know what this deal would be giving them? We would be giving them Crimea. We just like they can take Crimea, they can take Zaporizhia, they can take Donetsk and Luhansk. All of their we just give them everything. We get nothing out of it. It's a big club and you're not in it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like who cares?
The senior national.
They don't work for you. They fucking hate you. They despise you. And they lie to you constantly, like day after day after day. You want to know who is breaking like immigration law, for example?
We have a problem in this country of our agricultural production.
We're not going to watch this whole thing right now, unless you guys want to, because I just want to yell for a little bit. But
in some ways, not fully free.
Como los esclavos en antes, pero no le están haciendo como los esclavos, pero entre ellos mismos están haciendo lo mismo.
In recent years, a massive scheme to traffic and exploit vulnerable workers has taken shape in the US.
What would you describe as a logical brain? Because I have both more logical and an emotionally developed brain than you do. Like, nothing you have said has been based on logic. It's all been based on reaction to what I've said anyway. JS should be an example to all of you. Because he can't put out his own thoughts. All he can do is react to what I say. There is nothing like original coming. There's no argument. There's no citation. There's no evidence. It's just, this is me. Maybe he's drunk. Maybe he's just a bot. It could just be a bot troll. Guys, we live in a time where none of you, not a single one of you, can confirm that the other person in this room, me even, is a real person. None of you can confirm that I'm real. I could easily be AI. And you would have no idea. We're now in a place where nothing is real. Even the people might not be real, and we can't be sure of it. This like online environment is turning more and more into like a prison system, honestly. Spend some time outside, talk to your neighbors. Someone who can think outside the box. Have you displayed that at all? Honestly, like JS sounds like ChatGPT 3 at this point. Like barely even answering the question, barely even displaying the ability to reason it. At this point, I desire to be around empathetic and kind people way more than logical people. Yeah, to be fair, in my view, empathy and kindness are logical. But there's also the other people who think that, the suffering of others and exploitation of them for my personal gain would be logical. There's those people, and I want all of them to go in the hole. So again, like the people breaking immigration law, for example, it's not the people working here. It's not the immigrants. No, it's the people who own the farms. It's the people who own the farms. People learn alternate history worries me sometimes. Like they genuinely are all learning an alternate history. We are rewriting history. That is part of the system. That's part of the plan. They wrote this into Project 2025. Besides Twitch, honestly, no, get off Twitch too. Because when America was super anti-Japanese, it was a common slur used against Japanese people. Oh yeah, that was actually. I do forget about that. Like, you need to understand, we are trapped. And they don't care about you, like, at all. Your brains are getting smaller. We covered that last time with the use of, like, smartphones and how they are genuinely poisonous for you. How they actually make your brain smaller. Smaller. But beyond that, like, what are they saying? What are they doing that makes you feel powerless lately? Well, I mean, they flooded the zone, sure. But what's been happening lately? Nothing. Nothing. It's just been them failing over and over and over again. Sure, okay, they did the big Medicaid cuts. They stole more of your money. They're going to steal more of your money soon. They're going to try. We're likely to go to war with Mexico soon. I don't know. But, I do see
We've already
Al
seen,
Gore,
by the way, how populist authoritarian...
the guy who would have been president in the good timeline,
leaders have used migrants as scapegoats and have fanned the fires of xenophobia to fuel their own rise to power. And power seeking is what this is all about. Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump, someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power.
This could have been the president in 2000. That could have been the president.
Why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are...
You're joking, right?
There are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II,
I fell for it. You got me.
A small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind
The Electoral College, Eldon Lorehoarder, exists solely because slave owners were pissy that they didn't have as much power in government. That's literally it. TF in Japan, yo Visora, I'm in Hiroshima right now. It's crazy to see firsthand the destructive ability of capitalism. Except, isn't Hiroshima perfectly, like, livable and has, you know, not... I've seen photos and videos of Hiroshima. You're lying to me. It is both livable and green, and we did not actually, we did an airburst with that nuke, so it didn't do as much radioactive damage over time. And here you go. Yeah. I mean, like, sure, there's aspects, like this building was partially like damaged by this. Yeah, the museum and stuff, for sure. I've never been to Japan. I would love to go. That would be really cool. If this guy was a presidential candidate and I was elected official in the state of Florida, I would do very silly things. True.
Kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich. The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas, best known, I would say. But it was Habermas's mentor, Theodor Adorno, who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent into hell was, and I quote,
Shufu Poofer, good timing for that.
The conversion of all questions of truth into questions of power. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false.
Again, like this guy was the presidential candidate in 2000 and lost by, what was it, 500 votes?
The administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality.
Yeah.
They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home, they attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's not wrong. Oh, and someone asked about Mexico. Before we do that, let me show you the guy who killed the Pope. So remember, J.D. Vance killed the Pope yesterday. Likely started the Pakistan-India war as well today. And this was him last week around Mexico.
I was talking with a friend recently.
Oh, sorry, this one's not about Mexico.
Talking about, you know,
this one's
one of
about
the big
Pakistan.
dangers in the world, of course, is nuclear proliferation, though, of course, the Biden administration doesn't care about it. And I was talking about, you know, what is the first truly Islamist country that will get a nuclear weapon? And we were like, maybe it's Iran. You know, maybe Pakistan already kind of counts, and then we
Pakistan literally counts.
Sort of finally decided maybe it's actually the UK, since Labour just took over. But
he's taken down the Catholic institution, truly a hero anti-theism, except he's not actually. He's just getting rid of the woke Pope. God, we really need to get Pope Pizzaballa. If we don't get Pope Pizzaballa, I'm gonna be real sad. Pope Pizzaballa looks pretty based. What's up, Rip Haven? So this was him down in Mexico last week, before killing the Pope. Oh, you don't know about Pizzaballa? This is one of the candidates for the new Pope, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. I asked my my Italian friend. Like she was there's no way this man's name is Pizzaballa. No, his name is Pier Battista Pizzaballa. This is like the most Italian name I've ever heard. His fucking shoelaces are dragging on the floor. Wait, really? And I don't know why I would care, but like, man, you can't tie your shoes. But this is them kicking the press out when talking about the border security, which means like we've already threatened to drone strike them a couple times.
Press out and have a more private conversation. I just want to say, one, it's great to be here with the governor. We took the helicopter ride over here and we saw a big chunk of border wall. And I said, is that the federal government's border wall?
Guys, stop with the fucking couch jokes. They're not funny. It's like calling Trump orange. It's just cringe and not funny. Do better. Be meaner.
Well, it was ordered during the first Trump administration, but Joe Biden wouldn't let us actually build it. Governor Abbott, of course, was the one who actually helped us put a lot of that stuff up. And of course, that stopped the flow in a pretty profound way. We'll talk a little bit more at the press conference, but as you saw, the president said yesterday, I think it's maybe the most important part of his speech, is that we didn't need new laws to secure the border. We needed a new president, and thank God we have that. I've heard already from a number of the folks that I've talked to in Border Patrol that all we needed to do was empower these guys to do their job. Thank God they have done their job. We're thrilled that they've done it. And now we've seen, I think just in this area, border cross.
What have they done? Can you, like, what have they done? We've had 14,000 soldiers at the border. It is a transaction. You're not wrong.
Things go from about 1,500 a day to 30 a day. That's simply the President of the United States empowering these professionals to do what they do so well. So,
and just so you know, that like they really did do nothing.
Done reporting from Rome. Thank you for that, my friend. Well, Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to the U.S.-Mexico border as we speak. He's set to arrive in Eagle Pass, Texas.
What were they going there for?
Any moment now. We're watching. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth
border to tout the Trump administration's sweeping and government-wide crackdown on illegal immigration, and he is likely to say that the policies of this administration
so it's just for morale.
Migrant apprehensions along the border. That is the lowest tally since at least 20.
No way, guys. He's there to give the troops morale because they have nothing to do. People aren't crossing the border illegally into America from Mexico. Americans are crossing the border illegally to get into Mexico away from America right now. There are more Americans leaving through the Mexican border than there are like Mexicans coming in. I'm not kidding. That's actually true. It's a morale boost. He's there to make them feel better. And like, I'm sure they do, like, you know, there's some dark shit going on around the border. I'll tell you that, because in Texas with Abbott, like, already tried to put barbed wire, like they're totally down with like, let's go hunt these people. Like they want to kill you. They want you dead anyway. I mean, like, look at him with the UN. Look at the bullshit that we're declaring to the world as if we're in charge of everybody.
It's a project called Doge UN. It's reminiscent of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
They literally think they can do whatever they want. And to be fair, they kind of can, because everywhere in the world, Palantir is already integrated. Yeah, Doge UN.
Into the United Nations. It's not officially connected to the US government, but its founder, former US diplomat Hugh Dugan, says he's looking for ways to cut waste at the UN.
Over time, we've seen the growth of what I call a deep state United Nations. Doge UN is an effort to excise the waste and rogue behavior of the United Nations bureaucracy.
The US currently contributes roughly a
Deep
quarter
state UN, yeah.
of the UN's budget.
Literally every accusation is a confession from these people. So they're literally trying to do everything they accused us of.
Annually, totaling around $20 billion. China is the second biggest contributor. The proposals put forward by Doge UN include making interpreting staff work remotely and merging or abolishing some UN agencies. Dugan even appears to be targeting UNICEF.
It's straight in many ways to go into agendas and doctrines and ideologies which we find repulsive, frankly. DEI forms of interference in family upbringing, this notion that the child is the product of a village and not a family.
The United States has warned.
Like, that's all they have. That's all they have. They don't live in the same universe as you by choice. They just hate you. That's it. They literally just hate you.
UN organizations against any focus
What does
on
Doge
diversity.
even have to eliminate in the UN? Just like the couple aid organizations that exist in any kind of oversight, more than likely.
Equity and inclusion.
The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights talk about the need for equality. They talk about the need for respect of all races.
Yeah, it takes a village to raise a child is now evil too. Yeah, because it's not Christian family values.
80 years of UN thinking. It's not some trend that is now being imposed on the world. The UN is an international bureaucracy, but it's staffed by people who have worked in war zones and in humanitarian crises. They're deeply concerned about protecting vulnerable people.
Absolutely, Judge.
The idea that it's some sort of...
This would benefit Israel. This would benefit Russia as well. Like, this would benefit us as, like, the fascist sign. But at the same time, Claudia Sheinbaum announcing 18 actions, including increasing support for food and energy industries. Like, we're fucking ourselves up while everyone else in the world is just getting ready for the long-term hit of us having our crash out. Like, we're building up to a big-ass crash out where we will crash inwardly and then the U.S. will be no more. And right now, everyone else is just looking at America saying, okay, we gotta get ready here for these crash outs. So when it comes to a lot of government will seek to increase oil and diesel production by 30%, seek to expand production of vehicles, pharmaceutical components, fertilizers, collaborate with business leaders to make job production, rejected imposing counter tariffs on the U.S. as she seeks an amicable relationship with the Trump administration. There's always tariffs on this country or whatever country. She doesn't care. That's fluff to say, I don't give two fucks about America because we're working around America. Because Mexico is working with Canada and the rest of Latin America around America. We don't need America. Like, the world does not need America. Do you have any hope that any of us can embrace balance out of the doom? I do. I do. That's why I talk about what I do all the time. You can escape the doom. It's possible. You just need to care. You need to pay attention. You need to talk to people. Can she be my president? Wait, that's actually possible. Yeah, she could be your president if she, you know, invaded the country. Like, it is all about mapping out your emotions. Now, I'm doing this on here. Get a piece of paper and just, like, write some shit down. I started this one out with, literally just emotional literacy is not innate. And then all of these things came out from that. Some of these we did together on stream. Like activities of how to cope with emotions. What's a phrase from your childhood that you remember that is tied to emotions and makes you feel a certain way? Like anything that someone said to you when you were young that left an impact on you. Come to Ireland, it's good here. Honestly, a lot of people would have fucked off well before now if it was easy, viable, and possible. Keeping a notebook on hand during the day has been super helpful for me as of late. Yeah, just keep track of my thoughts. Spend less time on your phone, more time outside, write more shit down. I promise you, like, that is the solution. It sounds ridiculous. And like they made a joke of it on the debate when I said like the community action and like building food gardens and stuff. It's always focusing on the gardens because that's the one thing that they can like mock. And it's like, oh, so gardens is gonna fix America. No. Talking to people is going to fix America. Being a human is going to fix America, or rather help fix the life of Americans. It's just you being a person. That's all you need to do. Get offline, get back in touch with your body, feel like you exist in your body. You are not, you know, a separate entity. This is you. You are all of this. You should feel all of this all the time. You are driving the car. You're not in the passenger seat. When you are sitting there and you are swiping on your phone, you're sitting in the passenger seat of your body. Don't do that. Feel the meat, exactly. Feel the meat. And like genuinely take some time to just be. Like, people call it meditation or whatnot. Just fucking exist for 5 minutes with nothing. Just no input. Just sit there for 5 minutes with nothing outside. Think whatever the hell you want. Whatever comes to your brain, like, you can go through it. Just don't do anything. You are genuinely animated Earth. Your existence is special. Yes, we talk about, like, you go back in time and if you step on a butterfly, the dinosaurs are real. You live now. You can make massive change now in this life, right here. Sell all your shit and move to Japan. I mean, honestly, like right now, the place that I would go to if I had a choice would be Antarctica. I already have attention span problems. I'm glad I'm not on Insta or TikTok. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be able to read books at all. Indie Crab, if you can read books, you're already like a higher degree than the majority of the population. The brain rot from like shorts, TikToks, Reels is insane. I hate them. Genuinely hate them. I think that smartphones should be like illegal if you're under 25, to be honest. And I think that we should nationalize every social media company. But outside of that, you know, without the power to do these things, the things I want you to do, the things that will fix this problem for you, to go talk to strangers. Go, you know, for a walk. Go chat people up. Go talk to the local fire department, the cops even. Yes, even them. No, if people immigrate to Antarctica, then it's going to get ruined. You're not allowed to even walk on Antarctica with normal clothing because it carries bacteria and dirt. I'm pretty sure that's not true. But, you know, there is that. And also, stop letting fascists waste your time.
Opponent who they can imagine has perverted the natural order in which they are on top. When it's not immediately clear who that enemy might be, they're happy to just make one up or blame some outgroup they already didn't like, often, though not always, Jews. Fascists need an enemy because fascism—
Call a cop to find a real job? Go do it. Go walk around your town and do it. Why the fuck not? Yeah, they did, Jajex. They did try and take Antarctica. They failed, though. I need you to understand that, like, your ability to say, okay, I've had enough of feeling this doom spiral, is you rebelling and resisting. That's you fighting back. You learning to be okay, to have resiliency, that is you resisting. That's you fighting back. That is revolutionary. I want you to engage with revolutionary optimism.
is a movement of people who are unhappy, but who are also deeply unwilling to investigate why or change anything about themselves or their lifestyle. They are perfect as they are. They always have been. Things used to make sense when they, or people like them, were in control, or they perceived people like that to be in control. So the world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them. And do you see how that belief, right? Do you see how the belief that like they're perfect and the only reason
it's highly regulated. I want to go there because that's not a target for nuclear war, okay?
Not rightfully heralded as a superior being is because someone else fucked them over might appeal to like a great big loser, a fantasist without any grasp on reality, a mediocre person without anything to offer the world who can't emotionally process their inadequacies and need to find.
I'll tell you what, if the Liberal Party wins this election in Australia in a week, I might not be able to stay here. I just might not be safe here. Oh, the alpha male shit again. There's no such thing. The thing is, like, the people who believe in this are doing fan fiction. Some of you, I'm sure, have read ABO fan fiction. That's what all of these people are engaging in.
Someone else to blame for why life didn't go their way? It's not that they're not good enough to get what they want. It's because the whole world isn't fair, or rather, isn't unfair in their favor anymore, like it should be. Even when they're inarguably successful, rich and powerful beyond most people's wildest dreams, hypothetically, off the top of my head, I don't know, the richest man in the world, they just have such loser energy. They're bitter, unhappy, completely preoccupied with petty little grievances, no matter how much wealth, power, and prestige they manage to accrue.
I mean, you had Tom Waltz, who was a huge jerk, running around on stage with a Tesla stock price, where the stock price had gone in half. And he was overjoyed. But what an evil thing to do.
They can't help it. They are losers. It is baked in.
Because it's so untouched by humans and other forms of life that they want to preserve it. Okay, that makes sense. Like, we have scientists out there. Yes, I did see that. Vivian is based as fuck.
Change it. And it's critical that we understand this. I'm not saying this just to mock them. That's the side benefit.
See, the thing is, I don't have anywhere to go. Where the fuck am I going to leave to? I mean, probably, like, South America, honestly. But, like, I'm a U.S. Turkish citizen, and I'm about to get Australian citizenship. I spent 6 years here trying to get citizenship. I don't want to have to leave because I want to keep doing this. I want to be able to keep telling you guys, A, both the news, but B, just, I don't know, how to be a human being, how to engage with other people. I like this community. By the way, I'm putting out a poll on if you guys want other stream times. I'm just thinking about, like, not every day and not directly changing stream time, but I want to do, like, maybe a morning stream for the West Coast viewers tomorrow, which would be like late night for East Coast, but also like I want to give some more love to like Europe. So I'm going to put some time zones in there. You guys take a vote, see which ones you like the best.
It's not hard to mock them. Look at them. It's very frustrating to argue with them. You might have noticed this because you'll never beat them on effort. You have other things to do. You have to go to work, take care of your loved ones, enjoy your hobbies, and have sex. But they have nothing else. This is it for them. This is all they have. Even if it seems like their life should be fulfilling, they make themselves into a miserable loser on purpose, it seems. Fascist movements, formal or otherwise, operate much like cults. When one joins them, they are at first overwhelmed with the appearance of validation and support.
I'm writing it now.
This is called love bombing, and it's meant to endear you to them, to become dependent on them to meet your emotional needs. Then, that validation and support is gradually withheld in order to pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world. They drive away anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. Take a look at Jeepers Creepers Rowling. Once a respected author of derivative children's books, she was radicalized further and further into hate groups because each time she shared a hateful view, everybody who wasn't already brain-fucked was angry about it, and only the people who shared her prejudices ever validated her.
In fairness, you can't slag anyone's appearance with those glasses. You're talking like, I think those glasses are fire. And I think, yeah, no, genuine slay.
Way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. Take a look at Jeepers Creepers Rowling. Once a respected author of derivative children's books, she was radicalized further and further into hate groups because each time she shared a hateful view, everybody who wasn't already brain-fucked was angry about it, and only the people who shared her prejudices ever validated her. That drove her to become more and more extreme in those prejudices to seek their validation. And so, a fascist or potential fascist cannot help but become angrier and more extreme over time. It's the only way to participate, because if you're not constantly signaling support for the cause in new, novel ways.
Also, so is Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum has officially recognized Palestine as a state and welcomed a Palestinian ambassador. So, you know, also Mexico.
That validation stops flowing. They start to question your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant trying to make them look bad. Meanwhile, anyone who could otherwise talk sense to you requires that you accept you've been an enormous piece of shit. And that feels bad to do. It feels better to stick with the people who are telling you that you're cool actually, and strong and brave, and the bestest, most special type of person. Losers don't do difficult things. They take the easy way out. Everything becomes filtered through this lens. Every action, every statement, every thought.
And after a while, it all becomes meaningless. It all turns into this mist, this fog that we're in. That's what I was talking about. It is this. It's this. Everything is now both so similar to each other, all optimized, all the same. And also, there's two sides. You know, you're either on one or the other. None of it feels different to each other, by the way. Like, it all feels very much reality as it is and reality as we're told are two different things. Reality as we live it and experience it, and the reality that we see and engage with in our eyes, our ears, our mind, they don't fit together. And that's where this confusion comes from, because we are told life is better than it is. And it's like all the time. We are shown things like revolution. We grew up watching revolutions on movies like The Hunger Games. But those were co-opted for the point of profit. And now revolutionary behavior is like people just like get like an anarchy shirt because consumerism. Everything is blended into blah. That's it. There's nothing there.
Becomes an opportunity to signal their support for the cause.
Fucking pronouns!
Americans!
Everything becomes part of this eternal struggle, a symptom of the rot at the core of society that they are meant to oppose, a chance for them to be visibly, loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life-or-death battle against their perceived enemy forces. You might think you're having a silly little argument about Star Wars or comic books or video games or a little meme, but to them, this is a battleground upon which the future of our entire culture, nay, humanity, hinges. Which, of course, makes them very important. That makes their posts very important.
there you go.
It's not a waste of time, actually, Dad. They're fighting to save humanity from the bad guys by making posts, by posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time as is required because they have convinced themselves that the whole world is at stake and they have nothing but time. This totalizing attitude also justifies any measures they take against you, because if you're with the people trying to destroy the world, there's nothing that's too bad to do to you, up to and including murder and torture.
Which is
and they would
us.
murder and torture you. They do it right now, even.
Yeah, they do. Again, can anybody show me or tell me, give me a link, where are the women that ICE is arresting? Where are they?
Gleefully. Luckily for us, they're also cowards. They have to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about them.
Yeah.
They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point.
Look, right there actually is one more time, because my brain locked in here.
That there's no threat to them becoming a fascist. Cowards. Murder and torture you. They do it right now, even. Gleefully. Luckily for us, they're also cowards. They have to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about.
For example, calling out Anna Kasparian here would be an example of that in action, but
them. They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point.
All of this comes from feelings of discomfort. It is literally key that they cannot feel like they have a threat onto themselves, right? Like that's the point before the violence. It's the resentment and then the fear that builds into the reactionary violence. And if they're, in a state in which they believe that there is a risk of anything in their system going against what they want and even against them, then that's violence. So you have to teach people before they get here how to deal with discomfort. I feel like an elementary school teacher sometimes, and I know some of you guys get bored with it, but people don't know how to feel.
Should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit. Until that time comes, they're content to just pester their enemies incessantly, try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage. They are relentlessly tedious. They will soak up as much of your time and energy as you can provide them with, and more. There's no getting ahead of them on this without yourself becoming just as miserable as they are. And that's what they want.
That was a nice right hook.
Toni Morrison wrote, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you
literally true
from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being.
This is the same thing with transphobia, for example. Racism, transphobia, they're all excuses for exploitation by not just the state, but by corporations. They also use this. But this is you walking into the death camp, you're in that line. There's just other people in front of you in that line. Avoiding discomfort is one of the main characteristics of white supremacy culture. Well, I mean, true, but it's also one of the main characteristics of modern humans today. People don't like to be uncomfortable. People don't learn how to be uncomfortable when we used to have to learn how to feel uncomfortable. Lenin basically said this in his anti-Semitism speech. It's a distraction. He did. He literally said that. I've called anti-Semitism retard socialism before because and sorry for the use of the word there, but that's the way that it was phrased. And it's because all of the people now, even a year ago, not the full radicalized Heil Hitler Nazis, but the ones who watch those Nazis, they're socialists. They just want socialism. And the only reason that they're on that side is because They aren't smart enough to think their way through it, but they are easy enough to get distracted and brought over by the right when they use scapegoats. The whole function of this administration right now is to fuck up hard enough so that the next time that there is an election that's free and fair, oh, suddenly we'll have a new party, the Nationalist Party, and both parties have been terrible. This two-party system has sucked. The Democrats work for the rich, and so did the Republicans, and they're spineless, and we need a national. That's the whole plan. That's where we're headed. We've been headed here for years, and always the distraction has been culture war. I can't stand the culture war shit. Who cares? It's always been a distraction. It always will be a distraction.
Somebody says you have no language, and you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says
Stop trying to prove them wrong. Make them try and prove themselves right. First of all, control the conversation and never play defense. Yeah, Bernie and AOC are going to save the day, I'm sure.
Have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. Now, of course, Morrison is discussing racism, and while all racism is fascist in character, not all racists are explicit ideological fascists. By no means do I want to reduce racism, an extremely complex confluence of behaviors, to something that only Nazis do. I bring this quote up because the phenomenon Morrison is relating here also applies to fascism more broadly. Fascists delight in wasting your time. It suits their purposes to do so because their purposes are just to make you suffer. See,
literally it. That is the entire purpose of fascism, is to make other people suffer.
You can't ever expect them to be reasonable, ever. They will die on every hill. They will argue about every little point of minutia, forever. They will deny anything you say, no matter how absurd it seems to do so. They will assume the counterposition to every position you offer, play devil's advocate about everything, muddy the waters on every single fact, no matter how inconsequential.
It literally is what's been happening. And that's why you burn out, by the way. All of you who burned out and like, oh, I don't want to look anymore. It's because every day, day after day, it's these same people saying these same stupid shit that you could easily disprove. It feels exhausting. Play offense by laughing at them.
It may be. They will argue that, no, Elon Musk didn't throw up a Roman salute. You can fucking
calling it a Roman salute first and foremost. Like, that's all them wasting your time. You know, the second time he did it, there's like, Trump was up there. He was heiling to the Führer.
See him do it. And they will look you right in the eye and they will say, no, he didn't. He did not do that. They'll just deny it pointlessly. Why bother? We can see him doing it, guys. What are you talking about? They can't possibly mean it. Not even they.
My strategy hasn't been working in Florida. This is very helpful perspective for me to hear. Jesse Murphy, yeah, honestly, stop playing defense. You don't need to convince them. You don't need to convince Republicans at all. Jesse, you should focus on people who didn't vote. More Americans didn't vote at all than voted for Trump or Kamala together. More than half the country did not vote. You want to convince those people to come to your side. Stop wasting your time on Republicans. But if you are going to talk to Republicans, put them on defense. Laugh at them. Be mean to them.
It could be that dumb. They are lying. Fascists lie. And this is where most people get it wrong. Because they do, obviously. They lie, yes. They also believe their lies, sort of. Even when they know they're lying, they believe their lies.
They do, to an extent. They will temporarily just grab, like they don't believe anything. They're just vessels, really. You don't need to convince them because they can't even convince themselves to be. I think that they're just an empty vessel. Like MAGA, the zombies, you know, not the ones at risk, but the zombies. Those people aren't people anymore. Like, they have nothing in them. Exactly, Jejex. I've been trying to learn everything so I can speak on everything. It's exhausting and hasn't done a damn thing as far as I can tell. Tell me about it. I did it for a year, girl. I did this for 4 or 5 months before the election, and every single thing that I claimed would happen that people were like, no, that's never gonna happen. A, happened, and B, those people never showed back up to say, like, oh, sorry, you know, I said you were wrong. And that doesn't matter. I don't care about being right. In fact, I'd prefer to be wrong. But the fact is that it's not hard to understand what's happening and what's going to happen. The people who you're having trouble teaching just don't want to. It's not that they can't. They just don't want to. Being on the left is being correct too soon, genuinely.
Not because they're dumb, though, you know, but for a
being a socialist is just being right and being ignored forever.
Far more insidious reason. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that fascists view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking a falsehood isn't necessarily lying. A statement can not reflect reality, but still be true to a fascist.
Before we get into that, I'm gonna go pee, but I want to say something for a second. I genuinely do think that learning history makes you a socialist. Learning math makes you a socialist. Learning science makes you a socialist immediately. Actually learning these fields and studying them, yes, you become a socialist, immediately. MAGA people are Titans from Attack on Titans. If you've seen the show, I have not. But sure, I'm pretty sure those who justify the salute by calling it a Roman salute couldn't point to Italy on a map or give you facts about ancient Rome. No, those were Nazi defenders. And they were, doing that because they were given their marching orders on the app. The entirety of Twitter is a psyop. It exists to control you. You notice how, they all have the same language now? We're in Newspeak, guys. We're full on in the Newspeak era. Engels called out Luigi's alleged clapping the serial killer CEO 250 years ago and the conditions of the working class in England. True. Learning anything and you become a robot. Yeah, exactly. Or as in, you know, that's what they believe. I mean, look at that. We got one in here. If you learn anything, you lose your soul and become a robot. You think the future Nationalist Party will definitely run as a third party, or maybe they'll just evolve from MAGA? I think that they have I think that they could do it as a third party, because I think everyone hates the two-party system enough, and they're going to try and market to liberals and even some of the left with some socialist sounding policies, and I think them doing the third party thing might actually give them a boon, but they might just evolve from the Republican Party. But I guarantee you we're getting a Nationalist Party. It's called the Nazi
When you and I, when most people think of truth, we view it as more...
Oh wait, yeah, I had to pee. Sorry. This is part 2. If we're gonna do a part, I might as well, you know, sit through the whole thing. I think I definitely did accidentally take 2 of my ADHD meds today, because I am all the fuck over the place. We're probably gonna jump around a bit today, and honestly I might stick around and play a game. You guys did vote for the which one was it? Because it was a tie between 7:30 p.m. EST and the 11:30 a.m. EST. I want to do one where it's going to be morning for the States, and I want to do one where it's going to be morning for Europe at some point. Probably tomorrow, actually, so we'll see about that. Anyway, let's keep on with this for now, because I am enjoying this, and this is absolutely correct.
Or less like that which accords with reality. Something is true if it matches what we see or experience or can measure. I'm talking in very broad strokes here, obviously. It's not that simple. Like, we can't measure that you love your dog, for instance, but nonetheless, I accept it as true. Entire college courses could be taught on the philosophy of what is and is not truth, but yeah, more or less, that's how we mean it when we use the word day to day, right? Fascists, like all authoritarians, do not view truth remotely like this. To their mind, truth is not dictated by reality. It's actually the opposite. It works the other way. Reality is dictated by their truth. Truth, or rather their idea of truth, is the foundation from which reality is built, and therefore, nothing within reality could be invoked to contradict their truth. Reality is lesser. Reality is always changing. It's not dependable. Reality is the earthly and mundane, while their truth is eternal, a higher power.
This is the conspiracy shit from Contra again. We're right back here. Of like, reality's fake, and my reality is really, because it's a higher spiritual real.
Transcendent. It is of God. A fascist can view a statement as true even when acknowledging that it's also an outright falsehood. And that seems like a contradiction to you and I. Truth and falsehood are mutually exclusive, but to a fascist, the falsity is merely base reality, which, remember, you can't count on. Truth transcends material reality. Truth is eternal and unchanging and not subject to
Yeah, Rip Haven. There's a movement going on in every state in the country that's going to do exactly that. Steve Bannon's like talked about it openly. They're all shifting their rhetoric to talk a bit like more about billionaires stealing from you and blah, blah. This whole system is a plan. You know, what we're doing right now isn't something new. What we're doing in America to ourselves is just the shock doctrine that we've applied to countries all over the world for decades. Like, again, back to the 60s, the 70s. Chile, Argentina, Mexico, not Mexico, sorry, Colombia, Cuba in parts of it, Iraq, Afghanistan in parts of that, Russia. In fact, if the best way to like learn about what's happening here and how to prepare, honestly, read about the fall of the Soviet Union. Because Trump is basically just Boris Yeltsin, right?
The appraisal simply because reality contradicts
they're fascist, JS.
That's why JD Vance can say with a straight face that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, even if he concedes, of course, that it didn't actually happen. It's true, but that doesn't mean it happened. This is called the mythic truth, the truth which transcends reality. What that mythic truth represents is truer than true. The mythic truth simply is.
He is going to do MAGA communism. It's just the secret was MAGA communism is just Nazism.
Not be justified. It need not be proven.
National
it cannot
socialism.
Be falsified. It cannot be questioned. It is fixed, unchanging. It has always been thus, and so it will always be thus. The mythic truth in the minds of a fascist has been discovered over and over throughout history, embraced, leading to all of the great civilizations of the past, and then suppressed, leading to those civilizations' downfall. Fascism is syncretic. It takes ideas and concepts from multiple sources and tries to synthesize them into a broad, sweeping set of principles that they can apply backwards in time.
Like, they don't even, like, they misinterpret everything. Any reality that you put in the fascist hands, they will just shape to their own, like, use.
To question the mythic truth is therefore, in their minds, not simply a matter of disagreement, but to defy the will of nature, to stand in opposition to what they see as the animating force of the universe, to invite the fall of...
Look, I'm not religious, and in fact, I genuinely don't believe in religion, but I've read the Bible, and MAGA is very, very Antichrist vibes. I mean, like, forehead mark, they all, like, worship Trump as if he is Jesus. I mean, like, they have paintings of him. It's 1-to-1. They have a goat sculpture in Mar-a-Lago that's like golden hoofed and golden horned and golden genitaled, but it's all made of like paper mache of Trump $100 bills. Would say where it says instead of "where in God we trust," it says "in Trump we trust." Like, they actually have that. We are so in with Israel. Like, it's Mussolini vibes, but honestly, it is weird. Like, there is a group of people who have influence of the United States who are actively pushing us towards a scenario in which Israel fights with Iran because they think Jesus will then come down from heaven and rapture every good Christian up to, like, heaven. 32% of Americans believe this will happen in our lifetime. 32%. Right now. Believe that's going to happen in our lifetime.
Civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism. So anything which contradicts the mythic truth is
They're
fundamentally
genuinely on
evil.
some, we must cleanse the world of the seed of Amalek shit. Yeah. It's actually really fucking scary.
And must be rejected on that basis, and that basis alone. When evidence contradicts the mythic truth, the evidence is lying. You don't need to know how it's lying.
They are
what
the
about it is
evangelicals.
incorrect,
Those are the ones.
or if anything about it is incorrect. You simply know the evidence must be wrong because it can't be correct and contradict the mythic truth. When the mythic truth is shown to be contradictory or self-defeating, they will insist, without a shred of irony, that logic itself is therefore lying. They won't bother trying to explain away the contradictions because it is an act of service to the mythic truth, the highest good, to simply accept it on faith, particularly...
Evangelicals literally just are the white Taliban, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, they're really the white ISIS more than Taliban. I mean, look at this. You know, 1 in 6 Americans believe in QAnon. 1 in 6. You know, 52% of Americans think that angels are real? We're like a sick country.
When reason would dictate otherwise. If anything which contradicts the mythic truth is evil, then dismissing it is an act of good. So by willfully...
Unironically, actually, no, very ironically, the only way to get people out of this, I mean, you got 2 ways that this can go. You got 2. 1, you can let them fuck up and hit rock bottom like an addict, and then reach out for help to you and then help fix their life one at a time. Because what they are doing is essentially just, they're a drug addict. Their drug is just MAGA. The social aspects of engaging in that community is the drug. It is a physical addiction because that's where their happiness comes from. Their dopamine, their serotonin, their oxytocin. Like, that's where they find meaning in their life. And they've been told that everything outside of that is terrible. So, it's just how you just empty your brain and you go along with it because you can't be an outcast. This is all you have. And yeah, by the way, they think that Jewish people will go to heaven. And no, actually, no. They think the Jewish people fighting the Iranians would also go to hell, actually. So we legit need to go back to fucking pagan indigenous religions. We need to just not have religion. Most humans just can't handle Abrahamic patriarchal religions right now. Maybe Abrahamic patriarchal religions just shouldn't exist. Maybe religion just shouldn't exist. The odd thing about that statement about angels is that more people believe that the devil is operating in the USA. That's unsurprising because we've made this myth part of our dialogue. You guys understand that the words you choose to use affect how you perceive the world and how you engage with it. The words we choose, just like on any given topic, like what I say about something affects how I view that thing. If I start calling, I don't know, if I start insulting this person, by the end of this video, I will dislike this person. If I just like picked something to insult about them every now and again, like that, if I made a point of doing it like every 10 minutes, I would dislike this person as a person. I know nothing about this person aside from what we've seen in this video so far. But just by saying something mean, I will have changed my perspective on it. You can do this the other way around as well.
Ignoring evidence or arguments against the mythic truth, they show their devotion to it. Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their way into accepting evidence against their position.
Not all of your opinions are valid. Not all of your feelings are valid, JS. Not all of your thoughts are valid, nor are they all true. It's okay to have a wrong thought. It's okay to be wrong. But you have to be able to admit and accept that you're wrong.
Further reason to accept that position. Their truth is
No. See, not me. All of my opinions and feelings are valid. I'm kidding, obviously. But like, yeah, no, likewise. You get to decide this shit. All of us do. We get to decide. But how you decide based on, I don't know, personal gain or engagement in community matters. Because I fully believe that bettering of the community betters the life of the individual. Bettering the life of the individual in the community also betters the community. But when you do this outside of the community structure, then you are just siphoning, like, you're a vampire, that you become a vampire.
Strong, that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect, it's still true. And let me say that again for emphasis. Evidence against a fascist position strengthens the fascists' belief in...
Exactly. And this is what I mean. This is why I won't argue with them anymore. I'm not going to do a debate with MAGA ever again, because this is exactly what it is. Arguing with them, putting evidence that they're wrong up, it just strengthens the belief of their position. More people trust them now. Their words have value that have been attributed to because you wasted the time arguing. No, it's not, yeah, you can't argue. It's like the fact that you gave them the time to argue about it is what validates it. Like, you should just laugh at these people, call them idiots, and then walk away. I fight them with counter conspiracies. Yeah, but you like to troll.
In that position. I'll give you an example of this that might be familiar to you. Fascists will often say that there are only two genders. Everyone is either male or female. You're born that way and there's no changing it and there's nothing else one can be. Now, I'm not saying that if you believe there are only two genders, you're a fascist. You might just be a stupid asshole, but it is a position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for.
True.
It is also a position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit, like get a grip. There's no evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified. How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right or wrong? Are the millions of gender...
You have the energy and the time for that? Go for it. Do it. It's fine. You can do the long game. I don't know. I don't care what you do. Go make friends with a MAGA person so you can, I don't know, say that you'll help them with their taxes and then fuck up their taxes so that they get audited by the IRS. You can do that. You can do that. You can be Danny DeVito and It's Always Sunny if you want to. They don't believe in their positions based on evidence. It's just like how mad it makes you. The more mad it makes you, the more that they believe that they have the right position. It's nonsensical 7-year-old crush on a girl in class behavior, but that's how they think. Kinda, yeah. Do I come across as a troll? Not to me, but I feel like you could easily have fun trolling the right. I get that vibe from you of like, you might be in a mood, be like, I want to fuck with some of these idiots and spend the time to actually do it.
Non-conforming people all throughout history.
No, trans men shouldn't be going to ladies' bathrooms. Why the fuck would they? They're not women. They're men. Trans men belong in men's bathrooms. First of all, why the fuck do bathrooms even need to have gender? We don't need gendered bathrooms.
Lying, all willing to subject.
Just to point out what this guy is saying, I see it is defining both sides to me, so a little confusing, but he's definitely defiantly presenting it to serve against one side. Well, yeah, the right is evil. That's the answer. The right is evil. And then there's the other side who is shittier and has like various different parts of it. Like we have the shitty Democrats, we have the evil Democrats, we have the weak Democrats, we have the progressives. Then we have some of the social Democrats, the social democracy people, the democratic socialists. Like we go on and on and on. I'm all the way on the other end. There's like 9 trans athletes. Yeah. We do. Women take longer. I can't cope with the lines. That's a skill issue. We don't need gendered bathrooms. What a silly waste of resources. Yeah. I usually start with the Second Amendment. Do you think that psychopaths should have guns? Well, at this point, they don't believe in that either. They're going to come for the left's guns. But they are both doing what he is saying. He's just throwing... No. He is not. What he's saying is don't waste your time engaging with them. And he's showing you evidence of them doing the thing that he's explaining that they're doing. And then this video is, in theory, doing it back to them by saying, hey, don't waste your time with these people. Here's all the reasons why. But he's showing you what not to do. Does that make more sense, Rip Haven? Like, what he's explaining here is what you shouldn't be doing. By which I mean, you shouldn't argue with the right-wingers and the Nazis. It just makes them valid. It gives them some kind of a fucking worth. Because someone like you is spending the time to listen to them talk. And yeah, I know, Captain Buggy. It's fucking wild.
Themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if so, what?
You could have you could easily have the same video going on the other side. Is all I mean. Yes, you could, Rip Haven. You could, except they'd be lying and wrong. And they're evil. That's the difference. Like, literally, they will sound the same. I've been laying out exactly how they're going to try and sound the same. They're just evil. You shouldn't bother with them. And yes, like they could do this, but they'd be lying. Period. They would just be lying. And JS, your country, like having pride in your country is stupid. Why the fuck do you have pride in your country? What did you do? Pride is reserved for things that you did or you had a part in doing. You were born on this piece of land. What are you proud of? Shit other people did? That you had no hand in? That's not pride. That's not what pride's for. Pride exists for things that you do. You can be happy. You could like your country. You could compliment your country. You could say nice things about it. You don't pride in the country that you were born in unless you did something for it. I feel that women are usually scared of men, so the fact that women's restrooms has the label makes them feel secure. How do we include the oppressed while keeping the security? Well, you fix the oppression first and foremost. Having the women's restroom as a safe space because women are scared of men is like saying women should wear hijabs and burqas because then men won't be able to look at them and be tempted to assault them and oppress them. Like, just stop the oppression. Why? Like, that's how you integrate the oppressed groups, is by collective liberation. I'm a libertarian socialist. Yes, I am, JS. It's in the literal bio of my video. Of my YouTube channel, of the Twitch, you know, like you can check that out. Aren't you proud of Canada? I'm proud of Canada for, like, not really much, but I'm proud of the Canadians for engaging in the Buy Canada, Don't Buy American stuff. So yeah, but I'm proud of that, and I had a part in that too. I put out that video. I said Buy Canadian, showed you guys like what to buy. I said they did the same with Europe. You can have pride in that, but like, you don't pride in the country that you were born in for just being born there. To be fair, your like country doesn't even exist. Nazi is a national socialist. Yes, exactly. They're the evil kind. I'm the not evil kind. The National Socialist is pretty much the exact opposite of the Libertarian Socialist, which is me. Don't get me wrong, I don't like either side, but what should be the solution? I'm telling you, the solution right now is being able to engage with reality. Half of the people in this country don't believe in reality. They just don't. Half of the people in the world, less and less, believe in reality. Learn how to deal with your emotions. Feel them. Regulate them. Analyze them. Talk to your neighbors. Go outside. Learn. Read a book. Stop going online. Throw your phone into the ocean. Like, that's how you do this. Like, what do you mean? That's the solution. For example, tomorrow we have Remembrance Day for... Is tomorrow Anzac Day, Jajex? Is that tomorrow? Fuck, if tomorrow's Anzac Day, I need to, like, change some of my plans. Differentiating between country and inmates is a way to go, true. So why don't you support trans rights? What do you mean? I do support trans rights. I literally... again, this is what they do. They will just say bullshit. Don't argue with them. Don't argue with them. Don't even listen. I'm done. I'm done listening to you. This means I'm a fascist because I'm against trans rights immediately after me saying pro-trans rights stuff. Like, that's their purpose.
What evidence do we accept in
And by the way, you're not going to get a free and fair election ever again. Not unless you fight for it with preferably Second Amendment protected armed resistance. But, that's a whole other thing.
Because to my knowledge, none of these dipshits has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption.
I said that trans men go to men's bathrooms. You are actually very stupid. It's very funny, JS, because you think that me saying that trans men go to men's bathrooms is transphobic. Like, genuine idiots, all of these people. Socialism has nothing to do with oppressing trans people. Yeah, like, literally. The entire, oppression of trans people comes specifically because of right-wing sexual insecurity. They think of trans men as misgender. Yeah, like, they would think that, yeah, exactly. Trans men to them was, in their head, a woman.
Of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is both
that's the
obviously
level that
incorrect
we're on.
and also Completely irrelevant. Gender is not sex. I think we've been pretty clear on that, my guys. Not only are you dead ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if—
No one, you're right. They think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. Yes, it has. It's pushed the age. Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. You think you're thinking, but you're not thinking. And Judge X, they'll take gay marriage away. They are already trying to overturn it.
If you happen to be correct. Belief in a bio-gender—
Let's try that one more time. That was important to listen to.
There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is both obviously incorrect and also completely irrelevant. Gender is not sex. I think we've been pretty clear on that, my guys. Not only are you dead ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if you happen to be correct. Belief in a bioessentialist gender binary is absurd. It's contradictory and dumb. It is obvious and self-evident that some people's idea of themselves do not align with the gender they were assigned at birth. How then do fascists arrive at this conclusion? Why do they feel so strongly about it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by evidence against—
No one, stop doing it. You're doing exactly what we're talking about. Don't let them waste your time. Don't have them try and— you don't need to explain it. We all know that JS is an idiot. You don't need to, like, teach them. They're just an idiot. Laugh at them and move on. Don't let them waste your time. They will try. I'm selfish and I want a quicker access to a toilet. Like, go, you're a man. Go pee in the woods, mate. Hazemaker, they let MSM and social media do the thinking for them. Literally, exactly. Do the thinking for yourself. Don't, like, pay attention to these people. Laugh at them. They're actually made up words that mean many things to many different people. Literally not how language works. Words have definitions. Words literally have meanings. Like, you can just Google the definition of a word, but they won't. They won't, because they don't believe in that kind of reality. They don't want a reality that is, you know, based in facts. They want something that can mean many things to many people. Made up words. They're so fucking stupid. Could you explain the difference between gender binary and the opposite correct answer? I've always found it confusing. Well, like I did last time. I'm supposed to have a video coming out on it soon, if the lovely editors work on that. But, I mean, just really basically put it to you this way. Sex is your physical attributes that you are born with, like, period. Done. Your gender is the social roles and expectations that are generally associated with those assigned sexes at birth that you want to be perceived as, engage with, act in. It's how you want to engage with society. It's just a social construct. It's made up. If we lived in a society where the social roles for sexes were swapped, then we would feel the swapped version of it. It is just a construct. It's not actually a physical thing. It's not real. And you can move, by the way. You can be straight and become gay, and then become bi later. You can be cis, then become trans, then become bigender, then become cis again. You can do that. All of these are fluid. Now, you can't decide that. That's not like a physical choice you get to make. It's all dependent on the material and the social context and the circumstances that you live in and how you engage with them. We can agree that, like, lines in the men's bathroom are smaller. Yes. So go and wait in line or piss in the woods. I stopped going a bit mask off at work. I'm not engaging with the right wingers politically at all. It's a waste of emotional resources. Yeah. It is. It's actually a waste. You will burn out much quicker if you engage with these people. I think whenever daddy is used in porn, Sigmund Freud, spirit gives a smile. Hell yeah. Freud would be having a ball with the right wing right now. It's so funny that they're confused that if I like Trump or I don't, because their entire ideology is built on, like, core small issues that can then be abstracted to everything else that do align with real issues every now and again. So you sound like them for half a second. They're like, wait, are you against Trump? Or I think every single person who has voted for Donald Trump should go to prison.
it. Why care at all for that matter? And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yes, I'm not a child. I understand that. But why though? Because if you were to ask them, they would say that their hatred of trans people is rooted in this belief, which of course they only believe because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular? I mean, which came first, the adult human chicken or the large gamete cell? The real reason they believe this, of course, is that fascists, among other assholes, believe men and women exist in strict natural hierarchy.
Everyone just hate women. But especially like the entire point of transphobia is that they hate women. The whole point of saying a trans woman is not a woman is saying that she can't give birth, reducing a woman to nothing but an incubator. They like the entirety of fascist ideology is built on A, sexual insecurity, B, hatred of women, misogyny, and C, an inability to do critical thinking. I think you have bipolar, not ADHD. Again, you don't even know what these words mean. You don't even know what these words mean. That's what they are. Like, don't let them waste your time, guys. You can do better. You don't need to do that. You don't need to argue with JS. And that's what you're doing every time. You're arguing with this chatter. Possibly schizophrenia, yeah. They got the zombies by saying people groom children to become trans. They literally groom children. And they said the opposite. Every accusation was a confession. Every accusation was a confession. I literally reduced my own gender to my reproductive stuff. Is that weird? Well, yes. It's kind of internalized misogyny at that point. Like, you're allowed to do that. Like, it's not wrong. If you are okay with your gender matching up with your sex organs, then fine. Yeah, you're cis. Great. You are cis, my friend. I think that's what that means. This is my favorite schizophrenic streamer. If only. I would be like, I'm a paragon of patience. I really am. I am so nice to some of you guys. Whereas, like, I've seen other chats where someone like JS would just be eviscerated, just shamed.
Especially men and women. Anything which might complicate that dynamic is therefore automatically untrue. Men and women must be immutably and fundamentally separate categories if we are to believe one is superior to the other. If the differences between men and women are murkier than they imagine, socially constructed, or worse, subjective, then that contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth can simply be dismissed on that basis.
Stop trying to prove him wrong again. No one, you're doing it. We're doing it now. Learn the lesson. Be uncomfortable with this idiot saying wrong shit and don't correct him. Don't correct him. It's a waste of your energy.
It is not necessary to explain why or investigate further. To do so would be a sign of disloyalty. Now, sure, they might offer some specious evidence for their case to you. They might make some kind of leap of logic to justify this belief to you because they know that you value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe. If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can, it doesn't matter. It was never-
No. He's not going to look at it. No one. He's not going to. He doesn't want to. You can't change his beliefs because he doesn't want you to change them. He exists here to get a reaction from you. He is here to make you mad. So you pay attention to him. That's a bot, more than likely. It might not even be a person. Again, we now live in a stage of like humanity where you don't know if I'm a person. I could be a bot. I could be AI. None of you would know. Any of you in this chat could be a bot and I don't know that. That's how we live. That's where we live, right? This is why you need to go talk to people outside of the internet. If you want to convince somebody, doing it online is not going to happen. In person is how you convince people. The many people online somehow get off on wasting everyone's time and nerves. It's rarely worth it. Yeah, literally, like they're having a wank over there. It's illogical to argue with men that are brainwashed to fight against their, like, you were in 1984 and you are arguing against thought crimes and newspeak. That's what you're doing. He's not even able to engage with the chat. He's watching a whole ass documentary. Like, he's watching me and not engaging with the chat either. He's just here to troll. Troll is the reason people like me get a bad rap. Well, I mean, people like you might get a bad rap for other reasons. Rip Haven, I don't know much about you yet, but yeah, no, trolls. That's what that is. Like, you're fine, Rip Haven, to be fair. I have a better mental, like, standard of you than I do of that idiot. The only point IMO to interface with someone like this is if your audience watching could be swayed by the fascists if you don't try and make it clear that they're fascists. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And like, when you're doing that, you have to be careful, but what you're talking about matters. And how you talk about it in what context matters. Like, this is what the people at the very top believe, right? You call it open dialogue, I call it a waste of time. There is no open dialogue that I want to have with a Nazi. I hope Nazis die.
Cyberspace, and despite not yet managing to cross the line into a film
This is the thing that the wealthy, the billionaire class want in life. They want to bring these things into your life.
Though its prequel, Johnny Mnemonic, 1981, got
These
an adaptation
systems,
in
these
1995,
beliefs.
and the first sentences of its opening crawl seem prescient for some reason.
The
Its
second
fingerprints
decade
are
of the 21st century, corporate rule, the world is threatened by a new plague, NAS, whatever, doesn't matter.
all over popular culture, and in particular the Matrix film series, which lifted parts of it wholesale, including the term Matrix for a virtual reality
I hope
world.
Nazis deconstruct and heal. You're going to be waiting a long time for that one. I don't think they can. I think the only way to deal with a Nazi is the Nuremberg trials.
Though Gibson himself may have been inspired by Doctor Who there.
I deny this reality. The reality is a computation matrix.
Very
I think
annoyingly
they should
for
be
me,
forever
a TV
imprisoned.
adaptation finally seems to be materializing on Apple TV.
Someone on a Discord server I'm in recently said, stop me from texting all my Christo-fascist fuck-skull Nazi friends to go fuck themselves when I asked, why do you have Nazi friends? Yeah.
Just too late for me to be able to use clips of it in this video. It's like they're not thinking of me at all. And yet different operations had
Here.
achieved the power and influence of states. Snow Crash, 1992, took this to its anarcho-capitalist conclusion, where nation-states as we know them have dissolved to be replaced with patchworks of microstates and city-states.
We've talked about this at length, of this is how they're trying to build the system, and this is
Few
where we're
large
headed.
conglomerates, entirely controlled by corporations. Snow Crash is clearly intended as a work of satire. Because corporations have control of laws, racially segregated apartheid conclaves are common, the police have credit card readers in the back of their cars to facilitate bribes, the mafia and Colombian narco-traffickers are just two more states fighting over turf, and a punk on a motorcycle has a personal nuclear weapon. The satire, however, seems to have been lost on many of the tech industry leaders inspired by the book. This is, after all, the book where Mark Zuckerberg got the word metaverse to describe the virtual reality environment he wants to create. But the metaverse of Snow Crash, much like the Oasis in Ready Player One, a book that borrows concepts wholesale from Snow Crash but has none of its insight, has the power and mystique it does because it's an escape from the real-world dystopic hellscape created by corporate domination.
This is where we're headed. Again, Curtis Yarvin, which I'm sure all of you have heard the name of, wrote this. This is the guy that all of the Silicon Valley tech bros love to suck off, just
Under the
every
pseudonym
day.
Mencius Moldbug, in his blog Unqualified Reservations, laid out a vision. He says early in the essay that he's read about 6 zillion science fiction books in which this is the general state of the future. And as one reads, it becomes clear exactly the sort of science fiction he's talking about. As if any of these books portray this future as a good thing. Instead of democracy, Yarvin.
How should realms be administered? The answer is simple. A realm is a corporation, a sovereign corporation, granted, but a corporation nonetheless. In the 21st century, the art of corporate design is not a mystery. It's owned and controlled by anonymous shareholders. If you ever wondered what the letters SA stand for in the name of the French or Spanish company, they mean anonymous society. What? Who's interested in maximizing corporate performance are perfectly aligned. The shareholders select a chief executive to whom all employees report, and those decisions are final. Yes, okay, yes, we know that
there should be
your
many
corporation
small
is
states,
fascism.
each run by a single corporation.
It's the intellectual racism and superiority shit again. It's the same shit like JD Vance with his hillbilly allergy of, hey, look, I'm racist too, but I'm not like a hick racist. I'm racist for pseudoscience reasons. It's these people.
With the CEO
also incapable
who
of
functions
reaching
as dictator
reality.
or monarch. Citizens would have freedom of movement between these small states, and thus each corporation could compete for citizens.
Governments we inherited from history are smashed. They should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of tens of thousands of sovereign, independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard for the residents' opinions. If the residents don't like their government, they can and should move. The design is to all exit, no voice. Yeah.
By creating a laboratory of
That's what they're
innovation,
doing.
much as corporations
That's
in
the
market
plan.
capitalism compete for customers. On its face, if you're the type of person who thinks capitalism is the best and most natural system for governing an economy, this all makes a certain amount of sense. Rather than the messy and imperfect business of democracy, allow corporations to hash things out in a marketplace of citizenry. Yes, most corporations are run like dictatorships.
Yeah, they die, Shufa Boofer. That's the point.
Or at best, oligarchies.
No regard for
But so
the
what?
citizens' opinions.
As Yarvin has said,
everything in your world that works was made by a monarchy. So
he does think that needs to, like, what they want is more immigration too. They just want it to be, you know, slavery.
we're using computers here. Your computer was built
Yeah,
by a
I have the
corporation
Arnold
that is
Schwarzenegger video.
run by a CEO who basically has a absolute.
Also,
but
he's lying.
accountable-
That's not true. Like, your iPhone exists because of socialism. The internet exists because of socialism.
control over the operations of that company. So Steve Jobs, in a way, is very similar in some ways to Napoleon.
Of course, this isn't really true. As per the book The Entrepreneurial State, 2013, by Mariana Mazzucato, historically the ostensibly democratic government has been behind most of the major technological innovations of the United States.
DARPA made your iPhone. We paid your tax money, went to DARPA, which then helped research, which then Apple then used to make the iPhone.
Rather than the risk-averse private sector, from the moon landing to the internet to GPS,
All of
research
these,
that the U.S. then allows the private sector to capitalize on.
which then they pretend that they made all themselves, like that the government has nothing to do with it.
In fact,
I honestly think sometimes it hits me like, this can't be true, but it sometimes feels like the billionaire class forgot where money comes from. Like, I said this a few times today, but like it really does. It feels like they forgot that money just doesn't exist on its own. Like capital is a function of two systems engaging with each other. DARPA also dumped a lot of Agent Orange on Vietnam. Okay, yeah, but they also made the phone, and that's also evil. This shit's evil and poison. I hate these things. I think they should be destroyed. So it does make sense that they came from DARPA. Because why not, Indie Crab? Why not?
We're now in the process of discovering just how much fundamental scientific research is actually funded by the government.
Do you know how many people have already died because of like USAID being cut? You can look that up. You can Google it. It's not fun.
Musk's pimple-faced goon squad heedlessly slashes it all. But let's put that aside for a moment. The problems with this premise become apparent as soon as
25
Yarvin lays out his vision for a San Francisco
25 million
corporate city-state. Frisk Corp, he writes, may also import menial laborers as Dubai does today, but they are not to be confused with the actual residents. If you know anything about Dubai's labor situation, you know that what Yarvin is calling imported menial laborers are better known as slaves.
Because we cut USAID funding, pre-breakfast banana, and it's 25 million actually.
Much attention has been paid to the second part of this
And
essay,
it's not that
where
they're going to die, it's that they are dying currently.
he deals with the question of what to do with the indigent,
We killed them.
non-productive poor.
Every single person who voted for Donald Trump killed those people.
And at first, joking, or so it seems, suggests grinding them up for biodiesel. A la
Oh, by the way, that's not a joke. They really would grind you up for biodiesel. It's consistent with their eugenics views. Yeah, absolutely. No, like these people are dying, and they have died. This is also why they don't care if you die in America, like cuts to your healthcare, like, I don't know, diseases that have been long extinct, rampant around the country, that they don't fix. We got fucking cholera, we got avian flu, we got measles, we got tuberculosis. You're gonna die of consumption back in Virginia, like it's 1860. Like genuinely, that's the state of the world that they want to build. And they want to build it specifically because they can't cope with being told that they're wrong. They don't want to be challenged about anything. Hey, by the way, speaking on healthcare, remember when Elon Musk said that they accidentally cut Ebola prevention funding and then they gave it back?
One of the statements he made was during a cabinet meeting at the White House regarding Ebola. He said, "Oh, we make mistakes sometimes, and you know, we temporarily stopped the Ebola program. Whoops, but we've restarted it." Well, it's bad enough to make that mistake, but Mr. Enrich, I'd like you to comment on the veracity of the claim that they started it again.
As to Elon Musk's statement at the White House that the Ebola activities had been restarted, it was not accurate then. It's not accurate now. Despite the Ebola response activities being the first that we pushed as soon as the waiver was issued, the activities were never allowed to move forward, and ultimately those contracts were terminated.
Yeah. They fucking hate you. They don't care at all. At all. The country's dead. The country died. All you can do is get through it and survive till the next country. Psychopathy and massive wealth is a bad combination. Well, I mean, massive wealth just produces psychopathy. You can obtain massive wealth without the psychopathy. You will gain the psychopathy as a result. People say USAID was used for regime change / fund. I don't. It was. USAID was in existence. So we could go into poor countries. We can spend a tiny little bit of money helping their residents to give us influence in the region, a foothold. Let's say Africa, where China has the Belts and Roads Initiative, where they're doing the same thing, where they build like roads and train tracks and whatnot. We did this, but with like medicine and shit. And so that let us stay in the area, and B, it gave us influence with the government, because now we are responsible for their health at this point. Like they have become dependent on our care. So we can then make things happen using that influence. That's what USAID was for. It existed since like the 50s. We've used it for regime change all over the world. But it also does help people, for real. We do actually help people as well. We just don't do it out of the goodness of our heart. We do it because it benefits us. It's soft power. Careful with how you word that. Those diseases weren't extinct. I meant measles was eradicated in the United States. Tuberculosis is still around. Measles still exists outside of the U.S. I meant in the U.S. if I wasn't clear there. So thank you for that correction. Everyone at least should have an exit plan in the works, especially since they got lucky and it's not full martial law right now. Honestly, I would leave now. Like, genuinely, I would get the fuck out. I would go cross into Canada. If I don't have a passport, I'll go to the Canadian embassy, and I'll say I'm applying for asylum from Canada and get a passport there. Fuck that. Or I'll go to Mexico if I'm closer to that side. I would do anything to get out of that country if I could. Right the hell now. Honestly, to be fair, I'd rather get my ass back over there and fight the good fight, but the fight hasn't started yet, and I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Repeatedly raised.
Einstein realized in Germany and left early. Yeah. He also wrote it about Israel in 1948. I'll be right back. I need to stretch. My brain is just like all over it. I'll be back in 2 secs. find the cat for you guys, but I don't know where he is. Oh my god, he's behind the desk. What are you doing there, buddy? What are you doing down there? What are you doing down there? I drink a lot of water because I have to talk a lot. And also my fucking neck is killing me. Let's keep going. Too much stimulants, too many brain thoughts. Yeah, actually. It's not nice. I don't like double dosing on my Vyvanse by accident. It doesn't feel good. It feels overwhelming. And I also more dehydrated than usual. That's also true. Thanks for reminding me about that. We need to overhaul our government, put things in place to protect us from mad presidents. Pre-breakfast banana. You do realize to overhaul the government, you need to have power first, right? And also, good for them. Captain Buggy still doesn't mean I like China, although I might have to move to China. That might be the option. If America takes Australia when Dutton wins, I might have to start streaming from fucking Shanghai.
Until I get sent to, like, and then instead suggests they could all be seated in a room hooked up to virtual reality to keep them busy for their lives. But I think the absurdity of
I forgot about that. That ended with, let's either take these people, grind them into biodiesel, or put them into a prison with VR where they have to, you know, they just live in VR prisons for the rest of their lives. There's a trick I learned from a PE teacher. You just need enough to moisten as far as speaking. I wouldn't know. It dries really quickly. I drink a lot of water because talking a lot dries your throat out. It will be China what takes Australia? God, I hope so. I'd rather be on the Chinese side than fighting, than on the Nazi side. The Chinese are the ones, I don't like the Chinese. They're not progressive. They're not good. But they're not the Nazis. And so I'd rather them than the Nazis. If you move to China, remember there's still, no kissing women in public or they'll get angry and fine you. I mean, I won't be able to say half the shit that I want to say about Xi, but I'll keep it quiet until the Great War against the evil American Empire has been, beaten, and then I can escape China and then start the eternal war against the evil empire of China.
Swift's a modest proposal, and then instead suggests they could all be seated in a room hooked up to virtual reality.
This is literally
to
the
keep
Matrix.
Them busy for their lives. But I think the absurdity of both these suggestions illustrates how he simply doesn't care about
these people. I don't want to move to China, y'all. I don't want to.
Those who can become slaves.
I can't even afford to. I have no money. You guys have understanding here. I have no money. I really don't. I invested my savings to do this for a year. I got no money. So, refugee in China. Let's see how that goes.
It doesn't really matter, does it? But surely you may ask, Yarvin can't actually believe in slavery. But in an essay called Why Carlyle Matters, Yarvin identifies himself as a modern Carlyleist, a disciple of 19th century racist monarchist Thomas Carlyle. And like Carlyle, describes slavery as simply a natural human relationship.
I'm by myself, me and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. That's it. I can make my own currency. Let's start a crypto grift. Let's start a Viscoin. But the only people I can rug pull would be you guys, and that wouldn't be first of all I wouldn't do it, but secondly that wouldn't be nice to my community. You're the only ones that would buy Viscoin. Yeah, they're gonna not a re-education camp my ass. They're sending me to the Uyghur camps in the Shandong province. I mean, look, if I need to, Captain Buggy, that might be an option. I'll find out in a week. We'll see. I spent 6 years trying to get into this country and get citizenship here. I'm gonna be real fucking mad if I can't stay. Viscoin would work if you pulled a right-wing grift for 9 months. Yeah, but then I would have to pull a right-wing grift, and I couldn't do it. Guys, I can't do an ad read. Like a real basic, I wouldn't be able to. Unless it was a company that I actually liked with a product I actually enjoyed. I could do the right-wing grift so easy, too. I would be popular. I can speak better than most of them. I'm smarter than most of them. And, I don't know, I got the energy that a lot of them don't. If I wanted to do the right-wing grift, I would have done the right-wing grift. I wanted to do the left-wing, let's fix the world. You moved out of the frying pan into the fire? Well, actually, no. I moved out of the fire into the frying pan, it would be it, because America was on fire when I moved here back in 2018. And you guys got hit way harder in the years following 2018 than I did. I got out of the fire. But now, like, the fire is now heated the pan. Just get the apolitical hat. I'm not spending $50 on a fucking MAGA hat. Just gotta start complaining about culture, wear a beanie, and do... Well, to be fair, I do complain about culture. Hold on. Alright. Viz pool incoming. So we got this one, the classic. We got Viz pool. I'm just gonna complain about culture, you know. But to be fair, I like this one better. This is more me. This more you know, proper Viz pool. But this is the hat. I actually moved to a colonial prison. It used to be a colonial prison. It's not anymore. Now it's just an American colony. You make hats look good. Hats are meant to look good. You know that, right? Like, hats are meant to be an accessory to look good in. And by the way, like, yeah, no, that's an outfit. No, matches the fit in and of itself. Hats are meant to be look good. You don't need to be MAGA. It just needs to be red. Give me a Nintendo hat. A proper Nintendo hat. I'm going to keep this on, actually. I think it's kind of cute. Don't take him serious. I'm not taking him seriously. I'm not taking him seriously. Although, good point there. I can see the Russian money coming in now. Yeah, where is... I lost my USAID money. And so, you look like a socialist with your beanie, unlike... Yeah, I actually rock this, don't I? It looks good. Don't mention the Australian genocide. I mean, true. Yeah. You know, like, it was only in the 1970s when Australia stopped stealing the children of Aboriginals and giving them to white people to fix the, like, beast or whatever they called them. See the hat? And expect something like, why are women in games not hot anymore? To be fair, games suck now. Video games suck now. They used to not suck. Why do video games suck? These guys say, yeah, based, and then not shower and you're a certified centrist. Jesus Christ. No, but like, genuinely, if we're gonna talk about video games, I can go on and on and on about how much I fucking hate today's video games culture. But let's continue on with slavery. We're finishing this one today. And like
Carlyle, he's indicated that he thinks Africans are perhaps biologically suited to slavery. Perhaps it's not surprising then that Yarvin's also described himself as like Hitler, but smarter. The phrase,
literally, this is the guy that all of the billionaires love to read. I will play Cyberpunk after stream, if you guys will stick around.
The Dark Enlightenment was coined by reactionary philosopher Nick Land to describe Yarvin and other ideologues.
Yeah, that's genocide,
to roll
Captain
back
Buggy.
the Enlightenment.
That is literally genocide, by the way. Taking your kids from you, like, that is part of it. China is not better than us. They're just not Nazis. They're doing their genocide for horrible reasons. But we're doing ours for worse. Video games have become formulistic. 29 COD games, 24 Soul-like games. I've never played like a Souls-like game, to be fair. I don't like them. But yeah, they are formulistic. No one tries anymore. I hate the open world games that are procedurally generated. Like I really enjoyed Starfield, for example. Starfield was so very fun. But it was also shit. Because A, it was procedurally generated like landmass instead of handcrafted, and that wasn't what people wanted. It was the fact that it was too big. We as like humans want big game. I want the biggest game ever. Give me the biggest game you got, except then you don't want to play it because the game's too big. I want the game that ends. What's my favorite game since 2020? Cyberpunk 2077. It has to be. I mean, to be fair, we've watched lore videos on it on stream for me to talk about politics, like, in our modern world. So, yeah, I feel like that one. But that was because it was written based on source material from the 1980s. Starfield is the only game that was literally unplayable for me. It crashed every 5 minutes. I have no idea why. I didn't have any of that issue. Like, Starfield was fun for me. It just didn't have like you just went from point to point to point. There was no exploring. Like, I wasn't walking around planets looking for shit. You went from a gamer to a player. Exactly. Exactly. We need to fix video games.
And return to basically feudal relations. And this is openly what Yarvin is about, writing that, quote, the most interesting, detailed, and elegant European forms are found in the period we call
Small
feudal.
games are fun, yeah.
And thus it is only natural that a reactionary design for future government will have a somewhat feudal feel. Thus, we can think of this episode of Literate Machine as something of a standalone sequel to the one I did about techno-feudalism.
Which hat? Purple or the other one? Oh yeah, I still never finished Disco Elysium too. I've done 3 videos of me playing that on stream and I haven't gotten any further than that.
That was about how feudalism plays out in the economic and technological sphere. This episode is about how it plays out in the political one. But it's natural that conservatives would ultimately want to spin backwards towards feudalism. As I talked about in How Conservatives Become Fascists, and further in Gravity's Rainbow Over Palestine, and its excerpt, The Conservatives Who Love Israel and Hate Jews, conservatism is an ideology based around the idea that there are natural hierarchies in which it's right and proper for some people to stand above others, whether socially, economically, or politically.
This is, like, brain rot shit, by the way.
Indeed, there's research...
And Captain Buggy, I would, absolutely, except I actually never played the original Oblivion game, and so if I wanted to play through the remaster, I would want to play through the remaster, like, all the way through, and, like, I don't have the time to commit to that. Oh, what's up, the Ivory Pool? Sorry about how the debate went. I think I took a combative stance too quickly. Oh, look, you're fine. I'm sorry for being too impatient. You were not all that combative to me, actually. I didn't get that vibe from you. Thank you for the way that you engaged, though. Like, you actually believed what you were saying. I think we could absolutely have further conversation on that. Feel free to add me on Discord, the Ivory Fool. I'll happily have a conversation with you. It just seemed very far behind where I'm at in my analysis, that it was hard for me to... Honestly, it was hard for me to cope because, like, I'm like 15 steps ahead, and the stuff that most of the debate was focused on at the time was stuff that I would have been worried about like 2 months ago. It's kind of too late now type thing. There's like other bigger issues and other solutions that we could focus on. Also, the systemic change and like the nuance was getting lost in the several people. So like one-on-one definitely would go better, I would say. The remaster is very true to the original. I can't keep the purple hat on, sorry. It's the little ball thing. They even added some stuff from Bugs from Oblivion. Cool, 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 cool. Again, I would play it, but I do not have the time commitment. It's a bit how I felt too. It was like an extremely different battle lines. Yeah, Ivory Fool. It was. It was just the battle lines were drawn in 2 opposite places, and they just didn't fit. Publishers keep on rushing the developers to pack all the shitty shit together by inserting the release date. That's too soon. It's probably set late October, November, for the sake of racking in holiday sales. It's always been like that. Also, the fact that like the game is now optimized specifically to work with the graphics card company that they're working with. Like, so if you were getting Starfield and you had a AMD graphics card, it was more optimized to you than it was if you had an NVIDIA graphics card and all that shit. There are ways that you can go and make a game better. Like Phantom Liberty for Cyberpunk 2077, the DLC, was built by CD Projekt Red. They wrote the script, but the game wasn't made by them. The game was made by another company. They just contracted the actual making of the game, but they themselves wrote the content of the game. So they didn't outsource the actual writing, which is important. They outsourced the coding. That's fine. Then you make the games quicker. I need them to both spend more time on their games and get them out quicker. Which seems like, you know, these two don't fit, except they very much do fit when you, I don't know, optimize things as you build them. When you are developing a video game and you are writing the code, if you optimize it from the beginning, then it's not going to cause you as many problems down the line. Thank you, JS. And yes, you should join the Discord, Ivory, or at least, DM me on it. We can talk. Let's all hold hands and blame capitalism. I mean, it's kind of what we're doing, isn't it? Also, like, this is more like neo-feudalism, but...
more obviously fit to be kings and others to be subjects or slaves. Indeed, capitalism itself, despite its origins in the overturning of the feudal order by the ascent of the merchant class, has a natural tendency to spin back into an authoritarian model, as the merchant capitalist victors dubbed themselves the new monarchs and pulled up the ladder behind them, much as Yarvin now sees himself as part of a new aristocracy while being the descendant of impoverished Eastern European Jewish communists. This is because...
your ancestors would be ashamed of you, Curtis. Are you fucking kidding me? Your ancestors are crying because of the evil that you're committing. I would eviscerate Ben Shapiro. Are you kidding me? I genuinely would. I would eviscerate Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk. Like, these people only know how to argue with people who don't have the education and the, like, literacy of the media that they do.
It's out. Capitalist corporations are not democracies. They're monarchies or oligarchies of major shareholders. Every so often, disciples of Hayek, Mises, and Rothbard pop up in my comments, proclaiming in no uncertain terms that what we have today isn't capitalism at all. It's corporatism, because the corporations have co-opted the state through regulatory capture, which is to say the rich use their power to control the mechanisms meant to regulate them. And that this is also somehow both socialism and fascism, because government do stuff bad. And the thing is, they're not wrong about the poisonous relationship between corporations and the state. It's just that their solution is to destroy the state and let corporations run rampant in some naive notion that competition will somehow always undermine monopolies in
Alex Jones would tear you a new asshole. I would break Alex Jones's brain. Are you kidding me? You should hear some of the... I am the Alex Jones of the left, motherfucker. You don't know who you're talking to. I'm the fucking Lizard King.
Invention of all history and common sense. Any child playing the game Monopoly learns how unregulated capitalism inevitably produces monopolies. But if you look at a system that allows individuals to amass more wealth than some nations and use that wealth to co-opt ostensibly democratic governments, and you say the problem there is the democratic government, well, it sounds to me like you've been fed a boatload of propaganda by a bunch of capitalist ideologues who actually want the government out of their hair.
Again, the entire process of what's happening is very, 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 very wealthy demons at the very top. Actually, vampires. The vampires control the demons. Because the vampires... No. Very wealthy demons at the top. Then we have the vampires. Then we have the liches. Then we have the ghouls. And then we have the zombies. In that order, right? The vampires feed off of all of you. Like, Elon Musk is both a demon and a vampire. Just stealing from you. Both through government subsidies on his businesses like, SpaceX, direct government contracts with military contractor with SpaceX again, 20 billion there, or it could be siphoning the ability to be taxed. Like, let's say we're going to make it so, hey, after I die, all of the capital gains that I made get reset to exactly what they were when I started, so I don't have to pay capital gains on my taxes when I die, and that money can get passed on. It's making the economy more hostile to literally everybody else, not just small businesses. It's making the economy more hostile to everybody else. Do they not give us stuff as well? No. When do you get free stuff from corpos? You have to buy it. They make you do your labor to create the commodity, then they sell the commodity for more than they pay you, and then you have to go buy the commodity. Your labor is what makes this commodity, like, again, let's say a phone. Let's say your job is you make the screen for the phone, right? You spend all day at the factory making the screen for the phone. You make the screen, and then that screen gets sold. That's now a commodity. That screen's value is based on A, the materials that it took to make that screen, and B, your labor power, the average amount of labor, time and intensity of the labor in your industry averaged into an average wage. That exists in relationship with the exchange rate. Your the value that you are putting into this by making it is what is being exchanged. Your labor is crystallized in this. You are putting your labor into it. Outside the box, you're using a phone made by Millionaire Investments? No, this is made by your tax money. Billionaire Investments didn't make the phone, the smartphone. US government tax money did. And then we let private companies use it to sell. We made that first with our government money. We saw that earlier in this video. How about ordering a gift from Amazon? You're paying for it with labor that you had to, again, why am I bothering? I forgot. We're not supposed to waste our time with the fascists. No, I do not surf Bulletproof Baldy. I wish I could, but like, I don't have balance.
There's perhaps no better example than Yarvin himself for the way in which this libertarian ideology that supposedly
I don't support freedom of movement, don't support bodily autonomy, I support nationalist trade policies, fantasize about murdering my political opponents, support strengthening police and prisons, as well as thinking people should unquestionably obey the police, support state-created corporate monopolies via privatization and property titles, practically worship a fascist dictator, but I'm still libertarian because I can justify all of that through property rights. Was it Jeff with the hindsight, or did everyone just will the service into place? What do you mean? I'm not sure what that question is. You would go through the lesbians around you so fucking fast if you surfed. Trust me, I'm aware, actually. Too much power. I used to skateboard. I can snowboard. That one I can do. I don't get to anymore because, you know, I don't live in a place where it snows. But snowboarding is fun.
about freedom actually produces fascism. I've described this before.
What's good, Vizpool? Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? I rock the beanie better than Tim Pool ever could. More great whites near Visora, near Melbourne, not so much. Well, I mean, like, all I saw was that they were spotted near South Australia. Did anyone make that joke yet? Everyone made that joke yet. That joke is why this hat is on my head, because someone made that joke about a hat, and so I went and got the hat and put it on my head.
Being because the libertarian values property rights over human rights, a mindset that says taking money away from rich people to feed starving people is wrong because you're taking away someone's property. But capitalists know.
The technology wasn't given to me. I paid for it. Who made the technology? Who made the technology, Jay? Who makes the rockets at SpaceX? Is it the company? No. It's the laborers. It's the people working that made it. They didn't gift it to me. I had to buy it. It's being sold by the company who is selling the goods for more than they are paying the workers. That, do I need to explain to you how capitalism works? If you can skateboard and snowboard, surfing isn't that far away if you can swim and not afraid of massive man-eating sharks. I can swim. I'm not afraid of sharks. I am afraid of going into the ocean, though, and not really afraid. It's just I'm happy to jump into the ocean off a pier. I just don't like walking into it.
That the propertyless rabble being able to vote in free and fair
give me one thing they have given us.
Elections runs the risk of them voting for people who will rob them of their wealth.
One thing.
This is why the patron of Yarvin, Vance, Zuckerberg, and Trump, Peter Thiel, said, "I no longer believe that democracy is compatible."
One thing that these people have given that's worth a damn.
Zuckerberg and Trump, Peter Thiel, said, "I no longer believe that democracy is compatible with freedom." The rich understand that the government is the only organization with the power to strip them of their wealth and power, which is why they've spent so much time and effort to wrest control of it.
With state-funded researchers, we know that, yeah. I already covered it. Yes, state-funded researchers, DARPA type shit, yeah, that's what made your internet, the phone, that's what made NASA, all of that. How about a welfare system? The welfare system that was okay, first of all, you guys hate the welfare system. But secondly, you want to know why the US has a welfare system? Because I did a whole video on this. I have 2 videos on this, actually. And healthcare system? What healthcare system? You don't have one. I do. Here in Australia, I have public healthcare. I pay for it with my taxes, and then I get to use it. But again, let's go with, you know why America has a welfare system? It's not because they're nice. No, it's because in the 1930s, America was going to revolt and become a socialist country. And so the capitalist class had to install FDR into it. I have 2 whole videos about the business plot. Why FDR was originally the president at that time, to create liberalism and bring some form of, I don't know, stability and calm to the US, because there were literally people dying and fighting in the streets. because they had no labor rights. They were being abused by the workers. Children were in the fucking mines, like that back in the day. That's why America has a welfare system, was to stop all of the people killing all of the people in charge. What about the glasses that you're wearing? How is the government giving me that? World leaders gave me this? How? Just naming shit. Again, don't engage with the idiots. Honestly, at this point, like, I might just
I talked about how in the 20th century, there rose a distinct layer of society called the professional managerial class by authors John and Barbara Ehrenreich in 1977.
That's enough of that.
Which essentially managed the means of production on behalf of the business owners. In other words, the white-collar workers and skilled professionals.
All right, so we got through this part last time, right? Our greatest advantage against the fascist goons. I like kicked him for a day. It's fine.
Movement, though, have one major advantage. Our enemies are by and large incompetent buffoons. One thing about Curtis Yarvin is that anyone who knows anything about history knows that Yarvin doesn't know anything about history.
Yeah.
For example, he says things like that absolute monarchies are preferable to democracies, not because the king deserves to rule, but because, quote, it is to the benefit of all that this arbitrary rule exists because obedience to the rightful king is a Schelling point of nonviolent agreement. Fancy terms like Schelling point, a solution in game theory that people tend to choose by default, give him the imprimatur of someone smart who knows what he's talking about. But he doesn't at all. The era of absolute monarchies was riven by horrifically violent and unending wars of succession, which is why the American media likes to wax so poetic about our usually peaceful transfers of power.
They have no idea what they're doing.
Nothing like Stalinism, for example, is recorded in the...
But they have an idea of how to do it. Does that make sense? They don't know what they're doing, but they know they're doing something, and they know how to do it. But they don't know what they're actually doing either.
History of the European autocratic era. Why? Because Stalin had to murder to stay in power. Which makes me question whether he's read a history book in his damn life. Stalin actually suppressed Eisenstein's second classic film about Ivan the Terrible and forbid the planned third installment because he felt that there were too many unflattering parallels between himself and the Mad Tsar. Ivan's reign was characterized by mass murder of nobles who challenged his power. And
word imprimatur? Imprimatur? Yeah, some church shit, right? I don't know.
To assassinate him, the murder of his own son, the torture and massacre of the people of the city of Novgorod, who, in paranoia, he suspected of conspiring against him, and near constant warfare in order to expand his territory and power. Yeah. And this is just one of the interminable examples of how the time of monarchies was drenched in blood. And Yarvin's patchwork essay is full of obviously stupid ideas.
It's all rewriting history.
For example, he solves the conundrum of freedom versus security by saying there's no conundrum, security always wins. Quote, the absence of crime and disorder is the test...
Like, objectively, fundamentally wrong. That security over freedom is the lack of freedom in favor of security. Like, what the fuck? We know what the argument is. It's all rewriting history. It's all just whatever the opposite of good is. Well, just had my participation in the migration panel. How did it go to end it so? Better than mine?
Of public safety, and in anything like the modern state, the risk of private infringement on private liberties far exceeds the risk of public infringement. No cop ever stole my bicycle. Now, this is a baffling statement to anyone even casually familiar with the history of police brutality. I'm old enough to remember when, in 1997, the New York police sodomized a man with a broomstick. But it's telling that Yarvin doesn't say, no cop ever assaulted me. He says, no cop ever stole my bicycle. Because, as has been noted before, conservatives believe that the point of the law is that there are some people it protects but does not bind, and there are others whom it binds but doesn't protect.
That is how it works. It actually is. If the law is negatively going to impact the people in power, they'll just change the law.
To someone like Yarvin, the point of the police is to protect him and his private property from the kind of people the police sodomize with broomsticks. But as anyone who knows anything about authoritarian states will tell you, you're only free from violence until you're not. The history of such states, from ancient monarchies to modern dictatorships, is full of the formerly well-to-do who fell afoul of the regime in one way or another and wound up fed to the dogs. And Yarvin's plan for America is for us to, quote, get rid of our dictator phobia.
We're just becoming Russia. We're literally just Russifying here.
Constitution and retire all government employees, or RAGE, a policy proposal that now finds itself being enacted in the form of Doge. Indeed, the influence of Yarvin and Patchwork on the billionaire elite has been huge.
If by better you mean like the comparison of a car crash and a plane crash, then yeah, better. Yeah, I suppose. I did leave mine, so like that would be closer to a plane crash. What is the motivation and the incentive in a co-op world with the universal income work to do anything? What prevents people from claiming they have a disability for a free ride? People do things because they want to, Sale. People work because they want to. People don't need a financial incentive. If all of your needs are met, like, hold on. Let's pull up the good old pyramid. If all of your needs here are met, oh, thank you for the sub, Ace Blue Cloud. You got your Maslow's fucking hierarchy of needs here, right? Your needs are met. You got physiological, breathing, food, water, sex, sleep, homeostasis, all that, that's fine. You got security of body, employment, resources, mortality rather, family, health, property, like you're good, you have a place to live, you got food on the table, you're not sick, you got a job, all of this, you have friends, you have family, you have sexual intimacy, you are a regular person, like you are one of us, you know, not like the other ones. Self-esteem, confidence, achievement, respect of others and respect by them, sure. You have all of this fulfilled because you have all of the free time in the world now, right? You can just get your universal basic income, you get to choose whatever you want to do for work. What do you do now? Well, what happened during COVID when everyone was stuck at home for like 2 weeks? More even. How about when people were like begging, screaming how badly they wanted to leave their house and go to the job that they don't like to do? Now imagine you had all of that, but you can do whatever job you want and there's nothing stopping you from it. Like you can just do whatever job you want. You can make whatever thing you want and there's nothing stopping you from it. You can write a book, you can make music, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And you're fine. That's why people will engage. That's why in a co-op society with your income but universally secured, where your needs are met, you just make stuff because you're human. And humans like to make stuff. It's fun, actually. Very fun. Like, I'm not making enough money to support myself doing this. In a few months, I might need to look into either getting a different job and streaming less or taking on a sponsorship. What about progress and innovation? What about jobs that have to be done, hard jobs no one wants to? Progress and innovation don't come from competition. Literally, they come from people wanting to make shit. They come from necessity. They come from desire to do something. There are always people creating, thinking, researching that want to make something better. When you're talking about jobs that no one wants to do, automate them. We can make robots. That's fine. We can have robots do the shitty jobs that people don't want to do so that people can do the jobs that they want to do. I don't want robots in jobs that, I don't know, people engage in. But if we're talking about like, you know, sewers, yeah, get the robots on it. You're talking about loading and unloading material, get the robots on it. You know, I know, thank you for asking that way. But if you have robots, you also need to have like humans employment there. And some people are going to want to do that anyway. Maintenance to make sure that they still work, make sure that they're doing the job right. You got, what's the word? A redundancy. But that's a separate thing, you know? It has nothing to do with the profit incentive. You don't have the profit incentive. Because to live in a society like this, capital needs to go. It's gone. You can't. There's no stock market. There's no private property. You have personal property. Sure, you have no private property.
Required.
People want trinkets, so extra cash is always nice. Well, yeah. But like, you get your trinkets for cheaper anyway, because there's no profit incentive. Because you are making the stuff to sell to the people making the stuff, and you're not trying to make money off of it, because the company is owned by the people who are also buying the stuff. The company is owned by the people who work for the company. Cash does not necessarily equal capital, exactly. Cash can be capital, but capital is a defined term that's different.
The reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can. It doesn't matter. It was never required for them to believe it in the first place. They will just invent another reasoning. forever. They'll say you can tell because of genitals, and you point out that doesn't make any sense. There's all kinds of genitals. And they say, okay, well, it's the skeletons. You can tell from the skeletons that there's only boys and girls. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense. And they say, okay, it's chromosomes. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense, and so on forever. Kind of like how Toni Morrison described how they just make up the same kind of excuses to justify white supremacy, saying black people's skulls are the wrong shape, or that black people don't make music. It is trivially and obviously wrong. It is nonsense presented entirely to waste your time. It's not the same thing, of course. These groups have different experiences, particularly those who fall into both groups, but it follows the same pattern. When you do manage to do a complete circuit and exhaust all of the bullshit they have prepared, they will always say some variation of the following. Well, it's just the truth, deal with it. Because of course they know what's true already. They need
or they'll double down. They like that is doubling down. Or they'll say, oh, you know, you're just believing like the mainstream media. They will call you a slur. They might just like change their position entirely and try and gaslight you. There's the, you know, the people that want to pretend like they actually care, and they're like, okay, we can agree to disagree. Like 80% or some crazy number of skeletons' remains have been falsely identified as men because being man was seen as default. So now we know we specify identified on whether skeleton remains are male and female. Like, you know that like you can see changes in the skeletons of trans people like centuries ago. And you can see that today too, because HRT changes your bone structure. Whether you go which way or whatever, like it does change your bone structure. But it's very funny that we have evidence of this more than like 100 years ago. And just doesn't believe it. The people just don't want to engage. It doesn't matter. I just miss reality, guys. I miss reality. I miss Earth. Can we go back to Earth?
Not explain why, they need not justify it. It simply is so. You cannot reason them away from this position because their positions are above reason, above evidence, above earthly logic. Furthermore, by an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true will always, always be whatever's most useful for their political project. Because think about it, right? In their mind, they're battling for the future of civilization, and that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away whatever it takes to accomplish your goals. Would you want to believe that the evidence were stacked against what you saw as the only way to save civilization? And why?
Like, I understand how they get there. The idea of this is the only way to save civilization itself, though, is quite silly. Because, no, that's never the case. Like, unless your job is to prevent global thermonuclear war, then no, you're not. That's not what you're doing. Would your system allow for people who want to make more like a bigger boat or like 8 cars or bigger house or more land property would be able to attain this? No. Not unless everyone can. Like, to be fair, we have more than enough wealth in the US if we also, like, redistributed the wealth of the billionaires, which under my system we would, that everyone does get to have, like, a nice house, but I don't want you to have single-family housing. I want you to live in apartment buildings. Single-family housing is a blight on the land. I also don't think you should have 8 cars. I think you should have 1 car. I think you should be not allowed to drive in SUV or a pickup truck unless you live in a rural area, anywhere near a city. I don't think that you should be able to buy a boat other than just like a fishing boat. Like you don't get to get a yacht. You can have a boat. You can't have a yacht. Just like anyone else can. You can't buy houses or land or property. That's capital. You're not allowed to do that. That's private property. That can't exist. You can have personal property, but not private property. You can't have more than 1 house. No more, like none of that shit.
While of course they believe that their truth is perfect.
Speaking of actual archaeology, just I know this is interesting, and I know I keep trying to finish it and failing, but we did find this.
Archaeologists have been left baffled by a mysterious.
Why would that be fair to me and my right to have whatever I want control? Well, because it's not fair for you to be able to own everything and then other people have to be your slave. In this case, everybody owns everything together. Nobody is a slave. If you want to improve your life, you improve the life of the community, which then also improves your life. And then the community also improves the life of your life, which then improves the community. It is the cooperative system. You don't get to have more than other people. How is that slavery? Like, genuinely, how is it slavery that you don't get to have more than other people? Explain that to me, please, Sarah. How is it slavery? Why not, if I want to work harder or more hours and have more money and own more? You can do that. You just don't get to own more. You can work as much as you want. You can earn as much money as you like for the hours that you're working, but you can't own private property. That's capital. You're not allowed to, like, capital is things that you can buy that you can use to then make more money. You can't buy the means of production. Because that's the whole point. Everybody controls the means of production, collective ownership. If you buy a house, that means you can rent that house to somebody. That's a means of production. Same reason why stock shouldn't work. It shouldn't be legal. Like, it is like fundamentally step number one. And it's the opposite of slavery. We're the ones living as slaves right now. We are slaves. I'm a slave to fucking Twitch. That's where I get my paycheck from, is Bezos. Right to have and control whatever you want. Yeah, that's not how anything works. It's literally, I'm not getting mad. This is the distinction between a left libertarian and a right libertarian. A right libertarian values property rights, and a left libertarian values human rights. I'm not mad. I'm just very, like, excited, and I took 2 of my ADHD meds today by accident. So sorry if I yelled at you a bit there. But, like, I want you to still understand. Explain to me how you not getting to own more than other people is slavery. Buying another house to keep another family from buying it, then charging them money for it is pure evil. Well, yeah, housing, like, under my ideal system would be you sign like a 80, 100-year contract with the state, 50, 100, 80, whatever. You can do 10, 20, it doesn't matter. You sign a contract with the state. That house is then yours until that contract is up. You can sign it to pass it along to your, next of kin if you want to. That's fine. You can sell that house and move anywhere you want. The state will provide you with a home, no matter what. You will get a home from the state. You just don't get to have more than one. Because you don't get to go and then rent it to other people and make money off of them paying you. Yeah, makes sense to me. Absolutely. The commodification of housing is evil. Trust me, like in Australia, everything is this. What are you guys arguing about male and female skeletons for? Shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Early medieval cemetery discovered close to Cardiff Airport. Some of the well-preserved skeletons have been found lying in unusual positions, and unexpected artifacts are also causing confusion, as our science editor Rebecca Morrell reports.
From
beneath the ground.
As someone who had to help someone else buy a house once, yeah, no, it is. It is actually fucking evil. I hate renting too, though, which is also evil. You should just be provided a home. I want, and makes me feel happy, more like, see, you want treats that other people don't have. I love buying tools. I love collecting stuff. I love owning what I work hard for. You can have all of those things. That's personal property. You do get to buy the tools. You do get to collect stuff. You do get to own like stuff you work hard for. All you're not allowed to own is the means of production. You're just not allowed to own the things that other people can't own that you would make money off of. You can't have 8 cars and start renting some of them out, using them as taxis. You can't have a boat and use that as a ferry service. You can't have more than one house and rent it out. You can't have a business and have it run for you. That is those are the rules. That it's just a lack of private property. That's it. It's not prison. I feel more like a slave and in prison in this system. Everyone who isn't already wealthy agrees with me, Sayer. How much money do you, what's your yearly income? I'm genuinely curious. Many of us live worse off than slaves. At least if you're a slave, a master has an obligation to take care of you. There's no such thing under capitalism. This is true. This is 100% true. I said this earlier, like when we were talking about where the fuck are all the women that ICE keeps arresting. It looks like to me right now, Handmaid's Tale is preferable because at least they have organized government. And like, yes, it's horrible, but like, they're just not, they still exist. These people are alive. I don't know. I can see them with my eyes. No one is stopping you from working, bro. Go work your hearts out. Like, how about a tool library? Everything you need, want to use, just get ready. Literally, you can have all of those things. The only thing you can't have is the means of production.
A medieval mystery is slowly emerging. Located just outside of Cardiff, a cemetery dating to the 6th or 7th century is being excavated. Dozens of skeletons have been found. But what archaeologists have unearthed has left them...
I can understand that. You grew up in a time where your money went a lot further. And now, like, you're retired, you live on a pension, you have your investments, that's great. Good for you. I want to build a system where, A, you can't have, like, investments are not a thing. That's private property. Illegal. Gone. Out the window. You don't need a pension because you already get that. Everyone gets that, basically. In fact, you get more money than you are now, and you would need less to live on it as well. You get your home free. You get to go buy food that costs less money with your more money because you're getting paid higher wages for your labor. If you want to have something special that doesn't exist, you can get money to make it, but you have to share it with others or use it with, or like, to help others, or you don't own it. Yeah, kinda. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, your personal benefit to an extent is important. But when it starts being above that of the rest of the community, that's when I have a problem with it.
Scratching
Raise
their heads.
everyone up together.
Almost every skeleton, unusually, appears to be a woman, suggesting this isn't an ordinary medieval community. But that's not all.
There are about 40 bodies buried in this half of the cemetery that's being excavated, and each of their graves is dug out of a solid layer of limestone bedrock. Now, most of the skeletons that have been found belong to adults, but there are several children here, and their burials are raising questions about this extraordinary cemetery.
Infant and child mortality was massively high during this period, and there are only two children here. The earth that's been used to backfill the grave looks slightly different to that with some of the adults. It's darker, seems more organic. Potentially some time had elapsed between the burial of the adults.
I can tell which one of you are like, ooh, history and skeletons, and which one of you are still like on the theory there. I do agree companies can pay people more, make for sure, and do not need to make a profit that they make, and they are greedy. But what is mine, I earned it, and yes, we can improve the system. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, though. Like, what you just said is exactly the same thing as what I said. I just don't think that there should be profit. Like, profit doesn't need to exist. We all profit. There's always everybody profits. There is no loss because we're not making things to sell for a profit. We're making things to fund us. Now, if let's say we existed in a system where we're not like there's capitalist countries around the world and we are socialist, we can make goods and sell them overseas for a profit, which will then benefit the people domestically who buy those same goods without a profit, but the companies don't make any more money. Like, all that money just goes back into the communities, not into any one person's pocket. There's no CEO getting rich off this. There's no board of executives getting like $10 million in bonuses because we sold our shit to Japan. Profit equals exploitation, yeah. But when you're a socialist country engaging with capitalist countries around you, you might, like, even Marx has said, using the means of the capitalist system to further the goals of socialism is both ethical and moral. And in that case, like, yeah, if you need the extra funds, that makes sense. I mean, yes, it is exploitation. Profit is 100% exploitation, but you could still do it. I think that's what got you into trouble on the panel, suggesting community is important. Literally, like, everyone thinks that it's insane that my solution to all of our problems is talk to each other and get off of your phone. And it does sound crazy, but that is the case. That is literally the answer.
And the burial of these two children.
More mysteries.
Everyone who has listened to me and has tried it has said, yeah, no, you were right.
Yeah, archaeology often does ask more questions, raise more questions than it answers.
The people here led hard lives. Their bones show signs of wear and tear, but there are also signs of wealth and luxury amidst the graves. This wasn't just a place where the dead were buried. People also came here to feast and drink with delicate pottery and finely decorated glass.
Glass is rare, and where it is found, these are sites of quite significant status. The glass was probably made in the Levant, probably sort of Egypt area, and then was manufactured into vessels, we think, in southern France, and probably arrived here alongside wine in barrels.
Each person here seems to have been buried with great respect and care, apart from one, found in a ditch.
I don't think some of you guys really understand the situation that we're in. You guys are talking about, like, escaping to Canada for asylum. You know that we're going to invade Canada, right? You know that we're going to. We actually, as the United States, going down this path, we need to invade Canada. We will not survive unless we take, at the bare minimum, the entirety of the Great Lakes. And see, Sarah, you're exactly like one of those fucking, yeah. You're like bad guys. You think that the liberals in Canada are the bad guys and the conservatives aren't the ones that are just going to suck the dick of America. You think that'll never happen, just like everything else that everyone said, it'll never happen, and then it happened. There's impossible things happening every single day. But again, it's an opportunity. Because yes, horrible, horrible, impossible things are happening every day. But that means that we on the left can make good, impossible things happen. It's possible. You just need to put the effort in. You need to get the fuck up. Go work with other people. Stop being Simply Steve and thinking, oh yeah, I can only bunker up and hide. We have more allies. Everyone hates us, Sarah. What fucking allies? Mark Carney is the only good guy in Canada right now that I can think of. Who the fuck are your allies? Russia? Fucking with us constantly? China? About to start a war with Taiwan? Israel? What are they going to do for you in Canada? No, we have no allies. America has thrown all of our allies away. NATO hates us. Europe hates us. Australia hates us. UK does not like us. UK is not going to help us invade fucking China. Not China. Invade Canada. Fucking France is willing to nuke us for invading Canada. Japan, not helping us. China, not helping us. You are literally so far off the rails. Canada has all of the allies against America. Sure, yeah, but no one's gonna come and help. Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought you were arguing as we have more allies from the American side. No, we're still gonna invade Canada. We are. We need it. We need that water. We need the water. Sorry, I apologize. You were right. We need that water, and we are gonna invade Canada. You're not going to have China's help because China's going to invade Taiwan around May. Japan might help us because they're cucks, but they also might get sucked into Taiwan shit. UK definitely might be on your side, and so might France, but they also might be caught in it when Russia starts testing the boundaries of Article 5. You do realize I'm talking about things that I've seen, secure intel, like classified information that I have seen, and you are saying this off of your opinion. We already have China's help. Sure. China's about to invade a country and start a war, but sure, they're definitely going to come to Canada and help you. Maybe they'll come to Canada to help, you by taking us and then Canada. And then Brazil built nukes against Monroe Plan after America claims Mexico and Canada. I mean, I would, yeah. I would. If I was, if that happened and I was Brazil, fuck yeah, I would. No opinion, I have military contacts. Again, I do too. I do too. I know what we're doing. The only reason we're not currently invading Iran is because Putin said so, which is incredibly funny because we spent a lot of money bringing so much shit to Iran. And we didn't invade them because we're pussies. We're genuinely pussies. All because, Putin said so. None of us live long on our own. It's not human nature to be 100% independent. That's not just about your friends, the food you eat, the place you live. We are social animals. You're already living with other people, whether you like it or not. You can participate in community and make it healthier for yourself and others. Exactly, Shufa-Poofer. Make your community better. Improve standards of living for yourself and those around you. That's the whole point of life. And if you do what Steve does, then you're just going to create the problem again. Steve, stop it. You are doing what the other side is. You're being reactionary. I actually want to ban you sometimes when you say this shit. You sound like MAGA. You sound like MAGA. They'll all happily stab you in the back. They're all my enemy. Do you listen to a thing that I say? Like, have you listened to... You've been here so often for months, and I talk about this all the time. Has nothing I've said gotten through to you? Do you even listen? Or do you just brush it off to the side as like, oh, she's saying that shit again? Do you guys know if Wired would copyright me for playing one of their videos? Probably. Probably. You know, we live in a country where there's teachers that are homeless, working several jobs even. I do, but I think you put too much faith into other human beings. See, but I think that, like, you have to build that faith in the other human beings. Like, as a default, of course, I don't have any faith in them, but I have faith in humanity, and you have to build that person up. Like, you are taking a brainwashed child, and you are teaching it reality again. You're fixing these brains. Will it make Canada lose? Well, I mean, Canada's plan would be to guerrilla warfare America from the mountains. That's the plan. They're training in it directly. The issue is this is why we all lose, actually.
Indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Hold on, sorry.
Regular Earth. And what we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different...
You can't say that when most of this chat is Americans that could literally be disappeared and thrown into a gulag, like, literally any minute.
Things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data.
They're all corrupt and dangerous, but the liberals are better than fascists. All of them are corrupt and dangerous. That's the issue. It's corporatism everywhere in the world. The same issue in every single one of these countries. It's not about the political parties. It's about the influence of money behind them. It's money. It's just capitalism every time.
Act on that analysis, with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is like there are when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my.
Right now, the liberals won't be your enemies for a long time, and if they become your actual enemies, a shit ton of progress will have been made. Right now, liberals are a tool for us to use to propel ourselves forward and to shield ourselves from the right's rage and crash outfits. Hide behind the liberals, make them, you know, feel the pain. They're the sacrificial lamb, so to say, the human shields to hide behind, as well as the vehicle that we will use to engage with others and spread the message. That's the liberals' job. People are stupid. They'll learn. I'm gonna crash out though. Like, how many times did I have to explain why you want to pick the weaker opponent with Kamala Harris? Why did I have to do this with Albanese here just this last week? I've had to do this with Starmer in the UK. People just want to break everything, but they can't understand you can't make any change if you don't have someone that you can make change in power. Like, if you have someone that will just kill and arrest everyone who tries to, I don't know, protest, then you're fucked. Sorry. It's a lot harder. It's a lot easier when they will only arrest some of the people protesting and beat them and abuse them. But you don't get sent to a international gulag, so you can go do it again.
Company was involved.
Fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire
As in, like, are you okay with, like, bombing babies all the time? Sure.
Message of, like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Jill Stein is a literal Russian asset. Never vote for Jill Stein. She's a literal Russian asset. The DSA won 50 state legislature seats. If you're gonna vote third party, vote DSA. Conservatives are not dangerous up here. Did you know that they want universal income? Yeah, I know why they want universal income, because they're going to take all of your jobs and give it to robots. They're building the expanse. They are dangerous. They're evil. The conservatives up in Canada are American MAGA agents, you dipshit. They're just undercover MAGA agents. You're being invaded by Americans. It's like the Russians did to us. It's literally the same. The Americans are funding your commentators, your pundits to go and spread the pro-America message, just like the Russians did here. And you think that they want good things for you. Hell, the UBI stuff, I've brought that up. Why the fascists are going to want to start talking about stuff like that. And that's why I'm not a streamer, Visora. I don't have the patience for stupid people. It's why I struggle to empathize with religious people. I have a lot of patience. I can attest to that, but like there comes a certain point where it does get exhausting just saying over and over and over again.
Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah blah blah.
Like they don't care about you.
Okay, let's.
For me, it's the kill chain.
This is the deep state. This is the company that runs the entire military now. Remember, we did shock doctrine, we did privatization. Palantir and SpaceX are basically the military. Add Lockheed in there for good measure. Boeing in a bit of a rough spot, kind of.
Original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's
We'll try that next time, Shufapoofer. I've never done emotes only mode before. I didn't think about that.
Added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem, but when you're able to take a step back and really see.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know anything. Of course, yeah. It's the same reaction that you feel uncomfortable because your beliefs are challenged and you just you don't know anything. Of course, you don't know anything. They're not related to MAGA. We hate Trump and MAGA over here, except you didn't 3 months ago. You didn't 3 months ago. Pierre Poilievre was a big, like, on the MAGA side, making constant internet shit, like tweeting about how great President Trump is. Yeah. You think that there wasn't a connection? The only reason that you hate Trump now and think that Pierre Poilievre doesn't? Yo, he's a good friend, actually. Okay, good. So you can be banned from my channel because you're a fucking Nazi being friends with a Nazi. Pierre Poilievre will suck Donald Trump's dick and send all of Canada over to America to be privatized and sold off and cut up into pieces. Just like I really am forever going to be right and ignored, aren't I?
All the narratives and how they were shaped and the actual application of these technologies, your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, you know,
Lockheed and Boeing still dwarf Palantir, I think, except not. They kind of do in size of how much money they make by manufacturing and selling weapons. Palantir does a lot of other shit, and how much money that's being spent on them is probably also classified.
Definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir entirely for ethical reasons. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque, intentionally, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza.
They used they used Palantir like from Lord of the Rings on purpose. Like that's where they got it from. Is these nerds watch Lord of the Rings and where's the fucking ball thing? Here it is. And chose this name because of it. Their market cap exploded. That's fine. They're fine. Like they're the deep state, guys. This is who runs the government with the AI. Yes, of course they helped Israel with Lavender, but no, this is worse. And no, the nerds did get it. They just thought it was a good thing. Like, hold on. Where are we at? We're at 714. Cool.
The Palantir Stone is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good
Nerds! Fucking loser nerd lizard person.
purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
They did get it. They know what it is. They just were like, oh, I think that's cool.
Have you hunted me?
Corp doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
We are already committing several holocausts. The Palestinians in Gaza, they're dead. I'm sorry. The 2 million Palestinians, they're either going to break out and escape into other countries, or they're all going to die there. We are killing people by, I don't know, thousands in America right now at the very least, by cutting access to healthcare, by cutting Veterans Affairs. We are killing trans people. There's a literal genocide of trans people happening right now, where all of their healthcare is essentially illegal if you're under 18. If you're over 18, it's being fucked around with state by state. In some states, it's literally illegal to just be trans and have a driver's license. Even if you're not from that state, you're just driving through. They're working on making being a person as a trans person illegal. They are talking about child protective services, taking away your kids if you call them by their preferred pronouns or their preferred name. We've had bills installed of like gender affirming haircuts and shit. I wish that I could help all of the Palestinians, just like I wish I could help all of the trans people in America, just like I wish I could help all of the people in the gulags. I still don't know where the fuck are the women that ICE is arresting. No, like I've been looking. Please, somebody link me. Where are the women?
Palantir will even pick up the projects that other companies rejected.
And by the way, no one's deporting immigrants. There are no deportations. Stop using the word deport. Deport means you have committed a crime and a court has ordered you to leave. These people don't see a court, a judge, a jury, a lawyer. They're just being kidnapped. This is trafficking.
For political reasons.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
Karp doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Captain Buggy, like I said, they're not an ally. They're a tool. Use them to shield yourself from the right, and they're crashing out, and use them as a vehicle to further your messaging, as far as they'll take you. They're not your ally. They're a tool. For the most part. You can be allies with some of them. Some of them can be brought over. Hell, like Shard, the lovely mod over here, was pretty liberal when they first started to watch like this stream, I'm pretty sure.
Hired Palantir to help with their
There's been a
supply
few
chain.
cases of this.
Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about what care is covered for you and your loved ones?
They also do business with for-profit hospitals.
Guys, they're literally building Project Insight from the second Captain America movie. In fact, I think they've already built it.
$2.9 billion
minus
in
the
revenue,
helicarriers.
55% of which came from government sources.
They just
with
have
the
all of
vast
it
majority
minus the
being
helicarrier.
American. So let's look at their pitch to the American government.
You do realize that it's not just liberal and communist, right? Like there's very large amount of space in between liberal and communist. And like, I'm not a communist either. So I'm not a liberal either.
Palantir CTO Sham Sankar put out a presentation and white paper called The Defense Reformation. He cites The Last Supper, which was a secretive 1993 meeting between defense industry executives and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Over a dozen companies walked in, and only a few walked out. That dinner is often cited as the origin of our consolidated...
I don't know how you possibly thought he was going to stop the wars in Gaza and Ukraine.
...military-industrial complex.
And to me, I think this was the definitive moment that kicked off the financialization of defense. From that point forward, it became all about buybacks and dividends and leverage ratios.
Criticizing the financialization of the defense industry, calling out stock buybacks, that doesn't...
Just by the way, I just wanted to show you, where was it? What are we? We're at like 9 minutes in. Just want to show you, like, they're fully cosplaying. Palantir Militech conference, Militech summit, sorry, rather. Militech. They're fucking LARPing here, but they're not LARPing because they have all the power. I was on the road to becoming a leftist when I started watching Visora. You played a large role, but not entirely. My radicalization. But a year ago, I scoffed at socialism. I was a different person then. Hell, I used to be an Israel defender. Exactly. And this is what I mean. It's not me that the point of that was. The point was you can take some liberals and bring them over to the left. So it's not like you shouldn't entirely cut them out. But yeah, they're not like liberals as a group is not my ally. I have allies who are liberals, but the group of liberals is not my ally. They have to be willing to change, though. Exactly. It'd be, you know, you have to be willing to, from our end, use those liberals as a shield to protect ourselves.
Calling out stock buybacks? That doesn't sound like a defense executive. That sounds more like the exact argument about the defense industry that we have made before.
I think what's interesting to me about Palantir is how they co-opt the language of revolution.
But Sankar...
What can I say? I was horribly wrong. He didn't start any wars last time he was in. Past performance was no guarantee of the future. I mean, to be fair, last time he was in, Iran and America did exchange, like, missile fire. And we were still bombing Yemen. And, yeah, I think he didn't start any new wars. I think we had plenty going on at the time, actually. But, you know what? Fine. As someone who doesn't live in America, I could forgive that, I guess.
Sakar's argument did work on somebody. Uncle Sam. The Defense Innovation Board, an advisory group within the Department of Defense, cited Sankar's presentation multiple times in their 2024 report on why the DoD needs to divert more of their budget to emerging technology.
Fucking hell, this is after, like, the Iraq War, where we already privatized most of the military.
Giving money to Palantir. There's a reason Palantir just replaced Ford Motors in the S&P 100 in the months after Trump was elected. The Trump administration is an ideal customer for what Palantir is selling. First, there are many former Palantir employees sprinkled across the Trump administration, from inside Doge
like the fucking little
foreign policy
Doge
advisors
incels.
to high-level technology appointees. And Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel, heavily invested in the company, is also heavily invested in President Trump and Vice President Vance. He was a major campaign donor to both. Then the stated goal of Doge is to streamline and combine government data.
Doge's job is to make the country, like, what Doge is doing is he's basically building, you know, like the little cube that you put your USB charger into to charge your phone, right? I'm confused. You all hate the left and the right? No. We hate the right and we hate the middle. We are the left. Rip Haven. Like, I'm not, your view of left and right is skewed. Left doesn't mean, like, communists. And right doesn't just mean fascists. Like, that's not how that works. Democrats are not on the left. Like, left of what? Well, here's the spectrum, right? Political spectrum. Actually, hold on. I'll use my lovely, lovely tool for this. Hold on. Let's create a new canvas window. Love that. All right. So here's what you got. You got, how do I add like a line here? Oh, whatever. I'll do it this way. So you got Nazis. You got fascists. I'm just putting them down. I'm going to move them into order in a minute. You got liberals. neolibs. I'm not doing all of them, by the way, just like the main relevant ones in today's American society. Tradcats. Because there's subcategories for all of these. Then we got progressives, socialists, communists, libertarians, and I'm missing one here. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. I'll show you. Because, like, the Democrats are not... Like, the line of what's left is different. Oh, yeah, so, Democratic Socialists. Sock Dems, or, like... Dem Socks, I don't know. They're a little different. So, like, these are the prevailing ones. You can't say that word. And secondly, it doesn't matter. Because... like, we know where they would fit into in the subcategories, all right? So usually, this is like this. Then we have Tradcats, which are really just, like, not all that far off from also that. Then we got our neolibs. Then we got our liberals. Then we got our progressives. Your Dem Socks, your Socks, and your Comms. Oh, and your Anarchists, which would go there. So, first off, like, yes, we got, actually, which way is this going to go? So we go from Anarchists to Communists, on the left. Like, these are the furthest left that I will say. Is the anarchist is probably the furthest left. Then you start moving. Start going between the lines, right? You get to the neolibs, fascists, Nazis. The libertarians can often just be neoliberals, can be fascists, or can be Nazis. The Tradcats are often just fascists. Sometimes they're liberals. Sometimes they're Nazis as well, but rarely. Now, where on this scale is this? So this, yeah, sorry, that's TOS, bulletproof, Baldy. It's not allowed. So all of these, I would consider the right. I would consider this center. This, I would consider left. I would take this down, and depending on how this is done, it is either here or right back here. It either, like, it can loop right over to fascism, or it can stay where it is. Whereas, like, these two are probably what I would consider actual liberals, but realistically, everything from here on is right-wing to me. Wait, where is a Bordiga in the left? I didn't put... none of these things are, like, relevant in our modern politics, all right? Okay, so I see the disconnect for me. Yeah. For not just the fact that it loops back around, but because, like, Democrats. These two right here, this is where the Democrats are. I suppose we should give them, like, a little, marker. They are here. I mean, some of them are worse. Some of them are, you know, libertarian. Whereas the Republicans are... See, it's backwards for us? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Actually, the fact that you have seen this but backwards means that I'm right. Because the fact that they are teaching you guys this but the reverse means that it is correct, because every accusation is a confession. Ah, it's so very funny. Like, there was also neocons, which, I mean, there's like 3 of them left, so. I'm gonna tell the left. I mean, they're not irrelevant. It's just in the modern, like in the American political landscape right now, how much actual influence do you think left comms have? I think progressives are really the category of leftist from right to left in terms of capital defense. Well, I think this is where the left starts at this point. Where do Bernie and AOC live on this map? Bernie lives here. AOC lives here, by my estimation. No, I think she's a sock, a dem sock, not like a sock yet, but I think she's still, I think she's moving. Like, she was probably here a month ago, but I think she's probably on the same level as Bernie now. I mean, as this goes on, they're likely to move, move further and further to the left. I mean, to be fair, they already want to send AOC to a gulag, so how is that? I've had plenty of other people from other countries tell me that the world puts it the other way, where the right is left and the left is right. I mean, I've lived on 4 continents, mate, and I have no idea what you're talking about. I've lived on 4 continents and in 5 countries. I don't actually know what you meant by that. Progressives are baby socialists who are propagandized by liberalism. For example, very few were talking about Palestine prior to October 7th, then eventually became leftists after they learned enough information. That's true. That is true. But that's the thing. That's not a bad thing either. But the ability to get information is under attack because, again, there's AI in charge of everything now.
Which is exactly what Palantir does.
The ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other.
And obviously, Karp is loving it.
Disruption, at the end of the day, exposes things that aren't working. There'll be ups and downs. There's a revolution. Some people can get their heads cut off. Like, you know, it's like we're expecting to see really unexpected things and to win.
And what is winning, according to Palantir? This is CTO Shyam Sankar in 2021.
Turning to government, we continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
The government's operating system. They want everything to funnel through Palantir. Palantir already has contracts with the IRS, going through taxpayer data to save auditors time by finding the easiest audits to pursue. Now, Wired reports, DOGE will likely hire Palantir to create unified software for the entire IRS, a mega API that would allow anyone with access to view and possibly alter.
Remember, all of this is being built on information that was taken from the government by Elon Musk and fed to his AI platform.
All IRS data in one place. That's all of your financial
Oh, by the way, remember, they're already using the IRS to find people that they want to send to a gulag, so.
And they have multiple contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services, including nearly $100 million
the Department of Death and Destruction, yes.
dollars to support HHS's
plague and death
core administrative data and applications, to manage, ingest, and access data securely across business domains. HHS's core responsibility is Medicare and Medicaid.
Which
That's
they just
control over millions of Americans' health records. And they're
also, your health records means, let's say you're trans. Let's say you're trans and you pass really well. Let's say you got lucky and didn't get caught up in the wave of bullshit. Let's say it's 10 years from now and you're living under, I don't know, like the 1984 dictatorship. And you go to the doctor and suddenly they find an anomaly in your, yeah, you're fucked. Sorry. Like, it's dangerous. It's the point. This guy being in charge of health, it is literally like a horseman. He is plague or pestilence.
access to healthcare. So what does it mean for one contractor to have all that power, data, and taxpayer money as profit, especially as AI gets involved?
As we kind of increasingly live in a simulated world, we lose touch with reality and the human decisions
This is what I call
matter.
cyber psychosis. This is why I keep saying it. I want you guys to start like bringing that into your life. I know it's from a video game and it can be cringe, but no, like it's cyber psychosis is real. That's the actual point.
In a simulated world, we lose touch with reality and the human decisions that matter, and we move closer towards governance by algorithm, not only made by decisions of automated artificial intelligence systems.
Now imagine the government having cyberpsychosis.
Problem, but more importantly, subject to decisions
or rather all
made
of
by
that
the
being
people
the
who
government.
are influencing these AI systems and creating them in order to fulfill an agenda for whatever their profit-seeking or control-seeking objectives are. And when I see Doge kind of going into every agency and addressing the IT department first, I see it as an opportunity to try to change reality itself.
But so what? Why am I telling you all of this? Palantir has no problem being seen as Big Brother, as all-powerful, as lethal even.
We're at the brink of using these technologies potentially to run our government, to run our battlefields, and
Did he just say that this company runs the government?
our personal lives. Using artificial intelligence as a sort of panacea solution across our federal departments, and especially when they're, again, wielded by people with a very distinct agenda.
An exterminationist eugenicist agenda? Yeah. Guys. Butlerian jihad? Like, fuck the clankers? I will absolutely fight a war against the machines.
Puts everyone at risk.
It almost feels like that's been the plan all along. Here's co-founder Peter Thiel in 2010 at Libertopia, a libertarian conference, speaking about tech companies and government.
The basic idea was...
Yeah, Rip Haven. Some of the food coloring is bad. The fact that it comes from petroleum, though that specific one, I remember looking into it. It has nothing, that one's perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. It comes from a petroleum-based chemical. Yes, I do know that one. There are some that aren't safe. It's like Red 3 or Red 4 or something like that. The Yellow 2 one that he was talking about that was like, oh, it comes from coal and petroleum products. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. The thing with RFK you have to be careful with is some of the things that he says are true, and some of the things that he says are bullshit. And so you have to be able to distinguish which one is which when you listen to him talk.
That we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe
that is natural coloring.
Actually unilaterally
petroleum is not man-made. That is natural coloring.
Change the world without having to constantly convince
There's no
people
petroleum
and
in your
people and
food.
plead with people who are never
The petroleum is used to make the thing, but that's still like, that's natural. Like that happens. That already is a chemical process that naturally occurs. We just take it and we use it. But there's no, there's no coal in your food. There's no oil in your food. Not like petroleum in your food. Some of the true stuff contains conspiracies though, and that's what's dangerous about it. Yeah. So is plutonium still bad for you? Yes, plutonium is bad for you. You know what else is bad for you? Cadmium in your water supply, which we found after we also cut all the funding to keep the water safe. But like, where's the plutonium coming from? I'm pretty sure there's not any like plutonium-238 sitting in your food.
with you through technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
And here's Alex Karp in 2009 on civil liberties with regards to Palantir's work.
The central question, in my view, of civil liberties is how, it's not if the government has data, because let's assume the government has as much data as a health insurance company. It's how is that data being used? Is it being used in a way that's lawful? Meaning, do they have the right to use it? And is it being migrated into places it's not allowed to be used? We allow the enforcement of rules that the government ought to enforce. And by the way, Mike...
Oh, sorry, the government ought to enforce these rules? So you are enforcing rules that the government isn't enforcing and you're not the government? Okay, love that.
Experience is they want to enforce, or at the very least know they need to enforce. And if it's framed in that way, then you can have what is the ultimate Silicon Valley solution.
One co-founder openly wants to use the power of the tech industry to affect politics. The other wants his company to have oversight over how the government data they're paid to handle is used. And the founders of Palantir will retain control in the company no matter what.
Yeah, look, this part is ridiculous.
An obscure ownership structure.
Class F shares would own 49.9999999% 6 nines in the decimal counted twice of the voting power of Palantir at all times, regardless of the underlying ownership of the shares. Important to note that this is not a majority and thus they will not have literally a controlling stake in public company. But like, yeah.
structure. Their Class F shares grant them 49.99% of voting power, even if they collectively own as little as 6% of the company.
So like these two could own 6% of the company and still have 99% of the control. Sorry, well, together, yeah, kinda.
Company.
Or 49
At
in
the start
general.
of this journey, I was extremely
Sorry,
afraid
I was
for
like,
the
no, they get
repercussions
49.
of this writing, of speaking out, but now I'm like, you know, even more convinced that this is absolutely necessary.
Exactly,
we can't
erotic
replace
cookie.
our current broken system with an even more broken one. And we can't let the worst people in Silicon Valley become our government.
Except we have.
It's not about whether you're
We literally have. We need to do something about that. Are we going to? Who's down to do something about that?
actually at risk for speaking out or not. It's just the idea that somebody's watching you is enough to push people into silence.
Because you know what? They're watching all of us right now. Every single one of you, and AI has probably already flagged you as an extremist. So what are you going to do about it? Are you two really arguing about Kamala Harris right now? See, this is the distractions. That's the culture war stuff. Like arguing about your VPN is not going to save you from the AI. I'm sorry. Unless you also have like several other steps of cybersecurity, like an encrypted router, and like you need to be running a lot of shit to get past the fucking US military AI software trying to track your movements and behavior and analyze it. All right, you're not that slick just cuz. It helps a little bit, you know. But no, you're on a fucking list, guys. You are. If you're watching me, you surely are on a list. I don't know how you wouldn't be. I don't have an encrypted router. I need one. Shit's expensive.
Actively ramp.
China made a new bomb. Guys want to see it? It's like a nuke without being a nuke.
Ramping up its military capabilities for combat readiness, Beijing has test-fired a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. The test comes amid rising tensions in the South China Sea. The test induced a chain reaction that produced fireball exceeding temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius. The bomb, developed by China State Shipbuilding Corporation's Research Institute, allows precise control over blast intensity. Researchers say it can spread uniform destruction across vast areas and also carry out a concentrated strike on a single high-value point. Unlike nuclear bombs, the hydrogen bomb uses a material called magnesium hydride that is capable of storing more hydrogen than pressurized tanks. This concentrated ball of mass ignites
That's not particularly difficult to make, is it?
with minimal ignition.
Not to say that you should. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just like
hydrogen
for
gas
the sake of like actual research for my job. I'm like, yeah, like that shouldn't be. That's not too difficult to produce based on like what I think I. What was it called again?
Like nuclear bombs, the hydrogen bomb uses a material called magnesium hydride that is capable of storing more hydrogen than pressurized tanks. This concentrated ball of mass ignites with minimal ignition energy and unleashes sustained flames of hydrogen gas that race outward rapidly.
It's not a particularly difficult thing to make, too. Like, wow. Yeah, like these. No, this one's new.
China is ramping up production of magnesium hydride.
Yeah, magnesium is extremely reactive.
Beijing has developed a big factory in Shaanxi that can make 150 tons of this material each year. Apart from military use, the device can also be used to power submarines.
Yeah, so like,
Research Institute.
No radiation. I mean, to be fair, you don't have like the fallout if you do an airburst, Ribhaven. Like if the nuke explodes before it hits the ground, then you don't have the fallout, because the fallout is from the nuke hitting the ground and throwing up dirt into the air, which then is, you know, radiated. No, this has no radiation. This is a non-radioactive bomb. To be fair, like even like in a nuclear bomb, if you just drop it in space, first of all, it'll just fuck up all the electricity on the planet. It'll just powers out. If you do it in the air, no radiation spread. Not no, but little. Oh, wait. So it can be, it can replace nuclear-powered submarines too? Whoa. As far as we know, I don't trust that bit. I'm not sure, like, you would want something this reactive. Because Shard is right. Magnesium is highly reactive. You don't want that in a submarine.
Action that produced fireball exceeding temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius. The bomb, developed by China State Shipbuilding Corporation's Research Institute, allows precise control of a blast.
Like, having a nuclear reactor is more stable than this. Tech isn't there to replace it. Well, I mean, they said that it is. But we'll see. Magnesium is reactive with the oxygen, not water. Oh, so actually it might be all right. It might be all right. Either way. They got a new bomb. They got new bomb. No. I don't, actually. You can't do or make these. That is illegal. Illegal things are illegal. We're out there. Jesus Christ. I don't know why WION is like the only news covering like what happens in China, even like with America. But yeah, we did war games with the Philippines, which was fine. At least to be honestly, at this point, like, I don't want China to take Taiwan. I want Taiwan to be free, but I want them to fuck us up when they do. Like, I want them to really fuck America up when we do. What I imagine would happen is they would just, they would blockade and say no ships get through, and then it's up to us of whether we're going to try to break through the blockade or not, and we shall see how that tends to go. I mean, basically, it would be the Cuban Missile Crisis, but we're already at war.
Report.
All right. I'll be right back. Gotta go pee. Let's hear about how it's very hard to distinguish between the rhetoric of the Kremlin and the White House. I'm sure many of you guys already know this, so.
Let's bring in for more analysis Scott Lucas, Professor of US and International Politics at the University of Dublin. Professor Lucas, thanks for being with us here on France 24. The White House says that Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine is moving in the wrong direction on peace talks. What would you say to that?
What I would say were the facts, and that is we now know that last Thursday, at the first round of talks between U.S., Ukrainian, and European representatives, the Trump representatives handed over a proposal, what you might even call an ultimatum, to Kyiv. They called for Kyiv to accept that Crimea would legally become part of Russia, that much of 4 other regions of Ukraine would de facto be part of Russia, that sanctions would be lifted on Russia, with the U.S. establishing economic projects with Moscow afterwards. In return for all that, Ukraine not be allowed to go into NATO. In return for all of this, all Kyiv would be given were vague assurances of some security guarantees from somewhere and some funding from somewhere for recovery. President Zelensky, other Ukrainian officials made it known to the U.S. that they could not accept what in effect was that ultimatum. Instead, what they proposed on the eve of the talks on Tuesday was a 30-day full ceasefire, something that President Zelensky referred to today while further talks were held. At that point, Marco Rubio refused to come to London. So in effect, the U.S., whether or not on behalf of the Kremlin, whether or not of its own accord, they made demands of Ukraine. Ukraine said it was too much to give up its territory and its sovereignty, and that's why the Trump administration pulled back.
It does look very much, and this is without taking sides, just analysing what you've said and what we know, it does look very much like the Trump administration is doing the Kremlin's bidding.
All I can say is that it appears that some people in the Trump administration appear to be in accord with the maximum line that's taken by Vladimir Putin to seize up to 25% of Ukraine, to free Russia from any responsibility, any accountability for its invasion. And I just will mention one other fact that is there, but has been overlooked a bit. and that is that.
What kind of deal is
Trump
this? Russia gets 45 things. Ukraine can't be in NATO. Ukraine. Like, first of all, the fact that like we were willing to just give them Crimea is fucking insane. Considering Crimea is a really big like military win for them. Like if we let them take Crimea, they're just gonna do it again. It's laughable. I mean, to be fair, every deal they've proposed is laughable. The last one was basically let's India, Pakistan partition this shit. Like it's a joke. No, there's the post World War II, like let's cut off Berlin and split it in half type ship. They don't have the ships to blockade the states. What do you mean? China? No, they don't need to blockade the states. They just need to blockade like Taiwan. That's the blockade. All they have to do is blockade Taiwan. You know, it's like 4 to 5 bedrooms of your house. No guarantees I won't steal the 5th one. I only have 1 bedroom in my house. Russia just wants a piece of Ukraine, piece of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia. Why didn't the Proton crimes retaliate when they were invaded? What do you mean? Who are you talking about? The Proton crimes? What, you guys are like rotted. Didn't catch that? I thought you meant... Yeah, sorry, I meant Taiwan. They would blockade Taiwan because we need our like chips from there. They make all the chips. 94% of the world's advanced microchips comes from Taiwan. Without them, we're cooked. Yeah, like that's why Biden did the CHIPS Act. Ironically, the only protectionist policy that I've liked him do, like that the U.S. has done lately. Like, yeah, Taiwan gets taken by China, even though like we are we are working with TSMC. They're building the chip factory here. It's going to be 2 more years. They're not going to wait that long. They're just going to take it, which is going to cause us to freak the fuck out, which is going to then end with them putting their ships in front of Taiwan and saying, if you cross, we will shoot you. And then it's up to us to cross. I don't think we'll do it. I think we're too pussy. Does Russia do anything other than war and exporting right-wing grift right now? No. That's all they do. And death. Don't forget, because it's not just war. Sometimes they just kill civilians for fun. There's no reason for Russia to negotiate. They have the land that they are slowly gaining more land. Except, no, they're not. Russia's been losing this war, like, the whole time. Russia's lost quite a lot of land, actually, that they originally held. Like, all of the green on this map was formerly occupied by Russia that has been liberated. From what I've read, all Russia wants to do is keep Crimea that they took in 2014. I'm sure there's more to it. No, they want all of this. Crimea is important for them. Like, Crimea is critical for them, which means they can't have it. They can't have it. Crimea is like their staging point. If you're a reporter in Russia, don't stand near your window. Yeah, basically. But like all of this green was liberated. Green liberated maybe in 2029. Add new green, small part of Donbass. Everyone's. What are you talking about? Ukraine has been winning. Americans, like generals, have said this under Trump. Not even Biden's. Like we had one say this a week ago that Ukraine has been winning. That Ukraine will win if we just keep it up. That, like, Ukraine's been knocking out Russian, fucking, what are they called? Gas refineries and oil refineries as well, which has been huge impact on Russia's ability to do anything. In fact, they're getting some help from China. Now, that's a problem, but, like, not that big of a problem. For the moment, but no, yeah. Is Palantir helping Ukraine or only just Israel? Palantir is probably helping both Ukraine and Russia. I mean, to be fair, no, they're probably helping Russia. Look, like, we are firmly on the Russian side of this.
Thank you very much for being with us. The Ukraine peace talks in London were downgraded after the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio made it known he would not be attending. It's understood this decision came after it was clear Ukraine would not accept a key part of Washington's plan. that
No
Russia's
reason to.
annexation of Crimea be accepted by Kyiv. In London, officials from Britain, France, Germany and Ukraine met along with the US envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg. The downgrading of talks comes at a critical time, days after the US President Donald Trump warned
remember,
that Washington
we had the fucking Easter ceasefire, right? Remember the little, oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll be fine. We are the good guys. We can stop killing you for a day and pretend that we're you know, not evil. That's fine. But no, there was bombings during the Easter ceasefire. I'd personally like to thank Democrats for approving Marco Rubio. Very cool. Honestly, yeah, at this point, Marco Rubio is working more for us than for them, but like just barely.
Well, I'm not in Sumi yet. I'm on the road to Sumi, which you can see behind me. We've got a few hours yet to.
Oh, you're not in Sumi. Get the fuck out of here. Why would you name your video that?
Could walk.
I hate YouTube fucking videos on the news. What's this? Just going through some links, and then we're gonna jump over to Cyberpunk in a second.
You said in your question that I said we didn't provide them because it fears a World War III. I don't think that I ever said that about ATACMs. The reason why we didn't provide them originally is because the Secretary of Defense and the U.S. military told the president that the United States did not have enough of these in our inventory to meet our basic deterrence needs for the United States, and said essentially we do not recommend or advise that these be given to another country.
It's not true.
Over time, over the course...
What he said in the very beginning was what they said, is they were afraid it would cause World War III. Biden said it.
...of 2 years, we produced more. We produced enough to be able to supply Ukraine with somewhere on the several hundred ATACMs. So that was one piece.
And yet we didn't allow them to shoot far into Russia. Like, shut the fuck up. You guys are weak, spineless little pussies. All right. Hey, what's up, YouTube chat? I'm going to be ending YouTube because YouTube doesn't like it when I also live stream playing video games. So if you want to check out some Cyberpunk 2077, hop over to the Twitch channel. Twitch.tv/Visora official, and I will see you there in a minute. How long will this war last? Which war in particular? You have a few you can choose from, like World War III. That's a good question. Are you talking about like war in Ukraine? Probably forever. My suspicion is CIA or NSA told Biden at risk nuclear war. Well, yeah, but like that's a lie. And they didn't need to tell him. Everyone thought that anyway. But Putin threatens nuclear war every fucking day. Like every day, it's just nuclear war. We've crossed more red lines of Russia than Israel's crossed our red lines. You realize that, right? Okie dokie. Nuke threatening is literally just North Korea playbook. Yeah, it is. And they never do, because using the nuke would never actually help. In fact, if they used the nuke, it wouldn't go well for them, to say the least. People would be very mad. People that they actually have to listen to would be very mad. I'm gonna nuke. I have no actual economy. Basically, yeah. I usually watch YouTube stream, but chat and Twitch, switching to Twitch players so awful though. Stuttering at 1080p when I got to 900 megabits per second speed in the Google speed test. Jesus, I don't watch streams much, so I wouldn't really know the difference. But I would imagine YouTube is more convenient to watch from. Okay, do I have to keep being smart? Can I be less intelligent now that we're gonna play video games? Let me end the stream actually first. There you go.